Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft, Day 1, presented by the Roar of the Lions UK podcast. My name's Matthew Turner. I'm your host for tonight. I'm joined by my regular co-hosts, Ryan, Steve, and Ant. How you doing, boys?
Very excitable.
I'm ready. Like I say, it's that's heart's racing a little bit, but it's time now. Like I say, all the preparation's been done. That's what we're prepared for.
Intrigued to see what happens. There's been so much chatter about what's going to go on, but now we get to the meat and bones of it.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've had a shower. I've had a power nap. I'm ready.
Yeah, same as me, man. The power nap was much required. We've got a packed show for you tonight. Starting off with our special guest, probably of the entire draft, Roger Goodgroves. He's director of the British American Football Referees Association. He's a mod on NFL UK, and he's had an illustrious career, starting off being a captain of the Northampton Storm during their UK National Championship game in 1990. He also does a podcast on NFL rules. He talks about, has an independent view on good and bad NFL and college bowl referee takes and that sort of thing. So really excited to have a chat with him in about 15 minutes time. Other than that, our other guests are Breaks on Twitter. We've got Paul Brown from the Browns. We have Tom from Denver Broncos UK. Matt from the Red, White and Buffalo Blues. Rico, who's probably Roberto, I should say, our biggest fan, been on every live stream with us so far. Delighted to have him on. And then we've got Rory, who's a Ravens super fan. Had a chat with him not long ago, and his breadth of knowledge is excellent. And then Robson from Jags Across the Pond podcast, who finishes at 3:45. But to start with, boys, as I said in the preview podcast, some people perhaps haven't heard of us or know who we are. So if we just take another 20 seconds just to introduce ourselves once again. So I'll kick us off. I'm Matthew Turner. I'm 31. I'm from Bristol in the UK. I'm an accountant by trade. I've been a Lions fan since 2009 when we took staff #1 overall. Been to both the Wembley games, and we started Roar of the Lions in April last year. So we've been doing this for a year now, and this is our first draft all together as a team, and I'm really looking forward to it. Ant, how about you, man? Just introduce yourself a bit, Ant.
Sorry, stream just went a bit funny. So my name's Anthony. I'm one of the founding guys of the podcast that we started back up in August. I've been Lions fan for about 6 or 7 years now. Been an up and down ride, but doing the podcast this year, it's really opened my eyes up to the game a little bit more, and it's been really fun. I'm really looking forward to our first draft here. It's going to be good. Got a lot of good guests lined up, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Steve?
Yeah, I'm Steve Collins. I'm a naturalised Scotsman living just outside Edinburgh in West Lothian. I'm also a writer for NFL Scotland, where I cover the NFC North, and been a Lions fan for quite a while. Been lucky enough to get over to Ford Field a couple of years ago and watch us beat the Packers, which was fantastic. And yeah, absolutely gripped for tonight. It's just going to be so good. Not just the Lions, but I think there's going to be drama everywhere. So I'm very much looking forward to it.
And Ryan?
Yeah, I'm Ryan, 27 from West Yorkshire. I'm the newest member. I consider myself as a team, joined by agreeing to do a blog. They were looking for writers, and I branched out. I jumped on a podcast when I needed some cover, and I kind of got hooked then. Been doing research, been really enjoying it, and I work for a utility company. Been a Lions fan now about nearly 10 years for my sins, so but I'm very excited for tonight. There's going to be drama galore. Maybe not with us, but it's going to be very exciting.
Definitely right. We've got Roger in about 10 minutes when our preview show we managed to get to Detroit at 7. So let's carry on until the draft starts at 1 o'clock with Carolina at 8. Steve, kick us off. Where do you think they're going to go?
Difficult one. I think I think wide receiver and offensive line are the kind of the two key ones here that I can see them going. I think if for any reason Chase or Waddle drop to 8, I can see them taking them. But they've got a big need to protect the quarterback. Obviously, they've got Sam Darnold in free agency. They're going to want to make sure that he's well protected and he's got time to throw. So I think they will go for an offensive lineman, possibly Sewell if he drops to 8. Otherwise, I think they'll be there for Slater.
How about you, Ryan? Do you see it the same?
Yep, I agree. I'd see it two ways. If for any reason Pitts slides, because they could use a tight end now, Greg Olsen has just decided to retire from the league. He would be a natural fit despite signing Dan Arnold in free agency. But also now they've got their hopeful franchise quarterback. They will hopefully want to protect him. And that might mean that Rashawn Slater makes a perfect fit at number 8 if he's sat there waiting to take him.
How about you, Ant? Exactly the same?
Yeah, tackle. Rashawn Slater's been getting mocked there for a long time. I think that's the natural place they go for. They need to protect Sam Darnold. They've given up good draft capital for him, and you don't just want to plonk him straight back in the same situation he had with the Jets with no offensive line. And looking at some of the other needs, they've got corner, linebacker, but 8 may be a bit too rich to start going there. So I fully expect them to go for Slater at number 8.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. If Sewell is there, they take him. If not, Slater appears to be the number 1 need. I put them at outside potentials to kind of go for cornerback, to go for Surtain. I think they could go for Parsons as well if he's still there. Linebacker, cornerback, both in their top 5 needs, but tackle's the obvious one, and I think they should go that way. Okay, let's go for Denver now at 9, and I'll kick this one off. Quarterback was their biggest need until the trade a couple of days ago for Teddy. So I think that trade, it doesn't preclude them from taking a quarterback. They could trade up. But I do feel like Denver have kind of decided they're going to run with Bridgewater and they're going to take the best player available on the board or try and trade down. I think trade down's their number 1. But if they can not trade down, I can see them going Parsons. I can see them taking the best offensive tackle on the board if both haven't gone by this point. Otherwise, I see them in the money for Surtain as well at 9. How about you? Let's go for Ryan.
Yep, I fully agree. I feel like with the quarterback situation, they bought themselves a little time, maybe until next year. Like you said, Teddy is serviceable in this league. He can be a stopgap starter for the time being. So I think that addresses that need for the short period. Like I say, back when we did our mock drafts, I picked a corner and I reeled off the list the lost Champ Bailey, AJ Boyer, the likes of like Kareem Jackson. That secondary over the years has been depleted massively on the outside, and they have been torched on the outside in games this year. Defense is a really big need because they're going to have to be able to protect those leads when they do get them. So for me, it's got to be Surtain or JC Horn.
All right, how about you, Steve? They could go a few directions, I think, Denver.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan that Surtain or Horn is the direction they should go in. You know, they're going to be playing against Mahomes twice this year, against Herbert twice this year. Absolutely, they should get a corner. But with, John Elway and the influence he has, I kind of see the Teddy Bridgewater thing differently. I think they've taken Teddy Bridgewater there to mentor a young quarterback. And I can see Drew Lock not being on the roster by the start of the next season. So I think if Lance is around at 9, I can see them taking Lance and sitting him behind Teddy Bridgewater for a season or 2. But they should be taking a corner. They absolutely should.
Is that how you see it as well, Ant? Corner for Denver?
No, Steve's just given my argument there for me. I think this thing with Bridgewater's a smokescreen. I think they're still going to go quarterback. I think they're going to see how the board falls. And if Fields or Lance slips a little bit, I think they'll make their move and go and get him. Drew Lock is not a guy who is going to mentor a new quarterback coming in, a young quarterback. And Bridgewater is. And I don't think Bridgewater's a long-term starter. I think this last year at Carolina sort of burnt any credibility he had to be a starter. So I think they've brought him in to mentor their guy of the future. And I still expect them to trade up. But on the off chance they don't, linebacker and corner and tackle are the three biggest needs after that. So you got Parsons, you got Surtain. May take a shot at Slater if he's still there, but no, I still think the quarterback's in play for the Broncos.
All right, that's Denver. Rounding out the top 10 is Dallas, and we're going to come straight back to you, Ant.
Corner.
There appears to be one really big need, but there appears to be one really big problem, and that's the general manager owner.
Yeah, it's interesting with Jerry Jones. I know he's put a massive, he's put a lot of praise on Kyle Pitts, and if he gets past 4, is he going to be tempted to go up and get the guy, get his, big flashy superstar, as we all know that he likes? But they need a corner, and they need a corner yesterday. So I had them going Surtain in my draft because I don't think a corner's going before that. But if he has gone, then they've got a very good consolation prize in JC Horn. So I don't think they're going to stray from corner. That secondary was pure garbage last year. They need a corner. They've got to go corner. And I think it's either Surtain or Horn.
Steve, Jerry Jones isn't going to lose his mind, is he?
Well, he did last year, didn't he, with CD Lamb, because they needed a defender last year, and I think Lamb fell lower than they were expecting, and they did the old take the best player on the board. You would hope that Jerry Jones understands that no matter how kind of glamorous some of these top 10 are, if they slide down to Dallas, he needs to take a defender because they were absolutely garbage and in a pretty poor division as well. I think that Surtain might not be there at 10. I think they will take Surtain if they can, but I think Surtain might be gone. So it could be JC Horn, maybe reach for Caleb Farley. But yeah, that's what they need to do.
How about you, Ryan?
Yeah, pretty much been said. Like you say, you look now, they've got Dak back, they've got Gallup, Cooper, and Lamb. That is one of the best in receiving trios in the whole league. Offense is not their problem. They're going to be able to put 30, 40 points up week in, week out if they really want to. But they're going to have to keep them off the board. And like I said, defense is something they should have addressed last year. It's going to be a pretty easy pick for them.
I think my stream's just gone a little bit, so apologies there. Right, I'm back. Okay. They've got to go corner. They shouldn't go anywhere else. Unless one of the tackles falls. If one of the tackles falls, if Slater or Sewell is there, I expect them to be taken. But failing that, it's got to be corner. And if Surtain doesn't go at 8 or 9, it's got to be at 10. I don't see any other way for them. Right, I think we should go a little early with our first guest, Roger Goodgroves. So, operations, let me get the title right because he did tell me. It is Operations Director for BAFRA, as well as the NFL UK group mods that we all know and love. Welcome in, Roger. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Very clearly. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Why don't you just introduce yourself to the viewers?
Okay. Well, I probably have a finger in a few pies in terms of football. So as per the introduction, I'm BAFRA's Director of Operations, which means I assign crews to the UK games. As part of that, I also am on the selection committee that chooses the crews that actually go on the chain crew for the London games, which is a great thing to do if as an official, to be standing that close to the teams, watching the speed, you really get an appreciation for it. As you mentioned, I'm also moderator on the NFL UK Facebook group. I'm moderator also on a site called Football Zebras, which is all about NFL officiating, taking an independent view on what happens week in, week out. And I also have a podcast that is weekly on the same subject. So I have a finger in a few pies.
Absolutely. That's the 4th and Inches podcast, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. 14 Inch is the specific officiating podcast, so I'm not on their general feed. I have one that talks about officiating issues, so we're on a bit of a quiet time at the moment as there's no games, but we'll be coming back.
The main podcast, that's the one with Stuart on it, is it?
That's right, yeah.
So that's the other main moderator, I think.
That's right, yeah. The moderator's out in force on that one.
Fantastic. So you are a professional photographer, mainly doing music, and I mean that must have been quite hard during the COVID times, but hopefully that's going to be picking up back now for you with the gigs starting to happen in the next couple of months. Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a music photographer by trade, so obviously no live gigs, no work, unfortunately. But luckily, I also get to photograph the London Games. So I get out to do a bit of sport every now and again. When I'm not actually, I don't shoot much British ball because usually I'm on the sideline officiating. So it's actually quite good to get out in the London Games and shoot some football. So that's a great experience too. And so the new Tottenham Stadium is just phenomenal. The noise level at ground. I have hearing aids and hearing blockers because I'm music photographer, and I had to actually block the noise. It was so loud on pitch level. It really was like a concert.
I went to Bears Raiders there, and that was a fantastic occasion. It was amazing to me. I didn't think that I'd go to a stadium which I thought made Wembley look bad, but yeah. I think it kind of did. It was
yeah,
too
it does. Wembley obviously has a history behind it, and it's special to walk out on the grass at Wembley regardless, but to walk out on a turf that's been laid specifically for the NFL, that's something special.
Yeah, absolutely. So to go back a little while, you were telling me when we were prepping for this that you played in the 80s for Northampton Storm or Stormbringers. I'm guessing they had a slight change in their name. And
they started out as Stormbringers and then shortened it.
Aha. Okay, and then you captained them in the UK National Championship game in 1990. When you said you captained them in the game, I assumed it wasn't to a win. Then
you assumed it wasn't. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Sorry, because you said you captained them in the game. I was assuming that unfortunately ended in defeat.
Yeah, unfortunately it did. Lost to Manchester Spartans, who then went on the following year to represent the UK in Europe. So annoyingly, it'd been great to represent in Europe for the club level. But
what position did you play?
I started as running back, but then moved towards tight end. So by the time that I was on that game, I was at tight end. So.
God, that's a hell of a transition. I wouldn't have said that there were too many running backs who could transition to tight end.
Yeah, I guess two things. You get older, generally you get bigger, so beefed up a bit and therefore more able to make that transition. But also I was a sort of scholar of the game, I guess you'd call it, so I could move into different positions and know what was intended. I was helping out in the coaching, and then I moved to coaching when I stopped playing. So the transition to tight end was, we needed a tight end, and I could do that. So it was as much that as anything else. And we had a surplus of running backs. So it was a case of, well, we have plenty of running backs. Although I might be quite good at it, then there were others as well.
That makes a lot of sense. Were you an offensive coach then when you moved into coaching?
Yeah, so I started with special teams and then running backs coach, and then I gave up football for a while, had family stuff going on, and then I came back as an official. So people can make that transition when they stop playing or before if they want to.
Officiating, obviously, in UK football, UK soccer is something fraught with. Well, I know I wouldn't want to do it for some obvious reasons.
I wouldn't either.
No, I'm imagining, I'm hoping that doing it for football is actually a much nicer experience.
It is more like doing it for rugby. If you look at the professional rugby game and the respect that the players have for most of the officials, it's more attuned to that. I think I've looked at it and there are a number of factors why, one of which is both games are very much a positional yardage based game. And if you upset the official, you'll be marching back 10 yards, 15 yards, and that hurts your team. Your team will get on your back. So that's, I think, is one of the biggest factors. And generally, there's more respect in the football game, I think, as in American football game. But soccer has lost its way. It needs somebody at the top to really clamp down on the whole rolling around and hurt and diving for penalties and you name it. You'd soon clamp down if you had the will to clamp down on it. But the too many prima donnas, unfortunately, in soccer.
So how did you transition into BAFRA? I'm interested to see, because obviously you were in BAFRA playing and coaching and whatever, and then you transitioned. How did it happen, and how did you rise to your current level?
Two things. One, when I was at the team, I thought of myself as the team expert in the rules, because I was a keen follower of the rules even back then, and I thought of myself as the expert. I realized how little I knew when I actually transitioned, of course, because the intricacies of the game really don't come out until you start going into detail. How I actually made that transition was actually because BAFRA, which is the British American Football Referees Association, as opposed to BAFA, which is the British American Football Association, just to be confusing. BAFRA were running an event at Wembley, and they had Ed Hockley, who was going to be refereeing the game the following day, doing a talk to potential officials. So went down for that, met him and his crew, won a jersey of his, got signed, as in he signed it, not I got signed. Got a signed jersey. So it was a great day. Got to meet the crew, got to meet Big Ed, have a picture taken and that sort of thing. And that was what really encouraged me to come back into the sport. I was always keen on the rules all the way through, but getting back into it, I thought, to be honest, at first I was too old. If I was being honest, but actually, when you're officiating, you don't need the speed and the durability that you would do as a player, and so it is possible to get into it. And we have officials who are still doing a really good job in the 60s, 70s, and nearly 80s. It's their ability to read the plays, and as you get older, often you can see what's going on because of your level of experience, and doesn't necessarily mean you have to run 100 miles an hour to get there. In fact, actually standing still at the moment of the important mesh point is actually more valuable, because the NFL actually picked this up as their new director of officiating, Walt Anderson, who came off the field to lead that, and he took over from the guy that was doing before, and he instigated some new training this year, which was all to do with getting there quickly and then stopping moving, so you're able to see what happens more clearly. And it's well known. In fact, if you try and run, your eyes are bobbing up and down because they're trying to counteract what your body's doing. So if you can get into the right position, which is based on experience of being there, knowing where to go, etc., and then be still for the time that catch is made, or a touchdown's trying to be scored or whatever, you'll get a far better feel for the game. So it doesn't require necessarily young bucks, although young bucks are obviously going to have a longer career because they can keep doing it. So it doesn't take the toll on the body like football does. I mean, I get up nowadays and my knees back, and from playing, it's like, remember that injury. And
just one last question from me, and then I'll open it up to the boys. Half of our listenership that is going to be on tonight, roughly speaking, I think are probably going to be from America, half from Britain. So for the Americans that haven't watched any Britball, and I imagine that's probably a fairly large amount of them, what's the main rules differences between NFL and Britball?
Yeah, okay. So Americans would feel quite comfortable if they watch college football, because the rules that we operate over here are predominantly NCAA college rules. There are some very, very minor differences just fitting in with the things we do over here, but predominantly it's NCAA. So if they watch college football, they would fit in an instant. In terms of the level, the top teams over here are probably something like Division III football in the States, that sort of level of quality. So, it's not the NFL, which you'd not expect it to be really. We're not pros over here. The players are not paid. They're doing it for the love of the sport.
All right, boys.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Morning, Roger. I'm a
Hi.
player. I've played in Britball for the last few years. I also played at university, so I understand what you're saying. There is a much higher level of respect than there is in soccer. I would only ever address official as sir or madam, because like you say, you can flag me for unsportsmanlike conduct. You have that power. And that is something that the British football game lacks in soccer,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
they don't have that power, do they? And I've also had the opportunity as well to be a linesman. So for when Bradford and Huddersfield, like sometimes refs have problems getting crews,
Yeah.
they'll get some people. So I've had a hand in it as well. It's a lot harder than it looks, trying to call pass interference, and you've got people shouting at you. So it's
Yeah,
it's a very
absolutely.
interesting world, I must say. People look for favours all the time, but you've got to be impartial. That's why I would
Yeah.
say it's very hard.
Yeah, it is.
What do
The
you-
important thing is we're always looking for new officials. I mean, during the year of COVID, we've been still training new officials. So we have quite a few new officials coming online, but we can always do with more because the game is growing at a great pace. I mean, not only do we have the adult leagues, which some people are aware of, but every winter we have the universities playing each other. And we also then have a growing women's football league. And so all those games need officials. It's only great if you have the officials there. Otherwise, there's always going to be arguments about who's calling what if they're on the team affiliation.
And
Right.
Roger, have you had the chance to go over to America and see the crews in action over there, and have some sort of like training and coaching?
I'm actually, earlier this evening, I was actually on a training event with Dean Blandino, who was ex-head of the NFL officials, but his role nowadays is in charge of replay for the NCAA. And I'm being very fortunate to be on the last few years replay training over there with him. And so, yes, I've been over to Chicago and had some training in replay a couple of years ago. So I've been very fortunate to get out there and see it firsthand and be involved with officials. And we have people coming over to help us in the UK who are top level officials from the NCAA. So like the official that would have done the refereeing for the college national championship game has been over to talk at our conferences. We've had Zooms during this year with American football, NFL referees. Brad Rogers has talked to us, to our elite crews over here. So there's quite a good interchange at the officiating level. And internationally, our UK officials represent really strongly both European and World Championship levels. So we've got a good. In fact, probably our officiating is stronger than our football in terms of its quality. Ironically,
I hope they didn't make you have to endure a Chicago Bears game when you were over there.
No, although I have a very good friend out in Chicago, so I won't knock them.
You're on the wrong podcast if you think that this is a not knocking the Bears.
Des caught it. Yeah, I remember Des caught it. Yeah.
Who are you a fan of, Roger, in the NFL?
To be honest, I'm not anymore. When I first started back in the 80s, in fact, actually, my football watching started prior to that. World of Sport, they used to show highlights of the Super Bowl before Channel 4 actually got involved. And I remember watching it there. At the time, I was a rugby league player, so I was used to contact sports. But watching it and trying to work out what happened in a 15-minute highlight program was just impossible. But it looked great. I loved it, and I just wanted to know more about it. And of course, when Channel 4 started showing in the 80s, then it was like fully immersed, and now I understand it in detail and things. So yeah, it started out with a few teams, and the trouble is, every time I got into a team, they became really popular and successful, and everybody said, "Oh yeah, you're only following them because they're winning," and it was like.
Can I recommend the Detroit Lions if you want to support an underdog? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for you guys. I must admit, I do support the underdogs usually when I go to watch a game. My first ever Super Bowl I went to was when the Patriots had won every game of the year, and they play the Giants, and the Giants had just played in Wembley that year. And so I was supporting the Giants because, well, you've got to support the underdog, especially against the Patriots. So, yeah, that was great.
Was that the year that OC Amanura just destroyed Brady?
I can't remember him being starring in that. I mean, I remember the helmet catch was the one that was really the highlight moment when it was just a sort of desperation pass by Manning, but caught against the helmet. Tyree, I think it was, if memory serves me correctly, but
5 or 6 Tyree.
Yeah, it was just a great game, and the whole Super Bowl experience is just wonderful as well. The halftime show, being a music fan and a music photographer, you know, that day was Tom Petty at halftime, but other Super Bowls I've been to with The Who, Beyonce, Bruce Springsteen. So it's just like, you know, for me as an American football and music fan, I'm just in heaven. So.
Hi, Roger. Sorry, it's my first time talking with you. Thanks for coming on to the pod this evening. If I may ask, obviously, been Lions fans, we've had our fair share of bad refereeing decisions over the years. I was just wondering what, you know, because obviously you talk to the crews over there, what you think, you know, the level of officiating is like over there currently. And in terms of like the big decision, sorry, just one more. In terms of the decisions, it doesn't seem to be much accountability over there. Sometimes if they make a really bad decision, there's no repercussions. Do you believe that there maybe needs to be a little bit more accountability there on the parts of the refs?
Okay, so let me tell you about accountability, and it might change your opinion or it might not, but let me tell you what there is. Every single play of every single game is reviewed for the officiating by position. So there will be the bot of whoever the official is that's on the game will be looking not only at the calls they made, but also the calls they should have made that they didn't make. And they will have the hindsight of replay, slowing it down, etc., to make the decision about whether it was a good call or not a good call. And over 99% of the calls are graded as correct calls. So there are mistakes. Let's not get away from it. This is a sport, you know, as was mentioned by Ryan, you know, when he started to try and do it himself, so it's not as easy as it looks. These guys are the top of the top. So you might not think they're making a great decision, but they are the best at that role, and they will make mistakes. In the same way that coaches will make mistakes calling the wrong plays, and players will drop a catch and somebody will miss a block. But we don't go and highlight that video later and go, oh, look at that. You know, he missed that block there. That was why we lost. No, it's so much easier to say, well, actually, we had some bad calls from the referees. There will be occasional bad calls. But the other thing I can promise you is that when you look at a team, when you're following a team, you look at what you want to see more often than not. And it became very apparent to me with a very good friend official of mine, who's one of the top of, he's an elite official in the UK, but he's a San Francisco fan. And when he watched them in the Super Bowl, he was calling things completely different to all the other officials who were looking at the same game. And it just made me open my eyes and realize how you see what you want to see sometimes. That's one aspect. I think the other aspect, there are occasional bad calls. Let's not get away from it. But it happens, and that's why we have Football Zebras. We look at the calls, and we critically analyze the good and bad calls, and we'll call them out when we see them. But in the majority of cases, or a lot of cases, it's actually fans don't really understand the rule properly. American football rules are intricate. Sometimes we will see them on the rough level, but we won't go into the full detail about the way the rule is written. And when you do, you might actually change your opinion about some of the way that the calls were made. Not saying they're all right. So don't get me wrong. You know, they make mistakes. They're humans. Humans make mistakes, and it is a matter of record. But they're watching a single chance at watching it from a single angle to make that decision. We have the luxury when we look back at it and we see it from probably 20 different camera angles in some of the bigger games. And some of those camera angles are views that the officials on the field don't have. They're straight lines of the play. They've got player in the way of what they're trying to see. So they're making the best effort at that. We all have different responsibilities on the field as well. We watch different areas. So when you're watching as a fan, you generally follow the ball. It's natural. That's what you do. Unless you have you like working in the line work or whatever, then generally you follow the ball. So we all assume that every official is watching the end of the play. Oh, surely you should have seen that catch. Well, no, only 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 at most of the guys might actually have a view on that and be responsible for calling it. The very famous incident in the Saints game in the Conference Championship, where there was a blatant pass interference call. So let's not get away from it. It was badly called. Should have been called, wasn't. But people were blaming the referee for that. And then following year, when he got an assignment, they were saying, why is he being assigned to that game? He's terrible. He made the call in that Saints game. Well, no, he didn't, and no, he shouldn't have done. If he'd have been watching that end of that play instead of watching the quarterback, which is his responsibility, there could have been a big hit on the quarterback that took the quarterback out. Everybody's then going to be turning around and say, well, why did he let that hit go? You can't win. Anyway, going back to your original point, accountability. So we talked about the review process. But one thing with accountability is referees are graded, or the officials are graded every game of every week. And the ones that make the playoffs are grading in the top 2/3. The people that are in the bottom third, if they keep being in the bottom third, they will just lose their job. You won't hear about it, but they will just be quietly taken away. So there is accountability, and there have been officials that have been fired mid-season. But, there is no accountability, but it may not be the accountability you are expecting. And if it's a bad call, when you do your job, I don't know what you do, but let's say when you do it, if you make a mistake, do everybody from the sideline start saying he should be fired?
Yeah.
We make mistakes.
Sorry, I appreciate that answer in depth. That's kind of opened that up a lot for me. So thank you.
No worries.
Just one last thing before we let you go, Roger, and I just want to ask about the rules changes that have come in, specifically the idea of a sky ref. And while that didn't quite come in full, there is an expanded ability for a referee who isn't on the field to inform the team on the ground of the facts on the ground, shall we say, the things which are determinable. Do you think that's a good move?
Yeah, I do. I've long advocated for it. Dean Blandino, who we mentioned earlier, was involved at the XFL, and the XFL brought in the video judge. And I thought that was a great way of using the technology we now have to make decisions on the field and to feed down to the crew on the field. And it does happen, and they have some ability to feed down, but it was limited by what was allowable for replay. And it's a dual-edged sword. The more you open up for replay, the longer things take, because inevitably you start reviewing things that weren't reviewable before, and then everybody starts complaining about the delay of the game and how long it takes to get a game done, which already takes a long time. So it's not a panacea for everything, but I think opening up the ability for the what we'll call video judge, replay official, to actually get more involved in feeding down into that process, I think helps.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on, Roger. We really appreciate your time. You've been very thorough and engaging. It's been really enjoyable. Thank you.
No worries. Anytime. See you again.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, there he goes, Roger Goodgroves. Thank you so much to him for coming on. Our next guest in just over 5 minutes' time is going to be Andrew from Brit Breaks. He's a Bengals fan. I know that he's also a collector and seller of cards and football cards and that sort of thing. So it's going to be really interesting to talk to him. Right, boys.
Sorry, guys, just a quick one. The legend Aaron is shouting us out on YouTube, so can we all say hi to him?
Hello, Aaron.
Aaron.
Okay, so I think we got down as far as we just finished Dallas, and we talked about the Giants in our preview show. So I'm going to move straight on to Philadelphia, and I mean we've got 25 teams to preview in 20 minutes and a guest, so we're not going to do that very easily. But let's start with Ryan on Philly. What do you reckon they're going to do?
But no, Philly's quite hard actually. They've got a lot of holes. Like there's reports like say that Ertz could be on his way out. Do they? I think they do possibly need to trade up. They've spent heavily on wide receiver in the last few years, and it's just not panned out. Like the latest failure is it JJ Arcega-Whiteside? He could be on his way out already. He was the expensive second round pick, but they've also lost like the likes of Jalen Mills, Ronald Darby. They've had those pretty average at best defensive players. I'd try trade up and I'd try get a wide receiver. I'd try take someone like Devonta Smith because right now they really struggle for any help on the outside. Hurts needs someone.
Steve?
Yeah, completely agree. I think they're in the best place to take the best wide receiver that slips from the top 3 wide receiver group. So I think whether it's Smith or Waddle, I think one of them has got to fall out the top 10, and I think the Eagles will be the team that snaps them up, unless they get an offer for a trade up, because number 12 is like quite a nice strategic position for some of those teams who might be looking for, Patriots or Washington or Bears, if one of the QBs is still on the board.
And Ant, you feel the same way?
Come in, Ant.
It's got to be a receiver, I think. It's either receiver or they could go corner. So if until there, be expect.
I think we've lost Ant.
Yeah, it's been a bit iffy the whole time. I kind of agree with you both, actually, and Ashley has said on Twitch that you could see cornerback for Philly as well, and I think that's absolutely a potential move for them. Problem is that if Carolina, Denver, or Philly, Carolina, Denver, or Dallas could go corner as well. Sorry, Ant.
Have you got me back now?
Yeah, got you back now. That's fine. Yeah, so I see wide receiver,
Sorry,
but definitely cornerback would be one for me. Carry on, man.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. Wide receiver or corner for the Eagles, but I mean they're in prime position to get a good receiver. They shouldn't really pass on one.
All right. Let's move on then to the Chargers, and I'll kick that one off. So it's a tackle. It has to be a tackle. You can't do anything else. So do they move up for one? They've been vaunted as a possible trade-up candidate to get one of the elite ones. At 13, it looks like Darisaw is going to be the best on the board. If you've not heard me speak on Darisaw before, I wouldn't take him in the first round. I probably wouldn't take him in the second round. I just think he looks bored on the field, but I do think that if he's there, that's who the Chargers will take. And let's go to you at this point.
Yeah, it's got to be tackle again. I'd never really considered the possibility of them trading up, but I think if Slater falls maybe 1 or 2 spots towards 10, or maybe past 10, they might go up and get him. I can't really see who else tackle-wise is going to go that high. I mean, the only other one I could remotely see going there would be Cosme, but I think that's a little bit of a reach for him. So I think it's either Darasaur at 13 or they're going to trade up and get Slater a few spots earlier.
Steve?
Yeah, I think they've got a chance for Slater here without trading up. I think there's a chance that Slater will fall. Just if you look at like the sort of the top 10 players, unless someone takes Slater ahead of like Smith, Waddle, Surtain, or Horn, Slater's got to be there at number 13. So I mean, it's a no-brainer. He's the best tackle. He's so versatile, and the Chargers desperately need to give Herbert a bit more protection. So I think it's Slater.
And Ryan?
Yeah, it's got to be a tackle. I don't think they stay at 13. I think they either got to go up or they've got to move back. I don't see any value in them staying there. If they can't get Slater, won't fall to them, I'd trade back into maybe the 20s if they can and try get Elijah Vera Tucker or someone like that. Like I said, there's no point them sitting there because for O-line, they're really in no man's land. So that would be the best bet, really.
Yeah. All right. Minnesota. Let's go back with you, Ryan. Where do you see them going?
Minnesota are hard. I'm pretty sure I mocked them edge because there are still doubts around Danielle Hunter and his contract details. He wants more pay. They're likely going to have to address that if they don't want him to ask for a trade. So I think giving them someone like Jalen Phillips, who could be a possible replacement for him if he goes, or if not, help on either side, because yet they've not got Everson Griffin is yet to re-sign anywhere, so they could be welcome some edge help, a bit of pass rush. And if they can overlook his injury history, if he can avoid any other serious like concussions, it could be great value in that pick.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'll break up our chat on the Vikings now by introducing our next guest, Andrew. How you doing, man?
Hi guys, I think I'm now live, if you can see me.
Yes, yeah, we can see you fine.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for coming on. So, Andrew, at Brit Breaks on Twitter, Cincinnati Bengals fan, and just looking at your Twitter, you're a sports card and draft nerd, and you sell NFL and MLB products by the sounds of it?
Yeah, so I do a lot of sports card stuff. It's interesting that Roger was just on before, as I do a lot of flag football as well. So I played for the flag football national champions last year as well in the UK. So we think tag rugby, but American football, that concept. So yeah, all sorts of things in the NFL world.
Fantastic. And tell us a bit about yourself, man, to kick us off, generally.
Yeah, so like I said, flag football there. I do a lot of stuff with cards, and then a Bengals fan since kind of the first time they were on Hard Knocks. So back in the good old days of very early draft position, not many wins, which we are kind of back to now, sadly. But who knows? One more draft and maybe that changes.
Ant, you want to take this from here, man?
Appreciate you coming on the stream, Andrew. It's ever so good to have so many fans from other UK franchises here with us. I want to start off with the draft, if I may, to start off with. Obviously, you're picking at number 5 there, and there's obviously very strong feelings about 2 certain players there, obviously Sewell and Chase. Which camp do you fall into, and do you agree with me that if it's not Sewell, that Burrow should file an attempted murder charge against your hierarchy there for not protecting him?
So I do fall in the Penny camp. I'm biased. I'm an Oregon fan as a college team, so I'm obviously going to fall in the Penny camp there. But it's a very tough argument on both sides. You have the issue, you lose over 110 targets with AJ Green leaving last year. There was no ability to stretch the field beyond kind of 15, 20 yards with just T and Tyler Boyd last year. We had no wide receiver that ran under 4.5 as a 40. So stretching the field is a big, big issue, and having that kind of vertical threat. So the Ja'Marr Chase argument is certainly understandable. You look at what he did with Burrow last year, 20 touchdowns, way over 1,000 yards receiving. It was a phenomenal season, that national championship year. So you do understand that wide receiver class. But for me, and you also understand the argument that that second round is very strong in wide receiver, in or offensive line even. But for me, you do take that best player at 5. You take that Penei Sewell. For me, he is a generational left tackle prospect. However, I'm about 95% sure that Jamar Chase is the pick at 5.
Okay.
I can't see anything at 4 other than Pitts or a quarterback. So I think 5 is Chase. If Chase goes 4, then I think Sewell is the pick at 5. I don't think there's any move back. I don't think they'll risk losing one of those two guys, but like you say, it's definitely between those two guys.
I was just about to follow up whether trade back was any sort of thing in their mind at all. You think that's just a non-go whatsoever?
I just think it's a non-starter. Just the kind of backlash they get about with Burrow going into his second year, that timeline on a rookie contract of getting towards the Super Bowl window is already closing. There's already questions there on times of the head coaching and kind of the staff at the top. So actions need to happen quickly there, sadly. I saw reports this week about you guys trying to sneak ahead and try and get potentially Chase, whether that's just smoke in the flames. We shall soon see. But yeah, I'm pretty locked in that Chase is the pick at 5 there.
I will lose my mind if that happens.
Don't start with ours. There's so many different views about what we do with our draft. I don't think any of us agree completely.
It's happened before. So if you look back to 2018, the Bengals were absolutely locked on Frank Ragnow. And that's why you moved ahead of us, because it was so clearly apparent across the whole of the NFL that Ragnow was our pick at 21. So you guys jumped ahead, took him, and he's been, from what I can tell, has been a very solid player for you guys. We picked Billy Price at the same position next. Hasn't panned out as well. So yeah, that is the one problem with the Bengals. They don't really smoke screen. So I'm pretty locked in that Jamar Chase is the guy.
Yeah, Ragnow's turned into one of the best centers going. I think that was one of our better draft picks over the years. But I think a lot of teams are throwing smoke out this year. It's so hard to see where it's going to land. But anyhow, there's been a lot of obviously talk about pick 5. But looking at the rest of the draft, where are you looking at for the team? Is there anyone you've specifically got your eyes on that you think you might go after? Where else is need rather than just the Sewell Chase debate?
So the argument very much in Chase camp is the strength in offensive line in round 2s and round 3. So the guys that are really being called out there are the likes of Alex Leatherwood, Sam Cosby. You're looking at Eichenberg, although I debate his kind of issues with arm length and kind of penalties in college. Round 3, you're looking at the kind of, there's a few kind of guard prospects you like there. There's the likes of Quinn Miners, who was very big in terms of the Senior Bowl. You've got guys like Kendrick Green from Illinois. You've got guys like David Moore from Grambling State. So there is a lot there in terms of offensive line, both internally and on the tackle side. So I think that's where we kind of start initially. Certainly rounds 1, round 2, I think that's fairly locked in. The next rounds, there is an age edge still. Carl Lawson was replaced by Trey Hendrickson. It's kind of a 1-for-1, but there is still a need for a kind of second penetrative edge there. Round 3, there should be some players still there, whether guys like Carlos Basham are still there. And then moving down to guys like Patrick Jones and further down the draft, whether those guys still show up. There should be some kind of rotational edge rush guys still there for us guys.
I think the problem with the whole Jamar Chase argument, Andrew, and I don't know if you agree, is just situationally sat in the AFC North, where you've got to play the Steelers defense twice a year, the Browns with like Myles Garrett, the Ravens. That's kind of like my fear for not taking a tackle, because Chase is still going to have to get open against those teams who've all got like reasonable secondaries, but just the pass rush.
Yeah, so like you say, you've got the likes of Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, etc. there. I think the argument is that they've replaced that issue on a 1-year basis with Riley Reef from the Vikings. So you have Jonah Williams, you have Riley Reef, 2 former first rounds as your bookends. there is still an issue on the interior. That's no debate there. Whether that can be addressed in the second, third round is a question. And to me, I'm not confident as I would be from having Panay and moving Jonah inside. That would be my preference. But I do understand both sides of the argument that how can you cover Tyler, T, and Jamar Chase all at the same time with Joe throwing the ball as well. Yeah, it is a tricky division for sure. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's like a bear pit of a division, the AFC North. I'm so glad that we're not in it.
So where do you see sort of the Bengals at now and going into this season? Obviously, the draft's still to come, but do you think they're going to make big strides this year, or is it going to be sort of another quite difficult season while the rebuild continues?
It's a tricky year. We definitely need to see improvement. I think the questions mainly lie on where the coaching is. So the big change this offseason was the offensive line. We moved away from Jim Turner to Frank Pollock, who was here previously, and previously before us was with Dallas, where he had his kind of big years. He was the kind of guy behind the big years of the Dallas offensive line. So the hope is that return of Frank Pollock is kind of brings the improvement we need on that line, as long as well bring in draft picks, bring in Riley Reef. With that, you've got health as well. So the big free agent acquisition last year was DJ Reader as a defensive tackle. Just wasn't healthy last year. You bring him back healthy. You had Ogunjobi alongside him. Atkins was just hasn't been a threat for 2-3 years now with his injury, so he's kind of moved on now. You have depth added to the corner spots. You have a very good safety backfield with Von Bell and Jesse Bates, probably the best free safety in college football, NFL. So the defense should be improved. The offense should be improved. It's whether the coaching can make that happen. So it's a very big year for the coaching setup.
What's been the highlight of your fandom so far of the Bengals?
That's a tough question. There's been an AFC North title. Playoffs less so, less exciting. I think you guys have known the same kind of struggles. But yeah, I'd say an AFC title has certainly been very nice. There's been an occasional win over the Steelers that's been very nice. There's been some very sad moments. 2015, for example, in the playoffs. We won't dive into anymore. But no, I think it's these kind of fan bases like yourself. It's the passion and the closeness you have to the teams. It is a lot more emotional. There's good moments, there's good bad moments, but that comes with the team you support.
We've had a few emotional seasons in a row in Detroit.
Yeah, and this comes back to my worry with wide receiver. I know you guys had, was it Golladay, Amendola? You had Marvin Jones from us guys. So you had that. Yeah. So you had that solid wide receiver core. You had Stafford, who is a first-round pick. That's my concern with Chase as a pick. Your offensive line isn't bad. You've had, like you say, you've had Ragnar. You had Hockenson now as an elite tight end, in my view. Crosby, I really liked out of Oregon. I think he's an at least average kind of right tackle.
Oh, you're going to make Anthony very happy.
Thank you. All this lot are doing is saying we need to recruit a new tackle, and he had a great year last year, and it's like, no, we'll be done with him. So thank you for that. I
also like Stenberg last year as well. I was a big fan of Stenberg.
I like this guy. Do you want to come back? You like a lot of the players I do. I'm on my own with a few of these.
Yeah, so it is a question as to how much is. It comes down to coaching. Is it play calling? Is it because the pieces you have there they're good enough. Defensively, maybe there's questions there, but yeah, it worries me. And it's the same questions that apply to the Bengals. Is we have wide receivers now. There should be offensive line pieces. You have Joe Burrow. You have Joe Mixon. How do you make that perform? And it comes down to coaching. So yeah, the pressure is on certainly for Zach Taylor this next year.
And in terms of the draft and your rivals in the AFC North, are there a couple of players in this year's draft that you absolutely don't want to see in the AFC North playing against next year? What will be your nightmare picks for like the Steelers to pick up or the Ravens to pick up?
I think the main worry is just edge rushers, certainly early. I think the Browns with kind of an athletic linebacker make them very difficult. They certainly have the skill players on offense. They have the kind of offensive line. It is kind of building their defense beyond Myles Garrett. That is a kind of concern. Their secondary is developing for sure.
A few people have mocked Zaven Collins to Cleveland.
Yeah, that would be kind of one of my worst picks. Would be an athletic linebacker to Cleveland for sure. People talk about wide receiver to Baltimore, but I don't think that's necessarily the issue there. I think that's kind of a Lamar thing rather than the wide receivers being open. The main thing there is kind of if they improve their offensive line. I know they've thrown away Orlando Brown now to the Chiefs, so if they then plug and play someone better than or equal to Orlando Brown, that's a worry to me. Their offensive line was a big issue last year with injuries. So if they can fix that, that is again a worry with how strong their running game is. And the Steelers, again, it's adding something next to TJ Watt. Edge rushers are our biggest fear in this division, definitely, with how our offensive line is.
You wouldn't mind seeing Najee Harris go to Pittsburgh?
No, I just find running backs are very plug and play. I just think if you have a good offensive line, you can get production out of anyone. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I've just had it put on here that Pride of Detroit are reporting that Aaron Rodgers may be going to the Broncos and that a deal has possibly been done.
This has got to be like a major wind up. This is like draft night heaven.
But well, it depends on the haul. It depends on the haul. If they get 9 and then get Fields, that would be fairly frustrating.
So there's a tweet from Cecil Lammy saying that Mark Schlereth has said that the Broncos are not taking a QB in the draft because they are close to trading for Aaron Rodgers, per his sources. Close to a done
smoke
deal.
and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. I don't think it's happening.
Rodgers is leveraging his contract desperately.
We will keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, definitely. Anything that you'd like to plug, Andrew, before you leave us? Your cards, the business that you run?
No, just thanks for guys for having me. Pretty much, it's been a pleasure. Good luck for you guys in the draft. I think there should be a very good guy to fall to you guys. I don't know what specifically you guys are hoping for. I could see Penei falling to you guys. I could see certainly a very good wide receiver, or a very good trade offer. So I hope you guys get what the fan base wants.
Fingers crossed, man. Thank you so much for coming on. It was really interesting insight into the Bengals, and we really appreciate your time.
No worries.
Cheers, Andrew. Nice to meet you. Cheers.
Bye.
All right, boys. We started off talking about the Vikings. I'm just take a leave for 2 minutes, but Steve, if you can pick up where the Vikings are going to go, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. I have got the Vikings taking Elijah Vera Tucker, interior lineman from USC. As Andrew's just said, they've just released starting left tackle Riley Reef because they're in cap hell. That saves them $12 million in cap space. And Vera Tucker's one of these guys, great blend of size, power, athleticism. A tough guy, and he can play left or right guard as well as left tackle. He's played all across the line for USC. And the one thing the Vikings do not want to see is Kirk Cousins throwing under pressure. That's their nightmare scenario. So they need that line to be solid. And I think Vera Tucker is like a great option for them. What do you reckon?
Vikings, I think it's you, Ant.
Oh, is Matt gone? Sorry, I was just looking through some messages we've been getting. Yeah, I'm fully on board with you, Steve. They don't have a left side of an offensive line. And the thing with Vera Tucker, they said he might not be a left tackle at this level, but he has played at both positions, left tackle, left guard. They need someone who's versatile on that side of the line. So for me, that's the one pick they need to make there. They're not going to find a guy who's as versatile as that. The other big needs I've got for them there are safety and cornerback. They're not going to draft Mo Riggs so early, and I think a lot of the good corners are already gone by then. So it just makes a lot of sense that Vera Tucker goes, as I say, just because of that versatility between left guard and left tackle.
Ryan, thoughts?
What was that?
What do you reckon, Ryan? Are you in the same camp?
Yeah, like you say, Riley Reef's gone. He was a cap casualty, so they've got to find someone to help on that line because they're going to have to create some holes for Dalvin Cook. He is going to need some help on that side, a bit of push to help him and Kirk Cousins. So I think that sort of makes sense. Like you say, the second need could be safety. Because like you say, did Anthony Harris, did he walk or was he allowed to go? I think he was, wasn't he? So they do need a safety.
Also, this is Anthony Barr's last season at linebacker, so they could have a linebacker need as well. So that's one to watch. And obviously the Daniel Hunter situation, because he's seen a lot of other edge rushers get big contracts. So I think he's angling for some more cash.
Yeah, I feel like the Vikings are in the midst of, well, not in a rebuild, but in the next year or two, they're about to see some big overhaul on that defense, I think.
I want to see the option where they don't address the offensive line at all and Kirk Cousins gets chased around like the overpaid fraud that he is.
I think the Jaguars could be on the clock any second.
If they take more than 30 seconds for this pick, they should be fined pick 25? Is it 25 they're at next?
I'm telling you now, they're going to take at least 3 minutes. They're going to milk it for 3 minutes. That's my prediction.
You always do. You always do.
It was interesting. I was watching something earlier and they say the longer you're on the clock, the longer the eyes are on you and your organization, the more attention that's around there. So that's why they do it. But it's like, come on, you've given him the playbook. You've scheduled his pro day early. You've scheduled his rehab. We all know what you're doing, so just get it over and done with. And give us all 3 points on the mock draft simulator, on our mock drafts.
Yeah.
Did we finish off the Vikings?
Yeah, we've done.
Fantastic. Okay. Should we do New England? Then in that case, I'll kick it off by saying it's quarterback. It's got to be quarterback. I know there's several mocks out there saying they'll just take Falls to them, and that could be linebacker, which is probably their second biggest need, or wide receiver is probably just as big a need, actually, considering what's happened with their only first-round draft pick and what they have to offer at the moment. I know they've invested there recently in free agency with some big money, but Cam Newton is not the future. Cam Newton can run a style of offense which can be successful, but it's not going to win any championships. It's going to grind its way to 9-8 or 10-7 at an absolute ceiling, and will lose in the first round of the playoffs. I expect them to move up. I expect them to take quarterback Falls. I don't see any of the top 5 being there at 15 because I think other teams will not let that happen. So they've got to move up. I think they'll be targeting us, Carolina, and Denver as prime trade-up candidates. Although if Rodgers moves to Denver, then that obviously will take them out of the running because I presume that Green Bay will have the 9th overall pick. Ryan, what are you thinking, man?
I agree. It's got to be quarterback. Like you say, there's rumours that they could be in the market for Jimmy Garoppolo. There could be something that happens in the next few days, but they can't bank on that. They can't just rely on the 49ers are going to give in and crumble and send them their way. I think they do have to trade up for a quarterback. And I think it's going to be someone like Trey Lance. They're going to have to come up to at least maybe 7 or 8. They're going to have to speak to us potentially because no one's fallen that far. And I know Bill's not a huge risk taker, but right now, if this franchise wants to actually turn a corner and get it, and they're going to have to do something big, and they're going to have to do it now.
Steve?
Yeah, it's a quarterback, and I think we are probably their main target. I think they'll come up to 7, and I can see them taking Justin Fields at 7, and I hope we get at least their second round pick for that.
Ant?
It's a very interesting proposition here. So you wonder what sort of quarterback they're going to go for. If Jones and Lance slide and are there at 7, I can see the Patriots going up, but you've got to think they're 1 year removed from Tom Brady, a pocket passer who doesn't run, who plays the short pass game type thing. He's Mac Jones type quarterback. Are they going to go back to the system that served them so well for so many years? Or after 1 year with Cam Newton, are they going to try and evolve and go with the dual threat quarterback, say Justin Fields or Trey Lance? And at this point, I couldn't really answer the question. They will have to go one of ways, but they could go either way. They could go back to the pocket passer, or they could evolve with the times and go the dual threat guy. But I think it has to be quarterback. And I think I saw something saying that the Garoppolo deal is not happening, at least anytime soon. So I think they're going to wait and see how the board falls for them. Obviously, if 5 QBs go early, they're in trouble. But I see them trading up for a quarterback, but I'm just not sure what style they're going to take going forward.
So we've got a couple of comments on Twitch. One from Ashley Soden, who said that the Pats can't afford Jimmy's contract because of how much money they've given out so far, and Jimmy is on an insane deal for his level of talent. I have to agree with that. And we've got tomorrow's Patriots fan in the chat as well. So it's James Kirkham, who's at Dark Blue Goals, who said he's mocked the Pats trading for 7 as he thinks it's beneficial for both parties. And I got to say, I like that move. It really depends on how much he's offering, because I think there'll be a few in the market for 7, but I'm not adverse to trading with the Patriots. And I think that there's a lot of chat out there about no one wants to make the Patriots be, or let the Patriots be good again, and that they're not good now, and that the quarterback might change their fortunes. It might happen, but I'm not about to sacrifice the Lions on the altar of all the Patriots might be good. We might make Washington football team even better than them if we traded with them. So, does it really matter?
I think we're overestimating Bill Belichick's ability to adapt, and I can also see the Patriots making like an ultra pragmatic pick and just like taking like a linebacker like JOK or Zaven Collins. I can see that happening.
You're echoing Aaron's comments on YouTube. He said, "Is Bill Belichick really an evolver? He's a great head coach, but will he evolve?" I mean, this last year is the first time he's really ever had to deal without Brady, so it's the first time he's been sort of exposed to needing to evolve a bit. But I'm with him. I can see him going back to the tried and tested route. And we said from months ago, schematically, New England and Pittsburgh are the 2 places that still cater for pocket passes. So that a new one may get success in the league. So it's interesting to see is he going to try and move with the times, or is he going back to tried and true? Because obviously Smith's there this year. Hunter Henry, he's bought the tight ends back. He's tried to replace Gronk. Is he going to try and replace Brady as well?
I haven't got my YouTube stream going, but Fletch, that's a very good point. Great minds think alike.
What did he say?
He just said he reckons that Mac Jones will be the pick to
Right.
New England if so, because he doesn't think that Belichick is an evolved type head coach.
The commissioner's on the podium just announcing the start now.
Do we all boo him?
But we can all do it. We can all do it silently. Just a quick reply from James. He said all the Pats fans were resigned to a trade down. It's just after free agency that the baseline has rocketed. He thinks there's 3 potential quarterbacks out there, and there's lots of buzz for Fields. Jones is divisive, and Lance might be the one they go for after all. Or they could take a punter. Who knows? I like your sense of humour, man. Oh, God. Whenever Roger comes on, because he's always greeted by football players, even though he's a massive bloke himself, he always looks tiny. Do you know what I mean?
Who's the guy on the right? Jeez. Like a man mountain.
Is that Joe Thomas? I think that's Joe Thomas who was on the build-up coverage.
He's a big fella.
He is a big boy.
Aaron says he loves you, Steve.
Oh, man. Wish you were here, man. All right. So, who's next up in our list? We've got Arizona. And do you want to take up Arizona?
Yeah, I think if I remember rightly, their big need is corner, and I mocked JC Horn to them. Now I still think corner is going to be the thing for them, but they may have to trade or they may have to settle for a slightly less better corner than before. I mean, if Horn is to go as cornerback 2 now and Farley drops to them, I know he's got medical issues and that, but I think they may pull the trigger and take a chance on him because I still think it's a little bit too early for some of the other guys, your Greg Newsoms, your Eric Stokes, your Asante Samuels. So they need a corner, especially in that division. That's the one glaring weakness in their team. They've made a lot of good free agent signings, but don't be surprised to see Farley or Horn end up there.
How do you see it, Steve?
Yeah, I've got JC Horn falling to 16. They've never really replaced Patrick Peterson in free agency. I think they've added Malcolm Butler, but in that division, they're going to be playing against Stafford now. So, I'd be taking a corner all the way. I think it could be Greg Newsom, but I think JC Horn, with the way the picks work out, could fall down there.
How about you, Ryan?
For me, yeah, they've pretty much said it all. For me, it's Caleb Farley. The injury issues, he's going to slide a little. So he's my third-ranked corner, but I think he's great value at 16 for Arizona. And once he heals up, he's probably going to prove us wrong and potentially be the best of the three taken.
Commission's just about to announce that the draft is open.
It's 16 minutes past 1. I mean,
there we go.
And if he's not back within 30 seconds with that pick, then someone needs having a word with. We all know what it is.
He should just stay there.
He should just stay there. He's just like, you know what? I'm not even going to wait for it. It's Trevor Lawrence. We're done. Pick 2. Jets, you're on the clock.
Yeah. Get off the showboat, Jacksonville.
I'm just going to round off the Arizona chat by saying that I do not think they'll be taking a corner. And the reason I don't think they'll be taking a corner is I don't think they'll trade up. And I don't think Horn or the other one, the number 1 corner, whose name escapes me.
Surtain.
I don't think they'll be there. And I don't think they'll pull the trigger on Farley because I think he's going to fall out of the first round altogether. I think there's some worrying news that came out actually yesterday or the day before about his injury. And I think he might fall quite a long way. And I don't see any of the corners that are value there. But what I do see as value is if Minnesota don't go Elijah Vera-Tucker, I think this is a terrific landing spot for him. They need O-line help in a big way. If they don't go for that, I could see Parsons going there as well. So those are my couple of guys, but I don't see them trading up. I just don't think they're in the window to do so. I think they're in kind of purgatory at the moment, especially in that division, where if they mortgage the future, they're probably not even going to get into the playoffs with who they're up against at the moment. So just bide your time, let the ball fall to you, take the best player that's there. And apparently Farley had COVID twice recently, according to Ashley. So, that's a pretty harsh hand to be dealt with, the 2 back surgeries as well. All right, Vegas. I'll kick this one off. So, Vegas, the real wild card in probably the whole thing, because no one knows what Gruden's going to do. No one's got a clue. But their biggest needs are probably tackle and linebacker. And I could see them going for Tevin Jenkins, probably my 3rd-ranked offensive tackle. It'd be a really, really nice landing spot for Parsons, but I'm not sure he lasts to this point. I could see them going JOK. The Swiss Army knife aspect to JOK would fit them really, really well. Zaven Collins as well would be great. Could be an outside bet for Morig. Maybe. Anyway, Ryan, how do you see it?
I'm going linebacker. I look at their offense, and other than the line, I don't see too many issues. They've got quite a few key pieces. But on the back end, behind the likes of Crosby and the defensive line, they're pretty weak in the middle. We know they've got Tahir Whitehead, but he's aging. He's coming to the end of the deal. He won't be around much longer, so they do need to find a replacement, a future linebacker. So I'm going JOK or a Owusu. So I think he's going to be he's the kind of guy you'll sit there, and if you're happy for them to fall to him, he will. Like say, someone might trade up for him potentially, but right now he's there, so I'll take him. And he's going to slip right in.
Steve?
Yeah, I've got Christian Darrisaw. I think that they've got a big need on offensive line, and I think Darrisaw is probably he's the third tackle off my board behind Sewell and Slater. I don't think he's a great pick for the Raiders, but then it's classic Raiders. He's a classic Raiders pick. So yeah, I'm going with Darrisaw.
Ant, how you feeling?
This has been my landing spot for Owusu Koromoa for some time. I think they're going to go, well, a regular person would go linebacker with their needs. I think he's very good value for them at that pick. But in reality, whatever Gruden could do, I could take my book of players here, just open it to a random page, close my eyes, pick a player, and I've probably got a good chance of guessing who they might draft. So it's just Gruden's way, but it's Jock. It's got to be Jock for me.
So Ashley's just commented saying he thinks the Raiders seem to like big school 4-year starter safe picks in the first. So he thinks it's going to be Christian Barmore. Thoughts?
Ooh, I know Barmore's got his disciplinary issues, hasn't he? They said he's not taking good to coaching. Said he's difficult to train. I think that's going to drop him out the first round. If they're going to go that position, you'd expect it to be on Wuzurike.
Yeah,
Anyone else?
I've got Barmore going to Cleveland at 26. I think he'll drop a bit more than that, but I can see. I mean, Cleveland's got a history of taking players with problems, so it sounds like right at their street.
I agree. If you're looking for someone that's going to come in and be a good locker room body, someone that's going to take Wike, I think Barmore will slide. It's going to take someone that's got a bit more about them. I'd say Cleveland, they've got Myles Garrett, so disciplinary issues don't really bother them all that much. They think they can overlook that. So I think Levi will go to them if they do take a defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm. I could see Barmore. I think it was around the NFL podcast I was listening to recently, which basically said that, we've heard that Barmore has had these issues, and it's like, okay, but if you've got that level of production, I don't really care. You're uncoachable. What if you're already very, very good? So I can kind of buy into that sort of view. And also, I kind of think that they're the sort of people that think we know more than you, and this guy's great, so we're going to take him because you don't think we should. Like a sort of, as an organisation, they seem to be contrarian at their core. It's just what they're all about. So, we really need a defensive line. Do we? Well, let's go defensive line then. It seems to be so then.
The Jaguars have now wasted 7 minutes of my time.
Yep. We're now at 3 minutes. Like, how have they taken over 6 minutes?
How long is exactly on your clocks, by the way, just so I know how far I'm behind?
2:50.
I'm on 3:20.
2:52 now. So
yeah, I'm about the same as Ant. So we're both about half a minute behind you, so you're going to have to spoil it for us.
I don't think you're spoiling the first pick, to be fair.
I've got the board ready. I'm ready to put some twos in.
Hey. I'm sure you guys don't know this, but we've all done our mock drafts, and there's going to be probably a few beers on the line, maybe. We've said it's pride, but it's at least a few beers on the basis of what we're doing here. So it's 2 points if you've got team, position, and player in the right place. If you've got one of those wrong, so player into the right team or player in the right place, but not the player or the team in either regards, then you get 1 point. And if you pick a player in your 32 that doesn't go in the top 32, you lose a point. And getting down to those final 10 picks is going to be fairly hazardous. I think there's going to be a few that definitely don't make it in that we've picked. So we're going to be monitoring that through the night. Ryan's going to be our scorer.
After pick 10, don't expect us to get many points because it could just be a total free-for-all then.
It will be.
Oh,
horrific.
The pick is in.
Oh, I wonder who it is. Right. Let's briefly talk Miami. We talked about them before, obviously at pick 6. Hello, Paul. Hello. How are you doing? Hi, Paul.
Morning, Paul.
How is everyone?
Not too bad, thank you. So Paul Brown super fan. You can catch him. I had your Twitter up a minute ago, but I just navigated away from it. Beg your pardon. Your Twitter is at Paul Brown _UK. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. It's actually my 40th birthday, so I'm having a drink. So
I do not blame you, man.
Good
Many
plan.
happy
Good birthday.
returns.
Happy birthday.
thank you very much.
And,
Thank
and,
you
and
so-
what are you hoping for your what pick are you hoping for your birthday?
Not to trade down. Either a cornerback or a defensive end. So yeah, that'd be good. I think.
Anyone in mind at the defensive end?
Do you know what? There's a lot of names being shouted out there. I've gone with Greg R as my if it drops that far, but yeah, otherwise, mate, whatever we get. I really don't want to take a linebacker, but yeah, let's just see.
How about those sort of hybrid outside linebacker type defensive ends that kind of bridge that gap to your Ojalaris and people like that? Or do you want a pure edge?
Yeah, I think I would go with a pure edge. Even though Woods does like to sometimes bring the safety all the way up and stuff, but yeah, for me, look, Andrew Berry's going to pick the best player in my eyes, so fingers crossed he picks the right person for the scheme. So, we've got 2 great starting defensive ends, but Clowney will leave end of next year, and yeah, obviously we've got Myles Garrett.
There's Trevor Lawrence that I've just had in the last 30 seconds. There we go. The pick we all knew was happening. The man with the surfer dude hair that just doesn't look like it belongs, but probably the best player in college football in the last 5 years or so, would you say, Ryan?
Yeah, consensus. He's basically came out of high school, barely lost in his career. Just a born winner.
Not lost a game, actually. He's undefeated in his entire career.
Yeah, Urban Meyer will be making him cut his hair pretty soon.
Paul, tell us a little bit about yourself. If you've got the show's background there.
Yeah, so host a daily podcast for the last 4 years, always about the Cleveland Browns. I try and get out to a good handful of games every year. 2019, I went out to 9 games across the pond.
Wow.
Yeah, I really enjoy spending my weekends in Cleveland or traveling America, and yeah, super excited for the Browns at the moment. But whether we're winning or losing, I love the tailgate more than anything else. So
you must be fairly well acquainted with, or we share a Wire correspondent in Jeff Risdon. I don't know if you know him particularly well.
I know Jeff very well. Good guy, Jeff. But I always ask the question: are you a Browns fan or are you a Lions fan?
I suspect he probably declines to answer the question.
Yeah, no, I think he's a Browns fan. But yeah.
So where do you see the team's major holes? Obviously, you said you want an edge, but outside of that, where else could you improve?
Yeah, I think definitely wide receiver. Cornerback would be probably the most safest position we could possibly take. And then, yeah, defensive tackle, linebacker. They're the real, and yeah, we all know that O-line's priceless. So, us taking an O-line would be a shock, but it wouldn't put it past the GMs.
Steve, do you want to take it from here, man?
Yeah, I've got so I've mocked Christian Barmore to the Browns. I don't know what you think about that as a sort of pick.
Yeah. The problem of picking at 26, this is all new to me. You know, I'm used to getting my pick out of the way and then getting some sleep in. So yeah, this is very unbrowns like. So yeah, there's a few Browns a few Browns fans going for this pick, but yeah, I personally, I'm not sure. I really do think it will be a edge or cornerback.
And then, so you've obviously been over a lot, and do you tend to go to Browns home games, or have you seen the Browns at like away venues as well?
Yeah, my goal now is really to do one home game every season, and then do 3, 4, 5 new away games. That's kind of the goal. Really get them direct flights from London to American cities.
And have you done all the kind of AFC North like derby games?
Yeah. Yes, I've done all of them home and away.
I've got a really good friend in Michigan, and we were chatting about this, and he said that the AFC North and the NFC North are like really similar in terms of their kind of like attitude, and it's all about the geography. So he was explaining that like 6 or 7 of the divisions, the geography is kind of so sporadic and spaced over like thousands of miles that there just isn't that local rivalry. But the NFC North, with the sort of geographical position of like Minnesota, Green Bay, Chicago, Detroit, is like the tightest, apart from probably the AFC North, where Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and I think Baltimore's a bit further away, but it's all pretty like tight. Do you kind of feel that when you go out there?
Yeah, especially in the stadiums. It's really bizarre. You know, the stadiums are really similar. The Paul Brown Stadium, ironically, in Bengals, is a little bit more smaller, but they're all open and very similar feel. So, yeah, you know, Steelers to Browns is 2 hours, to Bengals is 2 hours. Like you said, Ravens, I think it's probably about a 10-hour drive.
But yeah, 2 hours is kind of like round the corner in American geography terms.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So I've been to like Ohio State games over there as well, and 2 hours away. You know, everything seems to be 2 hours away. But yeah, I think it's a great division, great history. Obviously, we would prefer the Ravens not to be there, but it is what it is. And you know, Detroit, you know, is 2.5 hours away from Cleveland. Chicago's 5 hours. You know, the Colts, I'm going to guess 5 hours away. So yeah, there's a lot of teams close to Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of the center of everywhere. Have you got any thoughts about players perhaps further down the draft that you've kind of fallen in love with that you'd love to see Cleveland take?
Yeah. So yes. Sorry, guys. I look at the draft from positions rather than players.
Yeah.
So I normally want to fill positions and blah blah blah, and I'll be brutally honest. This is probably the year that I've spent the less time looking at players, just because with that 26th spot, it can go absolutely anywhere.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been with COVID and you know, no combine. Well, not the combine as we know it. I haven't really got into it this year, to be honest. And that's just the way it is, you know. But if we're picking in the top 10, obviously I'm all over it. But I think we've done well. I think we've done well in the draft recently. So yeah, fingers crossed. You know, today is a good day for us.
Mm. And what's your favorite moment as a fan? Do you think? You've obviously seen a lot of games.
Yeah, probably Browns winning against the Steelers in Cleveland, and Myles Garrett hits what was he called?
Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, with the helmet. That was probably probably the best highlight. So far.
We all had Zach Wilson.
Oh yeah, Zach Wilson's just gone to the Jets.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Now this is the big pick. Now the third one, right?
Yeah.
This-
Yeah,
this is
the
gonna
third,
tell
third
us a
and
lot.
fourth ones are the big ones that can swing things. So, oh,
Yeah.
draft starts now. This is
Yeah, San Francisco will milk this for a good 9 minutes.
well, they'll have to because they haven't decided who they're taking yet.
Do you think they're going to trade for Rodgers?
Oh, I wish. I wish
We just
Certainly
want
hope so.
Rodgers out the
Just get rid
division.
of him.
Yeah, out the division. See you later.
that would be ideal, but no, I don't think they will. I think they'll take what they think is the best quarterback on the board, and I think that'll be Mac Jones. I really don't think they should. I think he's not the best quarterback there, but I think he'll take it.
Can't see anyone trading for Rodgers really. I think his contract's huge. So if you're committing to him, you're buying into him for a few years. Like you're putting the rest of the team on hold potentially. Whoever takes him.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if they do the same as the Stafford Goff? And if rumors are true, so he goes to Denver and Green Bay gets Drew Lock. That'd be brilliant.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
My mate, who's an insider at Denver, saying it's not going to happen. What's he called? Ben Albright. So he's saying it's not. Rodgers to Denver's not happening, but who knows?
That would be so great. I'd be so happy with that.
Yeah,
Just on the Browns again. Obviously, your transition from perennial near first overall pick, kind of where we've been for a lot of our time. We know how you feel on that. Your transition to this position and seeing the Browns actually be good again. How satisfying is it, and where do you expect to end up this coming year?
It's a weird feeling, and it's a bizarre thing as well because the podcast numbers were better when the Browns weren't doing so well. It's a bit crazy, and I enjoy the Browns whether they're winning or losing. Just the fans and all of that. But yeah, it is great to be playing games in January. That's great, and beating the Steelers twice back to back, that was great. The Chiefs, we could have won that game. Did we deserve to win the game? No, to be honest. And and that's the NFL really. So we had an opportunity, we didn't take it, we lost. American sports, NFL. There we go.
Do you expect to get back there this year?
I'm a little bit concerned of the hype train, to be honest. I think, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, I think people are saying the Browns are going to be a top 5, top 10 team, coming into this season. And, that could do us more harm than anything else with the hype. I much prefer us to be underdogs and grow throughout the season. But, yeah, you look at our players, you look at our 53 man that we predict, it's a strong on paper team. So we've got some weaknesses. Linebackers, we just lost Sheldon Richardson, defensive tackle. So yeah, they're going back. We may take a defensive tackle, but I think Richardson will come back on a reduced wage, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. We're going to start traversing into our next guest time shortly, so I'm going to maybe ask a couple more short questions and see what happens. So, I was going to ask about picks, but you said, so do you see the Ravens rebounding? I mean, they were this team a couple of years ago who obviously had one of the most amazing regular season records ever, and then kind of underwhelmed last year. Do you see them making a big bounce back?
Yeah, definitely. I think the Ravens have got a lot of strength. It's going to be a hard division, Steelers, Bengals could start putting it together now, So, as you said, our division is going to be a tough division. So, Ravens, I think, yeah, they could easily just win the Super Bowl, and then they may not make the playoffs. You know, if we can all work out Lamar and how to play against him, they may need a new quarterback.
Yeah. Once we figure that out, that's going to be the death knells, perhaps. Boys, any further questions for Paul?
Yeah, I'll say. In the recent years, what do you think has happened with Baker? It's like he's suddenly, I don't know, he's kind of grown up. Like he's suddenly realised this is the big boy leagues now. He needs to maybe be a bit more serious. Do you think that's is someone put an arm around him and told him like, you're the leader of this franchise, we need to rely on you? Because his play last year or two is elevated to a new level.
Yeah, I think definitely coming into his second season, he was a bit too cocky and had more commercials than touchdowns. So I think he's definitely had someone in his ear to said, look, third season, then your fourth season. A lot of players, don't get extensions, and you could be out of this league very quickly. So he's done well. He's done really well, Baker Mayfield, and fair play to him. He's led on the field and off the field and shut up a lot. And I think it's done him a lot of good. And I think he was always humble. He always had that spark in him to win a game. But, he has lost a lot of big games as well in his careers. So, yeah, I think he knows this now. And I think he's been hit quite hard. There was a bit of scandal about him, some local girl giving him some sort of oral sex outside the Cheesecake Factory. And, I think that may have hit a nerve as well. So, Baker's a great guy. He's all about Cleveland. He's all about the team. And I think he will get an extension. I think Cleveland like him a lot. If he really, really dives this season, then I think the Browns will not renew his contract.
All right. That's going to be the end of our time, I think, Paul. So thank you very much for coming on. Where can we find your show?
Yeah, I highly recommend no one to listen to it unless you're a Cleveland Browns fan. It's always talking about the Browns, but yeah.
Oh, Trey Lance
To the San Francisco 49ers.
God damn it.
There it is. Apologies,
we all blew
Paul.
that one.
No, mate, that's bigger news than my podcast, mate, so that's fine.
Right, thank you.
I love you and leave you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, man.
Really good catching up, guys, and
speak soon.
You'll see me celebrating at the 26th as long as we don't trade down.
Sounds good to me. See you then.
Thanks for coming.
Take care, guys.
Have a good birthday.
Cheers, guys.
Oh, man.
Wow, Trey Lance.
Oh,
Wow.
that's knackered.
Wow.
That's knackered. We've all got a big fat zero there.
I
knackered things
am
up.
so happy for him.
Oh, yeah, because everyone else went for Fields, didn't they?
Fields or Jones?
Did anyone go
Jesus.
for Lance?
No.
No.
Yeah.
That's blown it wide open. But
Yeah, that's
Fields is at
changed things
4
now.
now. I've still got Denver going up to 4 for Fields. So now that the NFL ready guy is there at 4, some teams are going to be very interested now. But I mean, you're asking Lance, they were talking about Lance earlier, and they said he's played the least number of snaps in collegiate football and been taken in the top 10 since Robert Sanchez, which was a long time ago. But he's played about 308 snaps, I think it is, at college football, and that is it. And now he's going to be in a league with Stafford, with Russell Wilson, with Kyler Murray, 3 incredibly good teams there. Wow, that is a big pick, and Shanahan.
I like it. I do
It's a
like that
big-
move, though.
The thing is, when the trade happened, I immediately thought Lance. Did you guys think Lance?
No, I thought Fields.
No, I thought Fields. I thought
Yeah.
they'd go for the NFL
Oh,
ready
okay,
guy.
just me then. So they came out and said, Garoppolo's our quarterback. He's going to be our quarterback this year, probably. Or at least, we're going to keep him around. So I just thought, you know what, if that's true, if they're actually playing it with a straight back, which they don't always do, but if they do, that means Lance, right? You're not going to sit Fields or Jones over someone that needs a bit of sitting, but Lance probably has the highest ceiling of any of those guys, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Teams' outward commitment to players, as we know, isn't always the final say on it. I mean, Belichick loved Garoppolo, but they ended up canning him and staying with Brady. It was always one of those where I think they wanted the NFL ready guy. It's Atlanta, the one we're looking at for the development QB.
Mm.
But I think that takes Atlanta out the QB conversation now, though. I don't think they take Fields to sit for 2 years, unless they decide Jones is the guy. But
Jones is too similar to Ryan. He's a pocket passer.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's high
Well,
time that we
one
bring
of
in
them's
our
fallen
next
to us.
guest as well, Thomas Ritchie from the Denver Broncos UK. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Nice to join you all, gents.
Thank you very much for coming on. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself to kick us off?
Yeah, well, I've been a Broncos fan for 7 years now, I think. No, longer than that. 9 years. Peyton Manning's first year. Wasn't Peyton Manning related. I had no idea who he was when he joined the Broncos. It was just a bit of luck that I watched a random late night Broncos game, and they were playing against the Falcons. I think I ended up making the right choice out of the two teams there anyway. So yeah, I'm from Leeds. That's me.
All right, Ryan, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Morning, Thomas. So for you, in this first round, what are your needs now? What are you thinking after the Bridgewater trade? Where are you leaning towards? Who would you like to see taken?
I don't think the Bridgewater trade changes anything. I think he's going to be the backup to, well, he could be out Drew Lock, I suppose, but he would be the backup to Drew Lock or the backup to a rookie or the backup to Aaron Rodgers, as Twitter has been going into overdrive in the last hour. I think a bit of water has been poured on that for the time being, but
let's hope not. Let's pour some petrol on that, not water.
I think you're looking at Justin Fields in a dream scenario right now for the Broncos. You know, taking Rodgers out of the equation. I still think quarterback is the biggest need. Until you've got a quarterback, you're not going to go anywhere in this league.
I'd say Fields has potentially fallen. Like the 49ers taking Lance has opened up quite a few options for Denver. You could possibly see a trade up very soon if possible.
Yeah, I think especially if a team like the Patriots is interested in Fields, they're going to have to jump up to, at least get to where they wanted to go. I was hoping that the 49ers did take Mac Jones because, I quite liked the possibility of Trey Lance coming in there. He wouldn't have to start straight away with Teddy Bridgewater. Obviously, that's off the table now. So, yeah, I think jumping up to 6 could be the spot. If the Broncos are in love with Justin Fields, you've got to do what you've got to do to go get him now.
Yeah. So if we were looking at later rounds outside of the first, what are your other needs? Is there any players you've really fallen for that you think would suit the Broncos in other areas?
I think linebacker is a need as well. That's probably the one position where someone could come in and start straight away outside of quarterback. So, I mean, I've seen Baron Browning, floated around in the second round. Who knows where Micah Parsons will go? Probably in the first round. Maybe the Broncos will trade back from 9 and pick him up, a few picks below if they decide linebacker is the route to go. But I think, the Broncos probably need a linebacker, and then you're just looking at safety depth and maybe a right tackle as well at some point. But I'm not sure either of those guys are going to be starting straight away. So you can look at them in the 3rd and 4th.
Just a quick one, guys. The Falcons have not traded their pickers in for number 4.
Got to be Carl Pitts then, hasn't it? If it's anyone else, it's wrong.
It better not be Justin Fields.
Here we go.
Oh, hang on.
And here we go.
You're
Here
a
we
bit
go.
in front of me, so I'm gonna
Spoil it for us, Steve. You're ahead of us. Do it.
It's Pitts.
Yeah, there we go. Had to be.
All right. Well, that's good news for the Broncos anyway.
He's wearing a very substantial bow tie, Pitts is. He looks like a sort of 1940s band leader.
Has anyone got any questions? And open up the floor for Thomas.
Well, apparently the Packers won't be trading Rodgers. I've just seen on Twitter the front office have decided to call his bluff, apparently. So it looks like he'll be staying in Green Bay at least for a little longer. So I think we are looking for Justin Fields right now.
It all sounds a bit toxic in Wisconsin.
It does.
It
It
does.
really does. How do you see next year going? Where do you think you're going to fit in terms of your division? Because it's not an I mean, none of them are easy divisions really, but you have a terrific team that's just lacking a spark, I think.
Yeah, I think this team is a quarterback away from competing. Now, obviously, if that quarterback is Justin Fields, say, we're probably not going to compete this year because rookie quarterbacks don't often do that. But he could put us in position to compete in 2, 3, 4 years' time. You know, you'll have 5 years of him under team control where you can build around him. I think if the Broncos did get Aaron Rodgers, we'd be competing, you know, right now. But I think, you know, Justin Fields, if we can get him, he does set you up long term, doesn't he? You know, you're hoping there that he can be a franchise quarterback for 10, 15 years. And, you know, some would argue that that's better than getting someone for 3 years on a rental.
I think we were discussing, obviously, Atlanta's pick, and I think, you know, we thought quarterback could be the way, but we also, you know, kind of noted that the Falcons have lost so many games because, you know, the defense can't make a stop. And I thought that, you know, that they should trade back and pick a linebacker or get some more pass rush. How do you think Arthur Smith coming in as new head coach will kind of like alter the kind of plan?
You know, I think they've got to try and get out of Matt Ryan what they can get out of, haven't they, in his last couple of years. You know, he's going to be happy to have Kyle Pitts there. I think any quarterback in the NFL would be happy to have Kyle Pitts. I think, you know, their option was take a quarterback or go all in on Matt Ryan for 2 more years or whatever it is. And, you know, they've opted for that route. You know, I don't think they're going to win a Super Bowl, but, you know, that's the route they've gone. And it gives
do you think the Pitts pick will be the end of Julio Jones?
I think I don't see why I don't understand why they would want to trade Jones, to be honest. That's all come out a bit bizarre from my point of view. I mean, you know, he's one of the top wide receivers about. You know, you've just got another potentially elite receiving option to put with him. You know, you pair those two, who a defense is going to guard. You know, it makes it so much more difficult.
Yeah. And Ridley as well. I mean, Ridley's quite underrated.
I mean, that's what we've seen with the Broncos doubling up on wide receivers last year. So, you know, you get Cortland Sutton healthy. You've got Sutton, Judy, Noah Fant, KJ Hamler. It's, you know, pick your poison. One of those guys, if you get a quarterback who can do enough, is going to eat and cause defenses all sorts of problems. So that's kind of why the Broncos are just a quarterback away, and why I wouldn't understand the Falcons would want to get rid of one of their elite weapons when they have got a good quarterback in place.
Is there anything about the draft, especially on day one, that you think is definitely going to happen that isn't being reported? You know, you've kind of locked into a particular pick, or is there something you think that the league are like, well, this is just definitely going to happen, and you just don't see it?
I think the Mac Jones thing was, I just didn't understand why they would take Mac Jones at 3. I mean, Justin Fields, I mean, should the Jets really have taken Justin Fields? I think you could definitely make that argument that Fields is the second best quarterback in this class. You know,
I would definitely make that case.
If the Broncos were picking 2, you know, I think for me, it'd be a very difficult decision between Wilson and Fields. So yeah, I've not quite understood why Fields has been dropping down. I've seen on some boards he's dropped down into the teens. I just don't. I mean, there must be something behind the scenes there. That's one thing I don't get. I don't get the Justin Fields falling down or the Mac Jones going so high.
No, I agree. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to Fields in these next couple of picks and whether anyone trades down or takes him unexpectedly.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure the Dolphins won't be in on a quarterback at 6, will they? So that's probably where someone could,
Yeah.
the Broncos at 9, could they jump up to 6? The Dolphins, it's not going too far back.
And are there any players that you've kind of like picked out in the sort of first round of the draft that you absolutely don't want to see playing against the Falcons this year, like that end up at the Saints or the Panthers? Is there anyone that you really like just don't want to have to face?
I'm a Broncos fan, not a Falcons fan.
Sorry, yeah. So for the Raiders or the
yeah.
So I was just looking at Carl Pitts.
Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you don't want, if one of them got Penny Sewell, it would make life a bit tougher for Von Miller and Bradley Chubb. I'd much rather they be going against what's already in the division. He's a guy that I would like to keep out of the division. But I mean, they've got the Chiefs are pretty stacked already, aren't they? You know what you're going to get with them. The Chargers, they're going to be the Chargers. They'll probably find some way to muck it up, and the Reds will probably draft someone no one had in their top 50. So yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose Micah Parsons, I wouldn't like to see him in the division either, because I think, character issues aside, the talent that he's got, if he had no character red flags, he'd be a perfect linebacker for this Broncos defense. But I'm just not sure whether the Broncos would make that pick of him.
What's been your favourite moment as a fan so far in your fandom in the last 9 years?
Well, that's Super Bowl 50 is, that's a moment that stands out. Obviously, that whole season was pretty special. I mean, the one game in that season, aside from the Super Bowl, that stands out is the Sunday night football game against the Patriots in the snow, when Von Miller took down Brady a few times and CJ Anderson scored the walk-off touchdown from 50 yards. That was kind of the big moment. And then obviously the Super Bowl is, it don't get any better than that, does it? And then, Peyton Manning walking away at the top, Von Miller just completely demolishing Cam Newton, breaking Cam Newton for the rest of his career. It seems like he's not been the same quarterback since that game. So, he don't get much better than Super Bowl 50. And hopefully the Broncos can get a quarterback who will take us back there in the not too distant future.
Is it, do you think Von Miller's going to be back to sort of full fitness this season? Have you heard any sort of whispers from like training camp or, in terms of whether he's going to be ready?
Yeah, he'll be ready to go. Obviously, you don't know how that's going to translate to a game when he's not played for been 2 years since he stepped on an NFL field, almost 18 months or so. So, yeah, you don't know how it's translate, but I think he's going to be good to go for training camp. He's been in working out. Ja'Marr Chase.
Ja'Marr Chase is the pick for the Bengals.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Ooh, juicy.
That's
Now we're on to
wild.
number 6. So now it gets interesting.
Okay, so the Dolphins now have a big choice. Big choice. Do they take Sewell? Do they take Smith, Waddle, Parsons?
I can't see him taking Saul. I think they'll take a wide receiver.
And there'd still be a wide receiver there for them at 9, wouldn't they? If they did trade back with the Broncos, you would figure.
Yeah. Well, Waddle or Smith.
Yeah. I mean, who do you think the Lions will go for at 7?
Oh God.
Fields is
Yeah,
going to be
Fields.
there now.
It's looking
so
like it
we've
could
got
be
a big
Fields.
choice to make.
I can't see it being a quarterback. We could all be so wrong.
Man. This has thrown it all out of whack. I don't know what to think anymore.
My brain's scrambled.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what to do. What do we want? What do we want from Miami?
I mean, who? I mean, are they in on a wide receiver?
Yeah, I think so. I think that I think they'll. And obviously,
A wide receiver or trade back?
well, there's the Tua Alabama connection, so I can see Tua played with both Waddle and Smith, didn't he? I think.
Yeah, possibly.
Yes, yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
he did.
Yes.
All right.
We all got this
Um,
wrong.
Tom, I think that's gonna do it for our time
Yeah.
with you. But thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything you
Yeah.
want to say before you leave, plug or what have you? So, what happens in the? Is it just a Facebook group, the UK Denver Broncos, or?
Yeah, we're on Twitter at UK Denver Broncos. We've got our Facebook group which is the best place to join in the conversation, really. If you just search Denver Broncos UK, it'll come up. Then we've got our weekly podcast as well. It's not been weekly for the last few months because it's been the off season, but we did our draft preview and we'll be back on next week to review everything that's happened tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck, and hopefully you get what you want, as long as it's not what the Broncos want as well.
And if there's anything you can do personally in terms of like pull any strings to kind of get Rodgers to Denver,
The pick's in already.
we'd be very happy.
It's in, so they're not trading.
No.
Oh Jesus, they knew who they were
Right.
taking, and that's Saul.
That's
It's
a
gotta
quick
be
pick,
Saul.
is that?
Saul
Right.
or Parsons. Right. Thanks very much.
I'll leave
Tom.
you guys.
Cheers,
Thanks for
Tom.
having me on.
Tom.
Cheers. Oh my God.
My head's scrambled now. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who I am.
Okay, Chase. At 5. I think everyone saw that coming. That was the worst kept secret, is that they should take Saul when they're not going to. But
So with Fields and Matt Jones at 7, we've got to trade. Someone has got to be on that phone and say, I want those quarterbacks, surely.
well, there's only one quarterback to trade for, though. Well, I guess that makes it worth it then. If Fields is the only one worth trading up for.
Someone will trade for Matt Jones.
Matt
but then
Jones hasn't gone yet, has there? There's 2.
someone will trade for Jones. He's
He's
If you've
not
not got a
worth trading up
quarterback,
for.
if you've not got a quarterback, there's a massive drop off between Jones and who's next? Carl Trask, Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond, yeah, probably around end of 2, maybe.
I
So I
wish
can
I'd
s-
taken the wager on 6 quarterbacks in the first round.
Pick is him.
I can't remember which bets I actually had. Let's have a look.
The scores are not looking good. We've not started well at all. That's because of Trey Lance, though. That's screwed everything up.
Just holding our breath for this one now.
So Saul
sorry.
could be on the board. Fields could be on the board.
Ashley's just messaged me, messaged a Twitter group and said it's Waddle. Waddle at 6.
Oh wow.
So Penei Sewell, Justin Fields, or trade back seems like the most obvious things to do.
Yeah. This is probably the best scenario we could have
Please
dreamt of.
trade
Those
back.
are
Yeah.
available at 7.
I can't see us taking Saul.
I can. I definitely can.
I mean, I wouldn't be displeased. Someone's going to trade it for Fields.
I wonder if it will be Denver. I know they just traded for Bridgewater, but who cares?
Makes sense. It's a small jump, realistically. The cost isn't going to be that high.
If we did that trade, we could potentially still get Sewell or Slater, as presumably Sewell would go to Carolina.
Yeah. Slater at 9 with a trade, that'd be nice.
Oh my God. I love draft night. Tell us already. Come on, man. Okay. So where did we get to in our chats? We got to Miami. at 18. I've kind of lost my thread on going through them, if I'm honest.
Here we go. Here's the pick. Waddle.
Yeah.
It is Waddle.
I'm slightly disappointed because he was my guy. So explosive. I'm not worried about the ankle. That would have been a really, really good pick for us.
So right now we have got the lion's share of a whole smorgasbord of players here.
I love the announcement and someone just goes in the background. Okay, let's talk about Miami. So they've just taken Waddle at wide receiver. So who are they taking 18 now? They've been mocked Najee Harris. They've been mocked Jalen Phillips, Gregory Rousseau, any of those Miami guys that are down there. Maybe Quitty Pay. Micah Parsons could, or another linebacker could fall there. What do you reckon, boys? Steve?
I think it's Jalen Phillips. I think they're going to take the local guy. I think that, I mean, how good a pick would that be for Miami? It could be Pay, but I've just got a feeling they'll take Phillips. I mean, they must have seen so much of him.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Ryan, what do you think?
The pick is in already. So we've chosen.
Oh, God, we haven't traded.
We're not traded.
What?
It must be Sewell.
I think it's got to be Sewell.
Sewell or Fields?
It could.
Is it Parsons?
No.
No, I don't think it is. We're looking who's available.
It'd
I
be an
cannot
underwhelming
believe
pick.
we've not traded back.
I can't believe we've not traded back. I did a poll on Twitter about where people thought that we would pick. And let's have a look now at what that said. Where do we pick? 45% of people said that we would pick 8 or lower.
I'm going to make this Twitter post a poll when they handle a player, see if they're happy.
Wow. If you're talking about the value alone and positional value, it's Fields.
I hope to God it's not Devonta Smith.
I'd be a little bit excited if it was either one, really, but I'd be a little bit excited if it was Fields.
I can't see us picking Smith at 7.
I can't see us picking Smith at 7. That would be one of the more underwhelming picks. I'd still be excited by him because, he's a terrific player. But
I think it's Sewell. It's got to be. Does anyone think it's Fields?
No, I think it's Sewell. Oh, just don't screw it up.
Don't fuck this up. Come on.
I mean, it could be Slater as a kind of left field pick. Slater could be the guy.
Could be Surtain.
Oh, don't.
Just saying.
There's two guys that it could be that I don't want it to be. It could be Darius, or it probably won't be. And it could be Mac Jones, and it probably won't be. If it's either of those two, I'm going to lose my shit.
No, it's not going to be. It's not.
I can't believe we've got through 7 picks without a trade.
Yeah. I think it's Parsons, Sewell. I can't see past Parsons or Sewell.
So, our Patriots friend James has just been messaging on. Hang on, have I gone completely mad? Yeah, sorry. James on Twitch has just been saying, really feeling for you guys and the anxiety. Feel like it's got to be Sewell for the value alone. How long does it take to announce the pick? Come on.
If it is Sewell, our line next year could be ridiculous.
It is Sewell.
They want to. I mean, they want to push the run game.
No,
Yeah.
Ashley's just said it is Saul. I think he's ahead of us. Yeah. Me and Ant were tipped off to this earlier today that Saul was the likely pick. So it doesn't surprise me.
I imagine Frank Cayley had a big say in that, like the running coach, the O-line coach. Like, I imagine they really pushed someone like Sewell.
I'm just trying to work out whether Ant is really still or he's just frozen in anger.
Is he crying? Is he hiding his tears?
Ant, come on, Ant.
So
think he-
on
I
the
think he's
board,
frozen.
I think he's frozen too. On the consensus board, he was the number 2 player in the draft. So to get him at 7's got to be good, right?
They're very excitable in the Lions room. There's a lot of high-fiving.
I'm going to make this tweet a poll. Let's see if the fans are happy.
Just heard the kneecap message. Everyone has to drink. I'm slightly disappointed that we've not traded down given that Fields is on the board. I feel like there must have been value available. Yeah, Rappaport has just tweeted it. Penei Sewell. Hey, a generational tackle prospect is in Detroit, boys.
Chris Perfett has just tweeted, I think, a Bengals fan that says, as a Lions fan, please send a fruit basket to Joe Burrow for me.
Penei Sewell, there he is. I've just seen it announced on my stream.
Ashley Soden on Twitter has replied to the poll with the Carlton dance from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's very happy with Penei Sewell.
He's crying. All his family there.
Well, we were told, like you say, as a kid, he'd play with the Lions on like playing the game against his brothers. So he actually feels about them.
He's got my hat on. He's a good lad. Oh, that's Crackman. Crackman's on the stage. I do love
Andrew
Crackman.
Lyon just got themselves an All-Pro. Congrats, guys. I think he's very happy. Well, he's not happy. He's jealous. He wanted him to protect Burrow.
So, I wonder who the odd one out of Crosby and Big V will be, because for my money, Big V was a much better player last year than Big V. Does Crosby have what it takes to play at guard?
If only we had someone on the Royal Lions panel that was an expert on the interior offensive line.
No?
He's not saying anything. And come on.
Is he back to life?
We were discussing what
Sorry,
picks
my
would
internet's
make it.
playing up.
That's all right, man. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We're taking the piss.
Yes, I know.
That was the right thing to do, bearing in mind with how the board fell, I think.
I think so. You let the ball fall to you. You make the best choice. I still feel like trading back is the best choice, but sometimes you don't have the partner to do it, so that's fair enough. Let's welcome in our next guest. He's come at a very good time. It's Matt from the Red, White, and Buffalo Blues. How you doing, man?
I'm not too bad. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Delighted that you're here. So, to kick us off, why don't you introduce yourself, tell us a bit about you and your relationship with the Buffalo Bills?
Well, I host the Red, White, Buffalo Blues podcast. I also run the UK Bills backers chapter. For me, it started back in '99, just after the game that I'm never going to mention again. It was more of a fleeting bit for the moment, for the time, and then over the time it started to get a bit more, develop a bit more, and come my uni time, it just clicked. It went from there, and it's gone upwards ever since, to be honest.
Fantastic. So obviously Buffalo did very well last year. You were, I would say, my second team, and the guys know how much I raved about Josh Allen. He was my pick in most of my fantasy teams. The dual threat aspect of him, I thought, had made his floor very high, but he actually elevated, I think, for a lot of people, where his ceiling is. How do you think you did? Where do you think you're going to be going next year?
The only way really is up with Josh. I mean, the first season, obviously, he came in Wyoming, not big school, so people were thinking he's going to bust, be a bust, all that. But the way that Bean and McDermott really put the pieces around him, actually start building around him. You've got with him, you know what they can do, you know how they can play. You get that veteran leadership in there. You get those pieces bit by bit, and the way they've built it up. So doing first year, I believe, they started with the offensive weapons. Second year, they started with the then went with the offensive line. And obviously, third year, it's just exploded the way that the Bulls just really brought in that playbook, simplified it, and played to his strengths. And from going on forward, it's the only way is up. And I can see him being one of the top quarterbacks in the next few years, and actually being constantly in the MVP race.
Yeah, the Diggs trade was just, I mean, that was just such a masterstroke, I thought. And there was a bit of, like sometimes you get with trades, there was a bit of they shouldn't have done it. The Vikings have had them over a barrel, but I mean, what a move that's been for you.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when you look at it and what we gave up, a fourth in last year's draft and the first, that would have got us up to pretty much like 17 or 18th in that draft. And most of the wide receivers, or the top wide receivers in there, were already off the board. So for what we've got, and I love Jefferson, what Vikings got at our pick for it, but what we've got in Diggs was someone that's NFL ready, has been NFL for 5 years, always been 1,000-yard receptions, receiving yards, and just able to come in straight away. And obviously, if we had a rookie there, there'd be a few teething issues, a few timing issues, him having to acclimatize. So in essence, I was happy that they made that move, and for what they gave up for him, it's pretty much a bargain. Both teams have got good wide receivers out of it.
Yeah, I think Jefferson was the fourth wide receiver.
Yeah,
behind Judy, CD Lamb, and Ruggs.
Yeah.
So I mean, they picked the best one. So yeah, they got good value for the pick. But I mean, it's just it just seems to have taken the whole Buffalo offense up a notch.
Yeah. I think it also helped that obviously we had that safety net underneath in Cole Beasley. I think he was probably the most underrated signing they made, because this year he's had his career year. He nearly got 1,000 yards. He's been that safety blanket and just been that go-to guy that if anything's open, and with his route running and scrambling ability of Allen, he's always in the right position to take it.
The pick is in for Carolina, and it is J.C. Horn.
Wow.
That's interesting.
I told you go cornerback one.
You did, Ant.
Flipping heck, though. Horn over Surtain, and I can't fathom that. I can't. What? Okay.
Our mock draft board we've done so badly on it, Matt.
Horn's the better all-round guy out the two of them.
That's amazing. Sorry, that's derailed it a bit. Where would you say the Buffalo holes are in your roster? Where are you looking to pick?
To be honest, we haven't got glaring needs. I mean, with us, you're looking at cornerback, edge, and potentially running back, or people right towards the end have actually said running back. I'm on board with getting an Etienne there, but I think edge and cornerback are probably the main needs in round one. But sneaky needs are, and you'll be surprised, some people, wide receiver and defensive tackle. Defensive tackle, especially the one tech, is a really sneaky need, but we've got Sanders and Beasley getting on in age. Davis, obviously, coming into a second year. Don't know about Hodgins yet. So wide receiver, you can look to see them actually get one of those in rounds 2 or 3 itself. If we don't trade back and get a couple of get a fourth or something for trading back from 30.
Is there someone specifically in those
feel
roles
they
that you're
need-
kind of targeting in those later rounds that you're kind of falling in love with when you're doing your mock drafts?
Me, if it's defensive tackle, it's going to be either McNeil or Bobby Brown third. I think those two are my favourites on there. Wide receivers, I mean, I love myself some Terrence Marshall Jr. I think he'll if he's up there, maybe we'd trade back for him if they felt like that. But I think ideally I've been looking at Fairley if he drops, which is more likely he will. But I've also recently, been on the board for Etienne. I mean, we haven't got major needs, so have a running back that can give you that little bit extra that Singletary and Moss don't give us, and actually just add another offensive weapon for Allen and that offense.
I think you've got to bear in mind that you're going to be probably, I think the Bills are going to be competing at the, in the playoffs, and they're going to be up against Mahomes, for probably the next 5 years. So that corner position and
oh yeah, definitely.
Like pass rush is kind of like, well, you saw what the Bucks did with pass rush against Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean it's I can see the Bills actually double dipping at cornerback. I mean, my ultimate favorite, the cornerback, if we don't get one in round 1, the one I will pound the table for will be Melifonwu or Trill Williams. Those two, the Syracuse boys, are probably the ones that I would bang the table. I would actually jump out the first from my top floor, just to actually get them, and through a table to actually get them. To be honest, so they're really my targets, cornerback wise, and edge. It's almost a luck game. I mean, we've got a Barda who can rush, who's come on, can flip inside if needs be, but it's at the moment it's luck, and whatever Bean does, everyone trusts him and knows what he can do, and it's obviously where the scouts, especially in this year, actually earn their money.
Looking at the mocks that we've done at Roar of the Lions, like Jason Ove has been mocked a couple of times. See who else? JOK, the linebacker, Jalen Phillips. So quite a few people are mocking an edge.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a JOK on there, because I mean he can play, say, linebacker. He has that safety ability and coverage ability. They can be what McDermott had in Carolina with Shaq Thompson, that big nickel role. So if JOK fell there as well, there are 3 prospects there that I would just bang the table, drop the hat to actually for them to actually get at 30.
Give us a flavour on your favourite moment as a fan of the Bills.
It'd probably be when we broke the playoff drought. I think that game where it just had to come down to Dalton and Boyd, and then obviously after that the outwell of support for their charities by Bills fans, it just skyrocketed on there. That has to probably be the best, one of the best moments. And the other one would be, I think I could say 2. The other one is Carl Williams on one of his last games, actually getting a rushing touchdown right at the end for a brilliant servant for the Bills itself. So they'll probably have to be the 2 in that playoff year.
Fantastic. Trill Williams, someone that you just mentioned before. I was going to say something and then it slipped my mind, but Trill Williams is someone I listened to an interview of his on 2 for 1 Drafts, which is a podcast I like to keep up with from PFF, and he was really impressive just on the way he carries himself, what he does to kind of grind in terms of he knows that he is not the best corner out there, so he has to work especially hard trying to figure out traits and little
Yeah.
kind of edges to get somewhere, and I think that's going to translate really, really well into the pros.
I think with McDermott, what McDermott likes is versatility in his picks. I mean, the offensive line we pick up, some can actually play guard, some play actually center. We've got defensive ends that can kick inside. He picked up Jefferson last year before cutting him. Interchangeable cornerbacks with safeties. Versatility is really what McDermott likes, and the likes of Williams, the likes of Melifonwu, Huffanenga, another one that has that flexibility, JOK, the flexibility that can fit into different schemes and be that chess piece is what really McDermott craves. And if any of those actually fall to our laps in any of the rounds, you could see them picking that up in a heartbeat with those guys.
Yeah.
Denver's picks in, so they're not trading.
I'm so surprised. Fields is just dropping like a stone. Unless they pick Fields. They could pick Fields.
It makes the most sense, I'd say.
They're going to get a tackle.
Tackle?
I think they're going to tackle.
We have Rashawn Slater. It's still there, isn't it?
What did I put? I did one. I had him. Oh no, I actually had him going Surtain in my one.
I think Surtain's potentially the pick here. I can't believe that Horn was the first one off the board. I know that
Carolina took a corner.
I know that Horn is a really, really good player, but if you went back 3 weeks, he was going in the 20s, maybe the bottom of the first. To rise that high into the top 10s, an amazing.
He played for South Carolina, though, didn't he? So that could be a.
Yeah. It's his home. Yeah, it's where he went to college.
Surtain.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. Okay. So Fields has fallen to
Fields
10.
and Jones are tanking.
Could
And
Dallas
no Smith
trade
yet.
back? Could
No
Dallas
Smith
trade
yet.
back? They need. Oh, they all need picks. It's so
I think
stupid.
my mocks actually got done after the Dolphins pick. Well, after the 49ers, I had Jones over Lance.
And Matt, in terms of the AFC East, who in the current sort of draft crop do you not want to be seeing facing you next season? Are there any players that you just don't want to see at Miami or the Patriots?
To be honest, no. I think what they've done, what each of their teams have done in the offseason has improved them. I think it's going to be a Bills Dolphins. Going to fight out for the next couple of years. I think Patriots are probably going to be and obviously the Jets are in like a rebuild mode. So it's going to be Miami and thing. I'm just glad that Chase and Pitts are already gone. I think if anything, those would probably be the two that I would have been more afraid of with it, especially with our ability to actually our inability to cover the tight ends recently. If Pitts came to Dolphins, I think him and Gesicki would actually tear us a new one, to be honest.
Any thoughts on the draft in general in terms of things that have been mocked and you just don't see it, or you're kind of locked into a pick for a particular team that no one else is thinking?
To be honest, I actually thought Dolphins would have actually taken Sewell, to be honest. I didn't expect him to get Waddle. I actually had Waddle picked to you guys, actually.
I had the two picks the other way around as well.
I had I had Chase. I did say Chase to Bengals. I knew that was going to happen on there. I think next one I did have Horn going to the Cowboys and Smith to the Giants and then Pay to the Eagles. The next few, but that's probably the Cowboys probably choose different now. But no, there probably will be a fair few surprises. I mean, this year with no in-person visits, no in-person workouts, and all that. It's really, can you trust the tape and trust your scouts really? And this is what I say, where the players and the scouts will actually earn their money, to be honest.
So where do Dallas go? They need defense badly. The best defensive player on the board, according to the consensus board, is Kwity Paye. Farley, but the injury
Farley.
concerns.
ESPN has Jock as the best fit.
Parsons.
Parsons, yeah.
They need a corner. I think you have to. Take
I think
a chance
it'll
on
be
Farley now.
Parsons. They've just lost Sean Lee. He's retired, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I think Parsons could be the pick there.
To be fair, Sean Lee retired about 5 years ago, didn't he? He's literally not played at all.
Brutal.
You might not be aware of the Detroit Lions beat writer for the Detroit Free Press, a guy called Carlos Manares.
Oh, don't mention his name.
But he has just tweeted the Detroit Lions grade for picking Penei Sewell D.
Oh, fuck off, Carlos.
He's like a real clickbait merchant.
Oh, it's like Mike Rodak for us before he actually before he went. But yeah, no, I think Sewell to you guys probably is good because obviously you've got to keep Goff upright, all that. Obviously you have lost weapons on there, but again in the second round you get Terrence Marshall Jr. if he falls. There are decent wide receivers in the second round.
Cowboys trading.
Yeah,
Cowboys
Shepard's
trading.
tweeted they're trading.
With Philly. What?
What? That's 2 spots. Oh God, are they going to go quarterback?
Are they going quarterback?
Yeah, they're not sold on Hurts.
They're going just
They're
in
going
Fields,
just in
aren't they?
Fields.
Yeah.
Taking Fields.
Wow.
Jalen Hurts
Exactly.
is crapping himself.
Why would they trade with someone in their own division?
Because they've probably rinsed them for it.
Uh,
It wouldn't surprise me
God, I
if they've
wonder how
given
much
up a
that
bit.
costs to trade in division.
It will have cost a bit.
Would you want
Wow.
to trade with the Bears? I mean, you'd feel so dirty and wrong.
Oh no, if the Bears got Fields, someone take Fields before the Bears get him.
It could be Smith,
think-
actually. It could be Smith.
Why would they do that though?
Because they think
don't-
that Smith will go 11.
To the Giants need a linebacker. The Giants don't need a receiver.
The Giants have always been mocked receivers, though.
They need edge, they need linebacker, they need corner before then.
Welcome to our world of draft confusion.
oh no, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Ooh, 12th and a third round for the 10th.
Third round.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's
at
not
all.
bad for both
That's
sides.
not all.
Yeah.
Okay. Has it got to be Fields or could it be Smith?
It's got to be Fields. But no, I mean,
Smith was falling there, so it's got to be Fields. Smith is going to be there anyway.
the Eagles are desperate for a wide receiver.
If they pick a quarterback, that is a terrible decision, I think, because that is really shitting on Jalen Hurts.
I don't care about shitting on Jalen Hurts. He's not the answer. I just
Yeah.
don't think he can carry them to it. I think cutting your losses quickly is a good idea. I'm on board for this.
It's not
if it
really
is.
giving him much of a chance, to be fair.
They haven't
I
really.
could think they're going defense. I could think they could go defense. If anything, if you want a wild card in there,
You think they could go Parsons?
I think
They'd
I
have
say I mocked them to pay to them.
They'd
Oh.
have to
Think-
leapfrog the Giants to get Parsons. That makes sense, actually, if they wanted him. Because I think the Giants are the first pressure point for him.
Gone. Well, it's not going to be Smith. Don't know if they're going wide receiver. It's either going to be quarterback or a defensive player.
The only defensive player that would make sense at this point surely is Parsons.
Uh,
I don't know, it's just too high for pay for me with his college production not being up to much, really.
then again, you saw it with the Raiders a couple of years ago with was it
Cleveland Farrell?
Farrell. I'll say he got taken higher than
he
than
was-
expected on the
I think he was third or fourth pick.
4th, I believe.
He
Yeah.
was fourth.
Unbelievable
He was
pick
fourth.
that was. I was so laughing so hard. Oh, come on, hanging on for this now. Surely
it's
they
like-
traded
it's like
with
that-
someone in mind.
Down to like 25 seconds.
That's ruined the mock again. That's
Has
another
anyone
pick
ever
ruined.
traded with someone before and then run out of time and missed their pick?
I think the Vikings did it a few seasons ago. I'm sure
Ryan,
the
have
Vikings.
Have any of us landed a pick since like 5
Yeah,
or 6?
I got Surtain to Denver,
Ugh.
so I am flying the flag.
Rappaport thinks it's trying to give out maybe a tackle.
Since pick 5, there's been one correct answer, and that's me out of all the picks.
Hang on, they're not taking Darasaur here, surely.
Oh
Oh
god.
god,
I think
that'd be a reach. That'd be a reach. Unless they go Vera Tucker.
I think they might go Slater.
Oh, Slater, yes.
Oh yeah, he's on the board, isn't he?
I expected him to be gone by now.
When's we had
The pick is in, at least.
The agonising 10-hour wait.
I can't believe that Manares has given the Lions a grade D for picking Penisal. He's such a dickhead.
Broncos.
Everyone knows it
Broncos
too.
go
Like,
corner,
no one's going to bite at that.
Panthers
They're
go
just going to be looking and
corner.
think, you're a tit.
Dallas have changed.
I'll give it a solid probably B+, to be honest. The Lions pick.
Lions
B+
pick.
bordering an A minus.
Yeah, we just wonder whether we could trade back and still like maybe get Slater at 10 or 12 or something. But there's been less trading than we all thought. We all thought there'd be, maybe 4 or 6 or 8 would be traded.
Yeah.
Ashley's just said that the pick is Smith.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Wow. They did not
Definitely a
need to
smoke.
make.
So they
did
must
not
have
need to
they
make
must have
that
been
trade.
sold that the Giants are going to pick him.
Giants
Well,
will go
The
Parsons
Slim
now.
Reaper is an eagle.
Wow.
Well, I
Unbelievable.
got that's 2 points for me.
Matt, I think this is going to bring it to the end of our time with you. Our Nexus is coming on now, so thank you so
That's
much
all right.
for coming on. Is there anything you want to say before you go?
Yeah, if you ever do want.
Sorry.
If you ever do want to actually follow us or listen to us, obviously you've got us on Twitter at UK_Bills and at RWBB_podcast. If you ever want to actually to just even chat, send us messages or anything like that, have a bit of banter with the pick. So look us up on there, and I say thanks for having me on the show, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate your time.
And good
No
luck
problem.
good luck next season because we all hate the Patriots.
Yep.
Good
Take it
stuff.
easy, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, Matt.
Cheers. Take care.
My God, Smith looks so thin and small.
What a nice bloke.
Yeah, he was really, really top guy.
Right. I think this has got to be Parsons on it.
Tom
Giants
is
has
apparently
gotta
going to
be
come on in a sec.
Parsons. Giants has got to be Parsons now.
Giants has got to be Parsons.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any choice about that now, unless they go Farley. It's Parsons or Farley.
This is
Parsons.
So cool
It's got to be Parsons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I mocked him there, so
Yeah,
I
3
should
of
get
us
some
did.
points for this.
Unless Parsons is just going to keep falling. Parsons could fall to the 20s.
Why is Fields falling? Fields is the second best quarterback in this draft. If he falls to the Patriots and they have to give up nothing for him, they are going to be laughing. Absolutely laughing.
I can't believe we've been talking about Mac Jones for 3 weeks and there's no sign of him.
Oh, he's going to drop. If he gets past New England, I don't think you'll see him again. I think the next pressure point's the Steelers. I don't think the Bears will touch him.
The Bears have traded for pick 11.
Oh, we know what's happening
Oh, God. Oh,
Fields.
no. No. No.
Roberto.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're on mute, Roberto. On Zoom, you have to unmute yourself.
There we go.
No.
See. Hola.
Hola. Hi, everyone.
Very good. Thank you so much for coming on, Roberto. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm very, very happy. Okay, with the selection of Penny Sewell.
You're happy with Penny Sewell?
Yes. I was an offensive tackle, and I like very much the selection. Very, very, very happy. Like,
Really glad to hear it. There's going to be a lot of Lions fans feeling the same as you, I think.
Yeah.
I
think now we
didn't
have.
think he was going to come all the way to us. I thought someone else would have him before. So
Sorry?
I thought that Miami might have him or Cincinnati.
I don't know. Probably, I thought Cincinnati is going to select Penny Sewell, okay, to protect Burrow. But Miami probably they want a playmaker to play with Tua. So I don't know why Cincinnati don't select Penny Sewell. For me, it's one of the three best players of this draft. Okay, so I'm very, very happy. Now we have probably one of the 5 best O-lines in all the NFL. So I'm very happy.
I agree totally. I think this is going to elevate our O-line, maybe even beyond that. I would argue we're near the top, near number 1. A few of the other really good lines, like the Cowboys, have kind of fallen recently. So let's have a little bit about you, Roberto. I don't know too much about you really, apart from that you have supported us so well, and we're so grateful that you've been watching us and chatting with us. It's been really cool. So you're from Spain, and
Yes,
whereabouts
okay.
in Spain are you from?
I'm from Madrid, but I live in Murcia, now in the southeast of Spain.
Okay.
Okay,
And
but
I
I'm from
think
Madrid.
you're a Real Madrid fan?
Yes,
Yes.
Real Madrid, but
Uh-huh.
also I'm a Lion fan. Okay, Detroit Lions fan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I think if I could translate the Spanish on your Twitter page, you were saying that you are a Real Madrid fan and you
Yes.
are a New Zealand All Blacks fan, but they do not compare to your Detroit Lions. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know why I select my American football team one of the worst, because when I the first year I choose to see Detroit was the 2009 year, okay, and our season was 115, and I don't know why I select this team, okay, because I have Real Madrid, one of the best teams in Europe. I like very much New Zealand. I don't know why. It's for the same with my college team. No, it's Michigan State, not Michigan. Probably because as I have another team and they win very often. Okay, I prefer to select another team. Okay, to compensate.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you watch a lot of Michigan State football at the moment?
Sometimes. Okay, now we have a very bad team. Okay, because when the Mike D'Antonio go out, now we have a not very competitive team. Okay, so it's
Maybe not a very competitive team, but there's a couple of players that might get drafted in this draft from Michigan State. Shaka Brown, probably the best of them. Do you think he might be a fit for Detroit?
And Dowell is one of the safety maybe, but not too much. Okay, is the team is very soft. Okay, it's not very well this year. Probably Shaki Brown, maybe 5th, 6th round, very good cornerback, but nothing else. Okay.
Here comes the Bears pick.
Michigan State beat Michigan, didn't they, this year? I think.
Sorry.
Did Michigan State beat Michigan this year? I think.
Michigan State.
Yeah. Yeah, they beat Michigan University.
No.
No.
It's Fields.
No. It is Fields. Oh, that's a disaster for Chicago, for Detroit.
Okay.
No. Damn it.
That's a massive upgrade instantly.
Oh no, that's a nightmare.
They've got now Foles and Dalton. Both on massive contracts.
Yeah.
Wonder what they're going to do with Dalton.
I think they'll sit Fields for a bit, maybe half a season.
It has to be Justin Fields.
Yeah.
So.
I think they'll sit in for half a season, and if Dalton struggles, if they say like 5-5 or something, they'll put Justin in.
So what do you think your best moment as a Detroit Lions fan has been so far, Roberto?
Yes, probably the last playoff game. Okay, I'm watching TV. Okay, I don't know who's the player for the Bears.
Falcons.
Justin Fields. Justin Fields to Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably the last game. Okay, in playoff against it was Dallas. No. Yes.
Yes.
And I thought it was our time. Okay. In this moment, we have a very good team, very good D line with Fairley, with Sue, and I thought we have to win this game. Okay, and probably we can make something. And another moment we don't have too much moment. Maybe one of the team of the games of Matthew Stafford. Okay, when you and in the last quarter, in the last possession, we win the game. Probably the game against Dallas. If you remind him when he faked the spike and they scored the touchdown.
That was the best. I loved that.
That was a classic moment. Fake spike.
Oh, it's incredible. This game with Megatron with 300 yards probably. So it was fantastic.
I just remember from the playoff game thinking that we were going to win the game, and then there was the pass interference call that wasn't.
I don't like to talk about the referee.
Just speak on Real Madrid maybe as well. How do you feel about Zidane? Are you happy with him?
Yes. For me, I saw Zidane in the pitch, okay, when he was playing, and he was fantastic. Okay, I was in Glasgow in the Champions League final against the German team, Leverkusen, Bayer Leverkusen.
That's the volley, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
incredible! It was in Glasgow in the stadium. And now as a coach, it's very quiet, okay? And for the people of Madrid, this is very interesting because you have the standard very high. And they always calm the people, calm the team, okay, calm the players. And it's easier for them to play against another team, okay? And the competitiveness that he gives to the team because he's a winner. Okay, he won the World Cup, he won the Champions League, he won everything, and he put this feel in the team. Okay, and the team is playing like him sometimes. It's very similar. Okay, he plays sometimes very well, but sometimes don't play very well. But it's fighting till the end. Okay. It's very similar, and we are very happy with him. Okay, it's the other coin of Mourinho that we had years ago. No.
Yeah, Mourinho's stock has fallen a lot recently with his leaving Tottenham and Man United, and he hasn't done very well recently. What do you think about the Lions' new coach, Dan Campbell? Do you like him?
Yes. Here in Spain, in the social media, there are some controversy, okay, about the media press and when he talk and the way he talk, okay, to the journalist. Most of the people don't like, okay. I don't know why, because for the fans of the Detroit Lions, it's very interesting the way he talk to the people, okay, because he wants to put together all the team in one way. And I think for me, it's the coach that we need in this moment. Okay, we have the staff that most of them is ex-players, and he don't probably is not the most famous of the coach, but I think that he put his heart in everything that he do. Okay, so I like very much. I think we need in this moment this kind of coach. Okay.
Any questions for Roberto, boys?
And first of all, I want to thanks, okay, to you for your to invite me, okay, to stay with you here tonight, okay, and all I do for the Detroit Lions fans, okay, because I was probably 5, 6, 7 years without nobody of Detroit Lions. I was alone, like an Iceland, okay, and now it's different, okay. I have contact with a lot of people in South America, in England, in Spain too, and it's very interesting, okay. We can talk with other people of our team, you know. In Spain, it's not very famous, the Detroit Lions. I don't know in England, but maybe they're similar, no?
Yeah, similar. Similar.
We are 3 or 4.
We are a rare breed.
But I think we are going to change, okay, with this staff, with the front office. From now, we are going to have a better team, and probably in 2, 3 years, we are in the playoff, and probably we can win the division, okay? I think so.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Do we know who Dallas is?
Coming in now.
Dallas. Darasaur, maybe, tackle. Or
I thought he was
Farley.
Or Farley. Farley or Darasaur, I think.
Or Parsons.
I don't think linebackers. I've got it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th on their list of needs, unless they want to go BPA.
I really thought that he was about to
Parsons. It's Parsons.
Is it?
No.
Oh, wow.
Parsons has gone to the Cowboys.
That is surprising.
Randy Bosch, Jalen Smith, Micah Parsons. Very good linebacker.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was not at the top of their list of needs, but they've gone for him.
I guess I thought best player on the board.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I mean, I guess they've run out of the elite corners now and the tackles. So they've probably felt that.
That woman was the most excitable person I've potentially ever seen in my life. That's crazy. Where would you, Roberto, where would you like to see Detroit pick next? Who do you think would be good players for Detroit?
For me, wide receiver. Elijah Moore, Terrence Marshall, Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore, maybe.
You think wide receivers?
Yeah, I like. I want a wide receiver, okay? Because safety maybe 3, 4 round, and then linebacker maybe 4th round, 5th round, okay, 5th round. Because in Rams, they didn't select linebacker till 4th, 5th, 6th round. So I think we are going to do the same, like Brad Holmes did in Rams.
I think you're right.
Yeah. I was going to say, did you? There was a rumor that the NFL were going to expand the European games to have like more European games. Was Spain like considered for an NFL game?
Now, in the journalists are talking that maybe the Santiago Bernabéu is some teams of NFL is going to play there. Okay, when we have the new stadium in 2 years. So I think it's very, very important, okay, to make the people know this sport. and yes, I like very much. Okay, to play to have a game in Spain, and probably the stadium is going to be full of people. Okay, because there are more and more and more fans every year. Okay, with the NFL since 2 years to now, it's going to the people is crazy with the American football. Okay, there are too much fun, and we have a small league. Okay, of teams. There are maybe 20, 30 teams that are playing in the league. So it's expanded the NFL in Spain. If not, I have to go to London, okay, to see a game.
Or Germany.
Or Germany. I prefer London, okay. I prefer England.
Have you been to a game here before?
No, I want to.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come and join us if you want.
Okay, I will send you a mail. Okay.
Yes,
absolutely.
I want to go. Okay, I want to go to see a game in Europe again. I prefer in London.
I think there will be games this year in October. I think it will happen.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe 2-3 games. Okay, maybe.
Hopefully,
maybe.
Depends if the Jags can get their games back, because apparently they're in talks to have 2 more games again. So hopefully,
and Jaguars maybe.
Mm-hmm. They're always fun to see. You get Trevor Lawrence there. That'd be good. That'd be okay. All right, who's up next? Chargers.
Slater.
Gotta be Slater, yeah.
Gotta be Slater. They've got to steal him dropping that far.
Yeah, slid. This is perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, they've really got lucky here. The Chargers have really lucky.
Brandon Staley is going to make a very good team. Eh?
Yeah,
he's one of my favorite teams for the next year. They have very good players and very good staff.
And you put in that the Bears gave up a future first.
Yeah, I saw that.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just saw it mentioned in a tweet that they'd given up a future first and moved from 20 to 11.
The pick is in.
All right, that's going to be really interesting if it isn't Slater. It should be, shouldn't it?
It's got to be a tackle. They need a tackle, and they've just got the second best one in the class dropped to them.
Yeah. They have Lindsay in the online in the center. So with Slater is very good online.
Yeah,
I really like him.
But yeah,
I would have been okay with him.
It is Slater.
It is Slater. Excellent.
Yeah.
More points for on the mock draft for me. I think you picked him as well, Matt, to the Chargers.
No, Darasaur, I'd have thought.
I think we all picked Darasaur, didn't we?
I had Dylan Redun's. Only one of you picked Slater.
So it wouldn't have been me.
I thought he'd have been gone by now.
I was going to say something and I've completely lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Steve gets the points there.
Good.
Hey, it's okay for Steve. Damn it. How do you think Detroit will do next year, Roberto?
I think we are going to be 50-50, okay? But we need to play better than last year, okay? We need to have a better defense because in offense we have very good players, we have a very good running back, we have a very good tight end, we have maybe wide receivers, we have a very good O-line and a quarterback. So I want to play better in defense the next year, and I'm very confident of the way the defensive coordinator is going to work the system. It's very, very similar, I think, that they're running in Los Angeles Rams, and it's going to be a better team, okay? Because our defense is going to improve. too much. I think so.
I think that that's going to be the end of our time, Roberto. But thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it, and everything that you've done to support us in our kind of, especially the start to our live streaming, and you being there. It's been really nice for you to be there and to interact with you. And thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you too. Okay.
Thank you, Roberto.
Much love to all the Spanish Lions.
Take care.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read from my NFL Scotland draft preview. I have a nagging foreboding that Ryan Pace will try and atone for the Trubisky debacle with a statement: chips all in, QB trade up. Let's get that popcorn at the ready. God damn it!
Couldn't have called that any more perfect, would you?
I wish I hadn't called it right. Well, it had been Mac Jones.
He got so lucky.
They did. They did.
How many times was that draft going to drop to him like that? It wasn't. Oh, God.
It was the 49ers just completely altered the path of the draft straight away.
Yeah, they really have.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, I did call Mac Jones to the Patriots to start with. So. It's schematically, it's a good home for him. So
Ashley put in the trade details from Schefter for the Chicago trade. Pick 20, next year's first, round 5 this year, round 4 next year.
Oof.
Oof, by a bit then.
Yep.
Yeah.
now they've got to get rid of one of Foles, they've got to get rid of Foles, haven't they?
He's on a massive contract.
Yeah, they're going to have to eat a lot of dead money with him.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
can't keep all 3 of them. And if I'm
Is there
Dalton,
gonna be... Sorry.
If I'm Dalton, I'm marching to that front office now and saying he's sitting for a year or else, because they've promised him the starting job.
I wonder if Foles has any trade value whatsoever, even a 7th.
Well, Bridgewater got a 6th, so yeah.
Bridgewater's a far better Bulls fan, surely.
There's Slater. Yep.
Era Tucker to get this back.
The thing is, though, and this is where the danger is Fields could be a bust. And if Fields is a bust, then they've got to pay the Dalton money. They've got to pay the money to get rid of Foles. They've lost their number 1 pick next year, and they've not taken the wide receiver they need, the safety they need, the corner they need. So it's a real gamble on Fields. It could go so wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Allen Robinson could still leave, like I say, so they could be in a lot of shit next year.
Never mind, could still leave. He is leaving. There's no way he's signing a new deal, and there's no way he's getting tagged again. So
No. Slater looks like he's wearing a suit that's 3 sizes too small for him.
he looks absolutely stacked.
I mean, his buttons are just crying in pain on his suit. His buttons are just crying out for mercy.
He can afford a tailor now. Hi Tom, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All good. What do you make of the Lions pick?
Love it. I mean, I'm wearing my Oregon top, so I was expecting it. I think we all were at that stage. I thought the pick at 8 might get moved, to be honest. I'm kind of surprised that we had to wait till 11 for someone to come up for a quarterback. But yeah, I think it's been semi-predictable, but interesting at the same time.
It's been predictable in that if you could take away the obvious pick, but take the second most obvious pick, I think that's kind of what almost a lot of the guys have done out there. I don't know. I'm a bit scrambled, actually, after everything so far, especially with San Francisco going Lance. That was the big surprise.
I just didn't think that. I thought there'd be more trades in the top 10. That's the thing that surprised me. I just thought there'd be more trades.
Yeah, agree. How are you guys getting on with the mocks? Is anyone clearly leading?
Me and Steve have got 4 right, and
All right.
and Matt have got 3 right out of the first 13.
All right, that's not too bad.
It's not too bad.
So the Vikings are on the clock, but according to Rappaport, they are talking trade.
Oh.
God knows who's coming up to 14.
You'd assume
Gotta
someone
be
jumping the
Washington.
Patriots.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Matt Jones,
exactly.
gotta
Yeah.
be.
It's either
Washington.
or
Washington?
Pittsburgh. They're in range now, and they suit the pocket passer.
Do you think there's any chance it could be the Raiders?
No, not for QB.
They're not.
Yeah, I feel like if Fields was still there, I could have believed it, but I don't think for Mac. I just don't think it's enough of an upgrade over Carr. But Saints are an interesting one. It's probably too far, but who knows?
Well, they were being rumoured to go up to top 10, but it was apparently for a cornerback, so probably not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh. Rappaport's just tweeted the Jets are coming
It's
up.
the Jets. The Jets have traded up to 14.
Who are the Jets after?
Right.
What's happening?
So the Jets needs now cornerback, edge, wide receiver.
Quitty Pay?
Quitty Pay sounds like it's right.
Well, or Jalen Phillips. He was the guy who was mocked to the Vikings a lot in this spot over the last 24 hours. But it feels like a big risk to give up capital for.
I hope it's Quitty Pay because I've got him at 14. I'll get 1 point.
I mean, the Jets are coming up from 23. That's quite a big reach.
I can't imagine there's a receiver there which they want at that. Could they look for bookend tackle? I mean, Vera Tucker's still there. Darisaul's there. Tevin Jenkins, if you like that.
Rashad Bateman?
Yeah.
No, that's too early for him.
I think Elijah Vera Tucker.
Could definitely see it.
Do they need one?
If they think Vera Tucker can play right tackle, then
1, 2, 3,
Vera
4,
Tucker
5, 6,
is
7.
the other player that was mocked to the Vikings quite heavily throughout the process. So.
Yeah, but like Dickerson's still on the board, Jenkins is still on the board, Darisaul. There's plenty of like offensive line still on the board.
Their offensive line and tackle are 7th and 8th on their list of needs now.
What's their top 2, Ant?
Cornerback and edge.
Caleb Farley?
I'd say Farley. Farley's a choice. Russo.
Yeah, Farley feels like a huge risk at this stage when people are talking about him dropping out of the first round. You'd have to be so confident in the medicals.
Yeah, I think it's just said it's Elijah Vera Tucker. Confirmed.
What?
Oh, really?
Ooh. That's 1 point for 3 here. 3 here, you had Tucker at 14.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. From that point of view, I'll take the point, but that makes no sense.
He's probably the best pick on the board, I would say, in terms of best player available. But I don't get the point of trading up for best player available when it isn't a position of need as well.
I mean, I think in my very quick mock earlier, I thought they were going to take Tevin Jenkins at 23. So I thought right tackle was definitely an option. But again, I mean, it's a big move up for someone who you're not even sure will survive on the outside.
I don't even think they'll care about playing him on the
taking him
outside.
as a guard,
Interior is also a need for them. So.
Yeah,
they've got Mekhi Becton at left tackle, so he ain't getting in there.
No, it'd be bookend on the other side. That's why I thought Jenkins was a nice fit, but
Darisaul is forward.
And rightly so.
So the Patriots are going to get a quarterback
And they're not
without
even gonna
trading up.
move-
Unbelievable jamminess.
I didn't shout about this when it happens, but I had £30 on Jalen Waddle to go under 9.5.
Good
oh,
show.
nice.
Nice.
Love it.
Good show.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my my props from today. That Sewell one that was put in the chat earlier, absolute result. But getting Lance at 6-1 for the Niners, I was very happy with.
Yeah, that's cracking.
Really good.
Oh, right. What do we need? What do we need that can happen tonight?
Are you guys getting any background noise, by the way, from my TV, or is it okay?
No, you're absolutely fine.
Great.
Not a problem. What do you make of Fields? Are you considering it disaster territory as much as we might be?
Yeah, I really wanted to root for him for obvious reasons, given this whole last few months. I still will in some way because, I just feel like the way it's gone has been unreasonable, but I can't root for him too hard, let's be honest. I think it's one of those things that unfairly could unravel on Brad Holmes when he's done nothing wrong. If Fields turns into a player and we're there like, oh, Brad Holmes passed on Justin Fields at 7, so...
They've just brought up the trade details for Jets and Vikings. The Vikings gave up the Vikings received 2 third-round picks and got a 4th in return.
Fine. But if you look at them, the 4th they got back was really a 5th. It's a comp pick.
Yeah.
140 something, and then it's a high 3rd and a mid 3rd. It's not loads of capital though. I thought it might be more.
Yeah. It's a big rise, but maybe there's no premium picks on the board available that people feel like they're giving up anything now. So if you're Minnesota and you are targeting Phillips or Bateman or Pay or JOK, they could all well still be on the board when you're picking, I guess.
Yeah, it feels like the guys you're going to get even now, the difference between now and early 20s really isn't much.
I wonder whether they're getting themselves in position for Trayvon Moehrig.
Merrick was a really interesting one. Like in a lot of the mocks which came out over the past 24 hours, loads had him falling out of the first, which I thought was really surprising, especially because he's very much seen as that kind of back end leader as well. Like I thought the Raiders or someone like that might go for him. They always like character guys. Like him or JOK, I thought was definitely in play for Raiders.
You could be right with the Vikings going for Moehrig. Safety's their biggest need on the draft board. So that does actually make sense. That'd be a good move for them. Get 2/3 and take Moehrig.
There's no other guards, is there? Because interior offensive line is their other big need. But I don't think there's any guards available.
Hang on. What, the Vikings?
For the Vikings, yeah.
Yeah, interior offensive line and cornerback. I mean, they could go corner, I guess. That'd be Newsome territory.
Newsome.
I would like Caleb Farley to fall out of the first place.
I think you go Moehrig. Well, I don't know. Safety's quite deep. They're both quite deep, to be fair. They'll get their choice.
Yeah, I think with those extra players, they'll probably go best player available, to be honest. I mean, they could go in a load of directions.
Yeah.
This could make the Vikings a pretty scary team. If they can shore up that defense a little bit, their offense is good enough. Maybe a wide receiver could be useful. I know wide receivers down on their list of needs, but they haven't looked the same last year.
Yep. They've gone Jones.
Pats have gone Jones.
Yeah.
Where are you getting the info?
Kleinman, Dov Kleinman.
And it's just been posted in the Twitter group as well.
Yeah, people
Wow.
are. This is why I hate Twitter when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, it's just trying to not see anything, but trying to keep the socials updated as well.
Yeah.
Right, well, that answers that question. Are they going to the future of the dual threat or back to the pocket passer like Brady? They've gone back to the pocket passer.
I think the thing with Mac Jones is he is more athletic than people give him credit for. He can shift in the pocket a little bit. It's just if you compare him to all of the other quarterbacks that were on the board to begin with, that he's the worst of them in that regard. But he's not immobile.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't test surprisingly well that he was a great athlete, but he surprised me a little bit with his testing. Did he run a 4.8 or something like that? I mean, it's not to be sniffed at. I know there's that picture of him with the cigar in hand looking like he's had a few too many beers, but Yeah, for the most part, he's actually tested fine. I mean, is that about the same that Goff tested out? I want to say. I imagine Goff was around a 4.7, 4.8. So
sounds right to me.
Right, Cardinal.
And I mean, he's going in to emulate Tom Brady, and he ran what, a 5-second 40, 5.1.
Yeah, 5.24. Although I believe, and this could be wrong, but Tom Brady actually had a sneaky good short shuttle. I think it may even have been better than Micah Parsons or something like that. But this was the thing on the DK Metcalf's workout. On DK Metcalf's workout, he ran a slower shuttle than Tom Brady. Just didn't get talked about much.
Are we presuming Caleb Farley here?
Gotta be a
Cardinals.
corner.
He's the only one really left.
Yeah, or unless they're going to stretch for Newsome. I mean, what else have they got? Inside offensive line, tight ends, linebacker, and then corner again.
I think
JOK would be interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say Zaven Collins, maybe.
Could be Farley.
I think it'll be Farley.
I hope it's Farley.
They need a corner, though. It's got to be corner.
How long does Mac Jones sit behind Cam?
Not long.
No.
Yeah, he's playing this year. He would have played last year, right? As in,
easily,
I think the Pats are still set up to play a pocket passer, aren't they? So they'll probably just whack him straight in and go back to the way they played with Brady.
They didn't have to trade up, and they got the quarterback they probably wanted.
I tell you what, the teams who've got lucky so far, the Chargers, they got really lucky. The Patriots, they've gotten really lucky. The Bears.
And the Lions.
You're not gonna get ants saying that we've done well taking a tackle. You're just not.
I'm sorry, but
don't make me say it.
I'm still sore.
What were the thoughts on Waddle going at 6, by the way? People upset? People fine with it? I know there was a lot of Waddle love, so...
I think that's probably all they could have done at that point, isn't it, really? With Pitts gone and Chase gone. They're in a bit of a situation as to who else they could go for. I mean...
I think I would have been equally happy if I was a Miami fan if I'd taken Sewell or Waddle.
Yeah.
I think...
I mean...
Get picks in for Cardinals. Let's have a look.
But if you look at their needs after that, it's edge, running back, tight end, linebacker. None of those would go in at 6. So I think it had to be a receiver, even if you maybe didn't want to take Waddle that high.
I think we've got a really good chance of getting a decent wide receiver with our second pick now.
Yeah, definitely. Wouldn't be surprised if we moved a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, you still got Bateman, Elijah Moore,
Kadarius
Toney. Yeah.
Apparently, Marshall's falling because of a couple medicals.
Do you really want to go offense on your top 2 picks when our defense had such a bad year?
Yeah.
It's just, you've got to start fixing your defense somewhere.
I'd also like to take Moorig, the safety, with that second pick if he's on the board.
Depends if he falls that far, though.
I'd be amazed if he does fall to the second round or someone doesn't pick him up early. Not only because I think he's better than that, but also a lot of these weaker teams are going to be looking for high character guys on the back end, of which he absolutely fits the bill. So from a culture standpoint as well, it's kind of an obvious pick for a team which has been losing.
Especially if the Jags could pass on him at 25 and pick him up at 33, that would be amazing value.
I can see Moorig going to someone like the Ravens.
Yeah, that would be a great pick for them.
It's either the Ravens or I think now it's the Vikings. I think they've traded back into territory for him.
Do you guys have the draft on in front of you as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Game Pass on.
Did you sync streams, or are you all over the place?
No, we're all over the place. We've got, I think Steve and Ryan are half a minute ahead of me and Anne.
Okay.
Something like that. Well, I'm not worried about it being spoiled. It's fine.
Well, I was ahead of you, and then my internet went down, and I had to reboot the server, and now I think I'm behind you.
I mean, I'm just having every pick spoiled by Ashley on the Twitter group anyway, so...
Yeah, he's clearly going through Twitter, so I've just kind of pretty much ignored the group.
I don't know where our Ravens fan is. I might hit him up. Our Jags guest at 3:45 has had to cancel, unfortunately. He has some food poisoning issues, apparently. So that's unfortunate.
That's
but hopefully
unfortunate.
he doesn't
Sure
get
is.
Middle of the draft.
So on my stream, Goodell is just getting to the podium to announce the Cardinals.
Oh yeah, I'm nowhere near that.
I'm nowhere near that either.
I'm listening to Joel Klatt.
Me too. Our Patriots fan who's coming on tomorrow has just said he can't figure out whether he's relieved or annoyed that they miss Fields.
Oh,
Saving Collins.
Yes,
Oh,
we
wow.
like that. Sorry, that was my pick. Cards for Collins. So
Cards for
Considering
Collins
Farley.
sounds like a sign that someone holds up.
I'm amazed that he's gone before JOK.
yeah.
Oh.
but they've got Isaiah Simmons, right? So JOK is more of a kind of
I
match to that.
I think JOK goes next. Vegas need a linebacker. I've mocked him there.
The reason I liked Collins here as well is he kind of plays a little bit off the edge as well, right? So they've just lost Hassan Reddick. I think he slots pretty much straight into that role of half edge, half linebacker.
Yeah.
And obviously you've got Simmons as your matchup piece, so it just feels a more natural fit versus JOK, where you've got kind of two safety hybrid types.
Where did Reddick go?
I can't remember actually.
He's not been picked up yet, has he?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he didn't go
has.
for very much money.
To the Panthers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think you've got to play him as a designated pass rusher, and if you do that, he'll be fine. But otherwise, he can't cover. He's Davis. We know all about players like him. He's Jared Davis by another name, who was just used slightly better in his final year.
Farley's in trouble now. I think if he got past the Cardinals, I think he's in a lot of trouble.
I've got Darasaur to the Raiders.
I've got Barmore. I think we've all got someone different. Someone's got Tevin
I've got
Jenkins.
Jock.
Yeah, I think JOK here makes so much sense. Big program, which obviously Mayock likes going back to. Clear leader, high character guy, and fits a need.
Yeah.
So I think it's the most obvious pick. Obviously, at this stage, it's kind of a bit of a crapshoot, but JOK would be the one I'd gamble on.
Oh, they could just do a complete Raiders pick.
I mean, who
Just
knows,
someone
right?
who no one's. God.
Was it me that picked Tevin Jenkins? I think it.
Tackle and linebacker are down as their two big needs, so it could be either.
I do feel like tackle is their biggest need by far. Just didn't they ship out 4/5 of their offensive line this offseason?
Yeah. Rodney Harrison and a few others. They got rid of them all to save on cap.
That's why I picked Darasaur, because I thought it's got to be offensive line.
Darasaur makes more sense.
Quitty Pay and Jalen Phillips are both on the board.
But you've got, the edges are falling. But you do have guys like, Kansas ones, Fisher and Schwartz, they're still on the market if they want tackles.
I can't believe Steve's going to pick up Darasaur. That's going to be really disappointing.
We were just, I don't know if you saw it, Tom, but Carlos Monares for the Detroit Free Press had graded the Saul pick as a D.
Honestly, I don't understand it.
Troll's going to troll.
Yeah. I mean, he clearly steers heavily into it. So I guess if you want to be a heel, you may as well.
He's the ultimate heel.
Put it this way, even I wouldn't give it a D, and I'm the one who was most vehemently against getting a tackle. I wouldn't even go close to that grade.
At the end of the day, we have a top 3 offensive line now. We have 4/5 of potentially a Pro Bowl offensive line if Jackson can continue pretty much outperforming his draft position. If we can get someone at right guard playing to a competent level, Goff's going to have a field day back there a lot of the time, especially if Hockenson can get better at blocking in line.
Yeah, but what about
Sorry,
go on.
Steve.
No, go on.
I was just about to say, you've got to... Sewell's never taken a snap at right tackle in his life, either. He's got to adjust to that position.
Yeah, I do think there's going to be some growing pains.
And I'm going to judge him harshly because Crosby gave up 1.5 pressures a game last year. So if you're going to replace him, then I want someone who's better than that. A lot better.
But I think
we pick 7.
I think the key here is our run game. We've got DeAndre Swift, Kerryon Johnson, Jamal Williams. I mean, that's like a really strong potential run game.
Yeah.
And our boy Jason Kabinda.
Our boy, yeah. Got to back him.
So, I mean, that's a solid run game.
Pickers in.
Who needs wide receivers when all you need to do is run and then use your tight ends? We've got one of the best blocking tight ends in the league in Josh Hill as well. And that can't go underestimated.
This offense right now this is Anthony Lynn's wet dream, isn't it? This all offense.
Yeah, it is. But also it's going to work very well for play action, which is where Goff really excels. With the rollouts and what have you. So
yeah, I mean, I actually think Sewell, I think he may struggle a little in his first year. He didn't play football at all last year. He's 20 years old. I think for the long term, though, it's a no-brainer.
Oh, wow.
Did they zig when everyone else
guessing.
Sagged?
This is a surprise.
Who is it?
No, hold.
No, I'm not going to tell you.
But I'm guessing it's not JOK in that case. Oh,
no, this is a guy who's going far too high. Far too high.
Oh no! Please don't be.
It's a Raiders pick. Raiders going to Raider.
Please don't be someone I bet on to go low.
Put it this way: he's on my mock, but he's right at
Leatherwood.
the very end of it. Yeah.
Oh sorry. No!
Who?
Leatherwood.
Alex Leatherwood.
The tackle. Good God, that's a bad one with people who's still on the board.
He was number 39 on the consensus board.
That's a terrible pick.
Why were they picking with both Tevin Jenkins?
And Cosme.
Cosme, yeah, there was at least a few people who picked before him.
Dickerson.
That's a terrible pick.
That just smacks of we know better than you. Which is what
It's,
the Raiders
it's the
are all about.
it's the Bob Quinn pick, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so Leatherwood, he was getting loads of first-round buzz going into the Senior Bowl, and then he just got absolutely destroyed on one-on-one, especially with speed guys. Like Quincy Roche just beat him up, and he's expected to be a fourth-round guy with limited twitch. But then, yeah, I mean, these guys know a lot better than we do, I guess, but I'm amazed.
I don't know. You could be someone on Facebook masquerading as a former NFL draft scout, and you could have a really good opinion on things. I don't know whether you've seen I can't remember who that is. He writes for NFL Draft Diamonds, I think.
Okay.
But for the life of me, I cannot remember his name, and I don't really want to, so I'm going to stop. But no,
at least I get a point for having Leatherwood in the first round. I don't think anyone else picked him.
Oh shit! That is the first pick I don't have in the first round. I think.
Yeah, Mike picked him to go into Tennessee.
Oh really?
And Matt, you picked him, Matt.
Did I?
Yeah. You picked him to go to Chicago at 20.
Oh. I am surprised at myself.
I'm on the Google sheet I'm on.
Oh, on the Lions WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So I did. I think he was the best tackle on the board at the time.
Is it Dolphins again now? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, please
Ooh,
go
this will be
Najee
interesting.
Harris.
It's got to
Gregory
be
Russo.
Jalen
Oh,
Phillips.
Russo.
It's got to be
Oh.
Jalen Phillips.
Quitty Pay is where I think I'd put in.
Yeah,
It's an
pay
edge.
pay
It's
makes the most sense, but
It's got to be an edge.
go Harris. I need Harris to go 24, but under 24 and a half.
Ooh. Dolphins, yeah. Edge and running back are the next two big needs. Or they could go Koromoa. He's dropped a little bit
I think you'll see JOK drop a little bit further, yeah.
because they've let Kyle Van Noy go, so they need another linebacker.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If Collins didn't go to Cards, I thought this was another spot. Because, like I say, it's a relatively natural fit, similar to Carl Van Noy.
Washington, 19.
I wonder if they could double tip at wide receiver.
Ooh, that'd be risky.
Go Rashad Bateman maybe, or maybe they could really shock people, maybe go Elijah Moore.
Is that the Miami picking already?
It is. Pinkerton.
The hell. They
That was
know who they
quick.
want.
Yeah.
The length of time this has taken so far, by the way, it's going to be 5:30 before this finishes.
Yeah, this is an incredibly slow draft.
You
I
think
think
with
by-
those first two picks been set in stone, it should have taken them 2 minutes to do those.
I think the average last 2 years, the first round was done by about 4:15. We've only just gone over halfway.
I've just seen it. I've just seen who this is.
Okay.
Oh, is that a smug aha? Because it's a
It's not smug for me.
Oh.
It's not a running back.
I've just seen.
I've got.
Someone's picked that, haven't they?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I got the wrong tag. That's the thing with the edges. It's just you're guessing. It's just you can't land on one of them properly because they're all.
Is it Quitty Pie?
No. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Jalen.
I did the NFL predict the pick, and after 18 picks, I've got 8 out of 18 right so far.
You're probably beating the top 5%.
Right. So the first edge is not Quitty Pay.
I had Phillips falling. I've lost one of my bets.
I'm not.
It's a bit
I'm not.
annoying.
I'm not surprised Miami took one of the Miami guys though. They've probably
hang
had
on.
a lot of scouting work done on them, and plus,
I had Phillips
used to
going
the
over 18.5.
Ouch. Right.
Seems
So
to fall one more place.
what do Washington do now? They've not gone for quarterback. Washington linebacker.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Koromoa.
This is
or
where I had
Davis.
JOK in my mock. So
Jock or Jermaine Davis, maybe.
there was some buzz around Trevon Merrick as well coming in, but
Safeties. Yeah, safeties the third.
I could see Darasaur going here.
So I've got here tackle, linebacker, safety, cornerback. So there's a lot of players in play here.
I've just checked the NFL Scotland podcast mock draft table, and I'm absolutely fucking romping it. Amazing. How many are there? I'm first out of 58. Come on.
Oh, I only put 15
You
pounds on
pick Phillips.
James.
I've got to do it. I am looking at the wrong mock, and I have not been scoring this properly. I'm going to have to go back and check this. I'm looking at a mock where you picked Quitty Pie. I don't know if that how old that is, or I took this from the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I'm looking at the WhatsApp group one.
Oh, it's not the WhatsApp group one that's in play for us four.
Ah.
So Miami have.
I'll tell you. Hang on. So it's what we did from the live mock draft.
Yeah, that's from a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that's what's in play.
Oh dear. I can't even remember that.
Arizona linebacker.
At 19, we had me going Micah Parsons. Had Ant going Zayvon Collins.
Right, so if I go to
Ryan going Rashad Bateman to Detroit.
I got the 2021 NFL draft in the Google Drive. Mock drafts.
There should just be us 4 on it.
Let me find out where this one is saved and I'll upload it. It's in mock draft and shit because it's the one that's an Excel spreadsheet.
Because there's like 5 here. There's one that starts with $.
Yeah, 2021 live mock draft spreadsheet.
Right, yeah, so you pick Micah Parsons.
Yeah, that's not going to go well for me.
Bears are already putting up videos about Fields. Ugh, it's sickening.
Right, so I am looking at the right one.
Yeah.
Seth Walder, who's the ESPN draft analyst, has put, Raiders do themselves such incredible disservice with their drafting, just pouring value down the drain by taking players way earlier than they need to.
They're not wrong, are they? It's the third straight draft.
Leatherwood's he's not a first round. I felt bad putting him in at 31, but just so many teams need tackles.
His consensus pick is 46.
Yeah. He's not good. Especially when you've got a lot better players sat there. Even Darisaul's a lot better by comparison.
Let's not go too far.
He is. Leatherwood's that bad. I'm not saying Darisaul's good.
Oh, no. Leatherwood is a very solid player.
This is falling well for the Colts at 21.
Yeah. I think the thing with Leatherwood is that his floor is very high. He's going to be a solid player. I don't think his ceiling is particularly high, but I think he's just going to be a solid player throughout his career. But I do worry about Darisaul. I wonder whether, the amount he's falling, maybe it's not going to be an option for him, but whether he just retires after his rookie contract. He just looks like he hates football.
Well, there's still a lot of teams who need tackles.
Yeah, there's going to be a run in the 20s. That's the one that could destroy a lot of Najee Harris to Steelers' dreams. Like if Tevin Jenkins or someone is there, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they went that route.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they'd be thinking that there were so many guys there. They need a corner as well, so Farley's still there. They could always go in his direction. Oh, I have no idea what Washington are going to do here.
I do think it's odd just on that streams can be so different in terms of there's no reason why streams should be 30 seconds apart. It feels like if we're watching through the same channels.
Yeah, it's weird.
Did any of you watch Parsons' interview on stage?
Didn't hear it. We were interviewing someone else at the time. What did he say?
I can't remember what he said. He just came across as incredibly unlikable, to be honest. And obviously I've got no skin in the game now. He hasn't been picked by the Lions, but just didn't like it.
They've gone that way.
I mean, thoroughly dislikable, then Dallas seems a good place for him.
Jamin Davis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jamin Davis.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wow, what's happening with Jock?
That's another bet I've lost.
Hang on, did I put Jamin Davis to 19? Or did I put Zayvon Collins?
You put Zayvon Collins, there was Micah Parsons. I had Detroit trading back for Bateman, Jock, so no one had him here. Wow, I don't think anyone had him this high.
Washington linebacker.
So on the on the Draft Network's predictive board, he was at 20, Jamin Davis.
That's about right.
So
then.
They're smart guys.
Some people loved him. Matt Miller absolutely loved him, had him top 20. I feel like in DJ's last top 50, he was somewhere in the 20s as well.
So that's the Giants now. So their two needs an edge and linebacker. This could be Jock.
Pay.
Could be Pay. Could be Jock. They've got their pick.
I was going to say this has worked out so well for them.
Yeah. God, yeah, trading back 8 spots and still getting Jock.
Yeah, and they got a pretty nice haul as well.
Mm. Oh,
But do we
well,
not
Giants
think
fans-
Pay
Davis is a
surely,
good player.
surely Pay Davis is a very good player.
Yeah,
I
but
do
Jock
think
is
that
as well.
he's
They're both
potentially
great,
being
though.
do think he's potentially being overdrafted on the basis of his pro day though, which was exceptional.
Yeah, there was a few guys on him early in the. He had a particularly good game against, I think it was Florida and Tennessee. At Tennessee, he had 2 picks and a few things, but yeah, surprising to see him go ahead of JK.
Well, Giants have a shed load of value here now. This has just fallen really well for them.
PFF have graded the Jamin Davis pick a D+.
I think that's harsh.
They always have slightly odd rankings, though, right? So, and it'll probably be because it's a linebacker.
It's surprising that they've bolstered the defense even further, though. I mean, that's just a monster they've got there.
The thing is, with Fitzpatrick and the weapons that they have, he provides the type of offense that their receivers actually need. So, if they had another quarterback in play, I think that it wouldn't be so great for them. But make that defense almost unbeatable, and you just need a quarterback who can score a few points. Fitzpatrick's definitely that guy.
So Pro Football Talk have said that Aaron Rodgers' agent has been told to look for a trade with the 49ers, the Broncos, or the Raiders. Those were the 3 teams that he wanted to trade with.
The Broncos chat was really picking up steam before the draft.
Crazy.
But then that just sort of nullifies the entire move for Bridgewater, unless they didn't realize Rodgers was available until after they made the move.
Probably, I mean, as well, Bridgewater, didn't they rework his contract so he's becoming a free agent at the end of the year anyway?
Yeah, it's like a 12 months.
I don't think you build your future around him.
That's always the problem with Bridgewater, is that people don't see a future in him. He's good enough right now, but he's not good enough for tomorrow.
I think something's happened with the Packers draft day plans. I think it's got to be connected. He's got to have found out like what their pick list was and not been happy, because he's been sulking about the Packers draft picks for 2 seasons now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think getting a new offensive lineman's going to make him happy, even though it's been really good and kept him clean for ages. He wants a receiver, doesn't he?
Apparently, the last time that an MVP was traded in the year that they were MVP was 1965.
No.
Oh, it'd be so like the Packers to do it. But I tell you what, if they could get top tier value for him, if they could trade him away for incredible value, it would probably put them in the best position moving forward. At the end of the day, if he leaves after 2 years and just goes and hosts Jeopardy and they get nothing back for him, that's probably worse for the future than just getting what they can from now. And coming off that sort of year, if they can get 2 firsts, 3 firsts, 3 firsts and a third, or something like that.
Be amazed if they got that much back, given how late in his career he is. But
I think, yeah, the other thing with him though is they're trying to get him to restructure, aren't they? But he wants to extend.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't want to be. I think the plan is to get rid of him in 12 months, isn't it? But quite rightly saying I want a new deal, especially with him being MVP.
Right, what's the Giants pick then? What do you reckon?
I'm going to go. Once you guys know, let me know. I'm going to get headphones off for like 30 seconds so I can see it.
I reckon it's Pay or Jock. I reckon it's Pay or Jock.
I think it's Pay.
Pay, I think.
Oh, I'd love to be at a draft one day. That'd be really cool.
Detroit in 2025 or whenever it's going to be.
Not Cleveland in the rain.
Detroit in the snow instead.
I'd go for it.
I'm excited to see the inside the den for day one because I assume you saw it like in the draft room, Brad
Yes, I
Holmes
got it
running
right.
around and things.
Kadarius Tony at 20. I got wrong team, but I got it right. Yes.
Oof.
1 point to me.
What?
Tony ahead of Bateman.
What?
Oh,
21.
wow.
I didn't go to
Those
Chicago,
were 20.
but got him at 20.
Fucking hell. No
Wow.
way. What?
The Giants, they're really, really invested at receiver. But I mean, the Giants guy earlier said don't be surprised to see him go receiver again. But man, you've got your choice of edge and linebacker right there, and you've not even taken the best receiver left.
The guy from the Giants who was on earlier, he did say he thought they'd go wide receiver.
Yeah, he said they'd double dip, but I didn't believe him, especially when they've got their two biggest needs sat there.
Are you saying that we invited an expert on from another team, and he gave his opinion, which was right, but you didn't believe him?
I know.
Just waiting to see Tom's reaction. I thought you react more than that.
No, it's because I heard it at the start. I thought I heard it anyway. I'm amazed. I really don't like Tony, to be honest. No, that's way too much. But
you don't like him at 20.
I didn't like him in the first round. He's exciting, though.
Yeah, he's an exciting player.
He looks like his mom's excited as well. It looks like Jesus. I had Tony going to the Ravens at 27.
I definitely
didn't have him. I didn't have him. Oh God! Right, who's at 21?
Colts.
Colts next. Cosme. I've had Cosme.
We've all picked a different tackle that's not yet been taken.
I've had Cosme going to them for ages, but with Darasaur
Cosme, Eichenberg, Darasaur, and Tevin Jenkins, so we've all picked someone different.
Considering
Edge is definitely in play.
Yeah.
Ojulari, Pay.
I think maybe Dickerson as well at tackle.
Yeah, Colts aren't afraid to go a little rogue with some of their picks.
Isn't Dickerson a center?
Yeah, central guard.
Yeah.
Oh, they need to replace Costanzo though, don't they? Really?
Yeah, they really do. Left tackle's a massive need. It's got to be Darasaur.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they'll like Cosme, because Cosme can play both sides. I think they'll like his versatility.
It'd be quite interesting if people have seen in Darasaur what I've seen about his attitude, because he's the consensus number 3 tackle, right?
Yeah,
for sure. Like by far.
Yeah, he was definitely the number 3 tackle. I think Tevin Jenkins was the 4th, and he was like down at number 20, 21, along with Cosme and
I reached for them a bit with Eichenberg, but I thought they'd like him. Eichenberg was often mocked by the Colts fans to them, which is why I picked him. You guys been doing the interactive mode, picking things on Game Pass?
No.
I saw that just when I went online now. What do you think?
I guess it's all right, but it's not telling you anything you don't know if you've read up a little bit about the draft, or who's the pick going to be when the Bears traded up to 11. Oh, I don't know. I think it was 100% Fields. I was like,
yeah.
Okay. So.
And what was it like speaking with Roger earlier?
Terrific.
Nice.
He spoke very well at length. Ant's final question to him was quite amusing when he replied. It was basically, should referees have more scrutiny placed on them and repercussions for getting calls wrong? And I wouldn't say it was a thorough response.
But weirdly enough, when I asked Chris not so long ago, he agreed.
Yeah, no, he said he played running back and then transitioned to tight end when he was a player, which I thought was an
Really?
interesting transition.
I knew him a fair amount a few years ago because he used to ref some of our games, but also from working with the NFL on the Game Pass stuff, he was a very vocal critic because he's obviously does a lot of work for the community. And I don't know if you had Game Pass back in kind of 2017, but the first year when it transitioned was a nightmare, right? So, yeah, we had quite a lot of back and forth on it.
I think that might have been the first year that I got Game Pass, or maybe the year just before. There's always been criticism of it, but it seems to work perfectly now for the last few years for me.
Yeah, yeah, I probably shouldn't say too much, but that first year was tough. That first year was tricky, let's say.
Kick is in.
Watch it not be a tackle now, just a proper screw us over.
Well, it could
give me the heads up when someone hears the pick. Don't say it, and then I'll ditch the headphones again.
I reckon this could be Caleb Barley.
Colts. Cornerback is second on the list. Wide receivers there as well. Could be Bateman.
Could be Newsom.
They've got to replace Costanzo. They have to. He's a mega left tackle, and they need to get the best person possible to replace him.
Ryan could be right about Raidens going higher than we think. It could be Raidens.
I'm not sure where Raidens.
Could be who?
Dylan Raidens.
Oh yeah.
With him.
I mean, he's the only other guy other than Darriswell most who's in play at left tackle, right? Most of the
Except
other
the
guys.
guy from North Dakota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a big Senior Bowl. It looked really good.
Ryan had him going at 13. 14?
Yeah, to Chargers. If he don't go, I'm going to lose a point. That's one thing I need to remember. I'll have to go back through all the picks and then none that didn't get chosen, change it to -1.
Yeah, I really need Steve to have a load of misses now. I'm feeling sneaky good about Rashad Bateman at 32 to Tampa Bay at the moment.
Oh, they could just go anyway, couldn't they? It could be anybody.
Yeah, it's not good that it's 4 a.m. and we're at pick 21. Especially for my 8 a.m. meeting.
Yeah,
Who's at work earliest in the morning?
I'm at 9.
Yeah, me too.
I'm at work right after the midday show.
I took today and tomorrow off.
Smart. I have at least prepped my CEO that I'm probably going to be eyes like shut at 8 a.m. when we have this meeting. So at least he's aware.
Here comes the Pip.
Yeah, go. I've just seen it.
I haven't.
That's a very interesting pick. Very interesting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tom called that.
Yeah, he did.
Well done, Tom.
He doesn't know it yet.
Oh.
There it is.
Well done, Tom.
Good value. Very good value.
Yeah, I really didn't like pay up top because loads of athleticism, but not much on the field. But in the 20s, no issues.
I wonder if the Colts will make a play for Fisher now then, because they've still got a load of spare cap. they're not going to go tackle in the draft.
Yeah, that's
some
a really good shout.
Some people had Pay going to the Giants at 11.
Yeah, he's
Where's
good
the
value at
Colts?
20. I've just seen something about him getting flagged with a heart condition or something, but I didn't see anything about that.
Pay?
Yeah,
Really?
hang on.
That,
Where was it?
I'm glad he's out of the NFC North because he's another guy who's so easy to root for.
He was a big pick for me earlier in the year when we first started doing this, but Matt convinced me the edge class was pretty rubbish. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not hugely convinced how he's going to translate, but his whole kind of story, and I don't know if you've seen some of the footage with
Yeah.
like his mum going over things, it's just comes across really well. And let's be honest, there aren't that many guys that are really easy to root for often in the NFL. So
no, I like him. I think he's quite explosive. I think the way he gets through tackles is really good.
I think he just needs to improve his technique, and I think at Indy you're gonna get good coaching. So I think that's a landing spot for him, which is actually going to work out quite nicely. I think the thing about him is him and Oweh are very similar, but Oweh has no production, and at least Pay has limited production, which is an improvement. So
Titans. Oh, I think I put Bateman to the Titans here.
ooh,
Yeah, you did, yeah.
So this
I
cornerback.
like corner here. Like I say, this could be a
Corner-
Farley sport. I think I had Newsome going here.
Elijah Moore, I thought was a good
Yeah.
shout.
So Moore, I think quite a lot of the mocks had Moore going, but they played Brown predominantly in the slot, and obviously Elijah Moore was more of a slot guy as well. So that kind of threw me a bit.
So what have we got? Titans. Cornerback, receiver, tackle, safety. Could be Mo Riggs first. Pressure point.
I like
I can see you putting Greg Newsome on this list from Bateman.
I like Bateman for this. I think they'll go for him. They need a receiver.
they also need tackle. Darasaur?
Hang on, Titans. That's third on their list. Corner, Farley.
Farley or Newsome, I like. The who's at 23?
It's Minnesota now.
Oh yeah, because they trade. Yeah.
It's now Minnesota.
So that could be Darasaur as well, right?
Mo Rig. I reckon they've gone back for Mo Rig.
I think that they'll pick an edge. I reckon maybe Oweh or Ojulari.
Yeah, you said Ojulari to Jets originally, so we all have edge. So it could be Minnesota edge anyway. I had Russo.
Who are the Vikings tackles? Got a complete mind blank. They drafted Ezra Cleveland, but he played a guard, I think, last year, right?
Was Riley Reef, but they got rid of him.
Yeah, did they bring anyone in?
No, but I think they've got a guy who played guard that they're going to move to tackle.
It's probably Cleveland then, I guess.
Is it Ezra Cleveland?
Yeah,
I think so.
Rappaport's talking about the heart stuff.
I thought I'd seen it. Didn't think I hallucinated.
So he had some kind of flare up after his workout, which then flagged in medicals. But I think he was saying, I was only half hearing, I think he's saying he wasn't off teams' boards. It was more just like a flag.
Fair enough.
I really hope he succeeds. I really like him. Okay. I am up to date. So 22. I'm going to stick my flag for JOK, I think.
It's interesting to see where he goes now.
Yeah. I really don't want to. I don't know what the fit would be, but again, he's a guy I really like. I don't want him going to the Vikings.
Or the Packers.
Yeah. I think Browns could be a fit for him.
Linebacker really high.
I think the Browns will go with Ojulari.
Chiefs.
Pick is in.
They ran it down, didn't they? I mean, I'm at still 55 seconds left, and it's not saying Pig is in. So
I'm getting a bit twitchy about my Najee Harris pick under 24.5.
Well, the Vikings aren't taking a running back.
Oh.
right,
Don't
I'm
say
going
it, don't
headphones
say it.
off.
Yeah. Matt Miller's just said that it's a corner.
Don't be Farley.
Yeah.
Is
that
it Farley?
corner. Yeah. Well, Matt Miller's just put hearing it's Caleb Farley.
Fuck it. That's bad.
Where's corner on their list? Titans. Oh, it's actually their main.
It's their number one pick, yeah.
Makes sense. There we go.
Gotta love Sweet Caroline. I thought I had enough beer, but I don't think I do. I'm gonna have to go back and get another one.
I'm so glad I had a sleep about 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I slept 2 till 4, and it was lovely.
It's lovely.
Lovely.
Right, so Vikings. Morig.
Yeah, Caleb Farley's just been confirmed by Rappaport.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just announced on the stream.
Well, there goes another one of my bets. I'm not having a good day.
Well, at least it's a point for getting him. I was worried I might not get the point for getting the first round guy.
The commissioner just going, that was good, to the house band. Just so deadpan.
Yeah, all the Lions beat reporters are saying on Twitter that Dan Campbell said that Sewell was always like the Lions' first choice.
Sorry, I was gone for a while there. It took I don't know if you were watching any of the stream. People were losing their mind for Sweet Caroline. It was quite funny, actually.
Just saying, the commish said that was good afterwards. It's like, thanks.
I was hoping he was going to go for like the full 3 fist pumps or something, but no, just that was good. The Farley pick, I loved Farley before the health stuff. Like, I think I had him 5th or 6th ranked overall. Like, he was a guy that actually I would have been fine with the Lions taking. The fact he's had 2 back surgeries since not playing football is terrifying. Like, I thought he was going to
reckon he might need more.
Yeah.
Like, he might never play. Like, that's a possibility. He might never play for them.
They probably feel like they've earned a bit of, because of the Jeffrey Simmons pick, which wasn't anywhere near as risky. Like, that was amazing value too. They probably feel like they've earned a miss, or they can get away with a miss.
Or getting away with a miss, like what happened with their first round pick from last year.
Yeah, of course, actually. Oh,
that was ugly.
Wilson, yeah.
Right, I'll be back in a sec.
Oh.
But again, Farley's one of those guys I was scared of if he landed in the NFC North. So
Yeah. Oh, this is buggering my mock because all these tackles are going to fall to Pittsburgh now, and I don't know if they're going to take Harris if all these tackles are still available.
I mean, one of Darius or Jenkins is going to be there.
Yeah.
As in maybe both, but definitely one, right? And Jenkins especially. Has Villanueva moved on from the Steelers?
He
retired.
Yeah, I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he retired at the same time as Pouncey, didn't he?
Yeah.
So maybe Darasaur is in play then.
Oh, bugger. I've
I
had
hope this
Najee
is not
Harris
more.
going there for months.
I do hope this is not more rigged to the Vikings. I don't want them to get a leader on the back end.
No.
I don't think they'll take a safety.
It's classified as their top need.
They lost
Apart from that,
Harris, right? And Harrison Smith's an older guy.
Yeah, so they
I mean,
do.
Harrison Smith, he's a bit more physical, but similar kind of super smart guy like Merrick.
To be honest, I mean, after that it's corner, and I don't want to see Newsom there either. Really.
What would you say the listed needs are for the Vikings?
Safety,
Offensive line.
Safety.
Safety, inside offensive line, cornerback, edge.
I think everyone thought it'd be Vera Tucker.
I mean, they've still got their choice of tackles now.
Yeah. I was
If
going
they
to say
wanna
choice
go
of
there.
tackles. Newsom feels very much in play given what's happened with Jeff Gladney, because fair chance he never plays another snap.
Yeah, they've got still a lot of edge rushers to pick from if they want to go there. Oh yeah, I don't want it to be Morig or Newsom.
Like I say, a tackle I'd be fine with. Less exciting,
Yeah.
less likely to... even if they get an all-pro tackle, doesn't change the Lions to the same degree. If they get a star skill position or lockdown corner or something, then that's less good.
Doesn't make Kirk Cousins any better.
Agree.
Nothing will.
You're all so down on
Asante Samuel Jr. being play.
Yeah. Yeah, him. Stokes.
Yeah, I don't know who plays in their slot.
I mean, they need a receiver as well, really, because you think about it, they've only got Thielen and Jefferson, and that's it.
Yeah, Chad Beebe, I think, is gone, so they could do
Yeah,
something.
they've no depth after those two.
Have to be an outside guy, right? So that takes out, you'd think, Elijah Moore and types like that. Bateman, I guess.
Bateman.
Yeah.
PFF, the 2-for-1 drafts pod, have been banging the table for Elijah Moore to play outside receiver. Just to say they reckon he can play outside.
Yeah, I definitely think he can. But as in, I think you'd rather take the risk if you didn't have Justin Jefferson in the slot. So you know that if he doesn't work out there, you can at least move him in.
Isn't Bateman play at Minnesota anyway? Minnesota State.
Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
Minnesota, yeah.
The picks in if you want to hide.
All right, going under.
Oh, this is a wonderful pick. You'll love this. You'll love it.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, you'll love this.
Me?
We all will.
Darasaur.
Darasaur.
What a terrible pick.
Oh,
terrible pick.
Vikings. Oh dear.
I mean, it's good value for him considering where he was vaunted to be picked, but it's just a bad pick. So
Oh, they've passed up on Morig. Oh dear.
I really think Morig could be around at the start of the second round for us.
he could be.
My ridiculous trade of Lions coming up into 25 to take Morig is still on. It's not happening.
You know what? If
if it happens, I'll be delighted.
You know what? They've ruined me by taking a tackle, so the least they can do is take Richie Grant now. That's all I ask.
Well done, Vikings.
Yeah, that was about the worst pick they could make in that position.
There we are. I saw you celebrating, so I thought it might be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give that away.
No,
That's
that's fine. I mean, like I say, even if he turns into a good player, And there's a fair chance he does, right? But I don't think it changes much for the Lions.
Right, so
Najee Harris too obvious here.
they need him.
They need him.
That offense can't function without a running back, as you saw last year.
Matt picked Landon Dickerson. 3 of us picked Najee Harris.
Dickerson's interesting. I mean, the thing is, like Connor wasn't any good, right? But to have the 32nd ranked run game, your line is the problem. It's not just the running back. It has to be the line. And if Villanueva's done, Pouncey's done, etc., I just feel like you've got to go O-line. But
yeah, I think O-line is the pick. I think Dickerson is the pick.
Love Dixon, especially from a character standpoint there as well. I could see it. Dixon, Jenkins, any of those guys.
Oh, Pittsburgh have picked in like 10 seconds.
Have they?
My guy Creed could be up if they're going to go that way. If they're going to go centre,
could see that as well if they don't like Dixon's medicals.
Creed Humphreys up.
Yeah, I'd rather him go there than Green Bay because I'm still scared Green Bay will take him.
Oh, I need Najee Harris to be here for my bet.
I think you might be safe.
Really? They're picking that quickly. They knew who they wanted all along.
I think they've wanted Harris for a very long time. They've been chatting with him for months.
This is one of those where I really want to see the fan reaction if they don't pick him.
Because he's a pass catcher as well as a running back, isn't he?
It would be
he's rounded.
Harris, Anthony McFarland and Benny Snell Jr. That's quite an interesting running back room.
They said he's basically Derrick Henry, but with Le'Veon Bell-like skills as well. That's how good he is.
He's better at catching out the backfield than Derrick Henry as well.
Yeah, but he's got his size and strength, and he doesn't just try and batter through everyone. He tries and finds routes through.
I don't really remember Derrick Henry from his rookie year either. Even the first 2 years of his deal being a particular factor.
No,
not many.
It took 2 or 3 years to be relevant, I think.
Come on,
I think first couple of years he was a bit nothing for at least the first 3 quarters of the season, but he's always been a bit of a beast in December.
He ran too upright to begin with. He had to learn how to play it with his body.
Yeah. Well, he was a guy that when he was picked in the second round, like loads of people were screaming bust. So just like he's got no agility, he's not going to survive in the league.
His side, his running power though.
There is the pick.
All right, I'm coming off.
Is it?
I was right.
Is it Najee?
Yeah, you're right, Matt.
Woohoo! I've got some points.
That was £30 pays 55. So
We've all got some points apart from
you put 30 quid on that.
Yeah.
And yet you're the only one who didn't mock him there.
Do you know the reason why I put it on though is because I mocked him to Miami at 18. I thought if Miami didn't take him at 18, that he'd be taken at 24. So
money in the bank.
Right, those are my 2 big bets in that can be won today. But my 2 big ones, which will be fulfilled tomorrow, are Asante Samuel Jr. over 35.5 and Kellen Mond under 80.5.
Yeah, that one seems wild.
Yeah. So Jaguars' second need after quarterback is tackle.
And there'll be a tackle available at 33 and 35.
Tevin Jenkins?
Yep.
Yeah, it's got
immediately what I was thinking.
Who are their tackles currently? You've got Cam Robinson and is Jawan Taylor still? I don't actually know what he's done over the last couple of years.
Tevin Jenkins, Cosme, I went Lions Moore, Reagan, Steve, Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman's good value here.
Yeah.
Like I say, DJ Chark needs some help or competition.
So it goes tackle, receiver, safety for their needs now. So
I think you're going to go offense, right? With Lawrence, I think you've got to.
Yeah, you want to protect him. Because that's what the Jets ended up doing, wasn't it? Jets went tackle, didn't they?
I like Elijah Moore here.
So you've got Elijah Moore,
That'd be interesting.
Bateman, you've got Terrence Marshall Jr. I mean, there's a lot of wide receivers still knocking about.
I think
a lot of the buzz was also tight end, as in I think it was Frymouth they really liked, but they were saying at 25 or 33.
Even 33 would be in reach.
Yeah,
Big target, I guess, for a young quarterback is helpful.
Mm.
Safety blanket.
I wouldn't be having him before 40.
Agree.
I think Terrace Marshall could fall quite away as well. I know we've been talking about him, but I could see him fall to the bottom of the second.
No one's picked Greg Newsome yet at corner, which is surprising.
Yeah. Who's got corner still?
New Orleans and Buffalo are the two people to watch for.
In fact, I think I mocked Newsome to the Saints.
I was going to say, I mean, that feels like a no-brainer if he falls to the Saints.
Yeah.
Newsome to the Saints.
And I wouldn't be surprised
I sent him to Tampa
to see Dylan Radens end up at the Jags at 30.
Where did I go with Jags? I must have given him a tackle.
Yeah, Tevin Jenkins.
Oh,
that could be very much in play.
Matt said Cosme.
Oh, Cosme's
I
there.
thought there was going to be a rush on tackle, so that's why I took Cosme.
I think we all did. The tackle class has fallen.
I think the tackle class has fallen because there are a lot of good tackles, and therefore there's no pressing need to take the rare talent.
So what have we had? We've had 3 trades, or was it just 2?
3, I think.
2, yeah, 3.
Not many.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Ravens aren't making a move here for Jenkins or someone. Maybe they're hoping he falls, but they've just lost their right tackle. So
they will have in play Radens, Eichenberg, and Cosme, their picks.
Yeah.
So
And
I don't think they're worried.
And Cleveland are after this, and I think Cleveland will go edge. Yeah, Browns will go edge.
You reckon? They've got Clowney and Garrett.
I think the Browns will go interior defensive line, like Christian Barmore.
Barmore's been talked about there. Receiver's been talked about because obviously, is it next year that they both Landry and Beckham are up contract-wise? Like Bateman, I think there's been a lot of chat on Browns Twitter.
I think that Jeff Risdon has mocked Barmore to them before. He's mocked Ojolari to them before. Those are his 2 predictions.
Does
I had
Barmore not
Zayvon
drop?
Collins, but he's gone.
Does Barmore not drop now though, because of all these issues that have come out with him?
I don't think so. I don't think it affects him that much, just because the interior defensive line class is so poor this year, and his production was so good that even if he's uncoachable, I think people are just going to say, well, I can coach him, and he's so good now anyway that I don't care.
It also doesn't feel like new news. I feel like this was being talked about months ago, that he basically had loads of talent, he couldn't put it together, and he was a bit of a pain. I don't feel like it's particularly new, so you'd imagine that teams are well aware of this, and therefore his rating, I guess, was in line with that. So I'm watching an advert on Josh Allen talking about how everyone said he was going to be a bust. I was definitely one of those people.
Pick is in.
As in they've said it, or pick is in?
It's in now, I've seen.
I don't know whether you've been aware of us long enough to hear about my fandom for Josh Allen. No, he was just my pick at the beginning of the year as potential MVP candidate, and just absolutely in love with him and how he plays.
He's an absolute legend as well. Just like a lot of the not even off-field stuff, but like around the game stuff. He just seems like a hero. He just seems like a big kid, but not in a like immature way, just in a having loads of fun playing way.
Mm. Yeah.
I've just realised JOK hasn't been picked yet.
No.
Yeah. So in my most recent mocks, I've been picking him for Baltimore at 31.
Yeah.
That would be scary.
A steal.
Or 29. I reckon 29.
Oh,
Not 29. Wherever they're picking.
I can't believe he's still on the board.
I guess he's not a unique fit. He's got to fit your scheme, but still. By the way, what was the reaction when Lance got picked? And did you talk about what it meant for the Lions as well? Because I was excited more from I think it makes the 49ers better and therefore for draft picks in future. As in, because of the Rams, therefore, I think the 49ers are more competitive, yeah.
I don't think... does it make the 49ers more competitive this year?
Not this year. I think next year it does. But I don't think Mac would have been that much of a step up from Garoppolo this year, probably a little. No. But I think Lance next year could make the Niners like a real kind of Super Bowl favorite almost, rather than just a playoff contender.
I was the other way. I said there's a lot of big edge rushers in there, and Lance hasn't had to deal with their likes before. It's a massive step up, and he's gone into the toughest division in football. I think he's going to struggle to start with.
I think Kittle's a huge security blanket for a new QB, though, which is the only help.
I think he'll start surprisingly quickly.
Have we got a pick in? Shall I go heads it off?
No,
I've just seen it. I've just seen it.
All right.
No, I've just seen Carlos. Have you seen Carlos's headline?
Why are they taking him? What is happening? What?
I did not.
It?
Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne.
What?
Oh.
Holy.
What?
Where's that on their news? Jags. 5th.
James Robinson and Travis Etienne.
Wow. Oh.
Did not see that.
Oh dear. I saw Carlos
taking the bet for 3 running backs in the first round because that looks good right now.
Oh Jesus. Have you seen Carlos's headline? Detroit Lions passing on Devonta Smith, Patrick Surtain may lead to Eric Ebron levels of regret.
He's such a fucking troll.
What was that? I only got the Ebron part.
Manarez's headline is Detroit Lions passing on Devonta Smith, Patrick Surtain may lead to Eric Ebron levels of regret.
That's ridiculous.
Imagine comparing Penei Sewell and Eric Ebron. That is so disrespectful.
No one
tell you what.
Ebron. Sorry.
Sorry, Ant, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying, I'm thinking the Jags are really going for it, aren't they? Putting Etienne and Robinson in with Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of works. Etienne and Lawrence have played together the last 3 years. You may as well put them together now.
Oh,
I'm not a big Etienne fan, to be honest. But
was Robinson Clemson?
No,
sorry.
Etienne is Clemson.
Oh, right. Wow. Did you have Javonte Williams in the first round then, Matt? Because that's now a much bigger possibility.
No. There was a bet in play on Bet365, which was something like 6 or 7 to 1 on 3 running backs in the first round, and I very nearly went for it. I didn't, but I'd be feeling pretty good about it right now.
So what are Cleveland going to do now? Browns.
I could see Buffalo go running back.
Mm.
Our Buffalo guest said running back was a distinct possibility.
They need one.
Yeah, they put resources in, but just haven't hit. I mean, Zach Moss didn't really show much at all last year.
And Singletary was poor.
When they look vulnerable, because they rely on Josh Allen so much, the only time they look vulnerable is when he can't deal with the load. They've got no running game to take the pressure off him.
And you can't, I mean, Buffalo is, the coldest? Maybe Green Bay, but the coldest place you're going to be playing. You want someone who can, bash someone up in December.
And The Rock.
Yeah.
Do you think
I hope the Jaguars now take Amari Rodgers or Cornell Powell? Just go all Clemson. That would be great.
I feel like we could be in play to trade out.
They still need a tackle, so they could go Jackson Carman. He's the Clemson.
Yeah, I was going to say, get him in the 3rd or the 4th. If they took him now, that would be wild, as in at 33. But.
They've got a lot of Clemson options there if they want them.
I think that Cleveland should go JOK.
Yeah, that one I like.
Be a really good fit. be a really good fit.
Bateman would be. I think it's Bateman.
Hang on. Easy.
It's got to be a defender.
Ryan, did you see it or
have you seen the pick?
No. Oh, I thought. Sorry, I thought you'd seen it then when you.
I was reading out the mock.
Ojulari is the pick I thought was most natural here.
Yeah, Steve said Barmore. Ant went Jason Orwell. I had Collins, but he's gone. So linebacker makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's Barmore, Bateman, or Jock.
I can't believe Jock's still on the board.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he drops to the second round? Someone's just getting the bargain of a lifetime.
I've got him at 31 in the predictor. I'm going to take that to the bank.
I've got Javonte Williams at 32.
Yeah, I think that's why I had him as well.
I think that's a lot bigger possibility now.
Oh.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Have you got the pick?
He's got the pick. Yeah.
A strong area just got stronger.
Edge then.
Ooh, was it mine?
No one got it.
Oh,
totally different position.
Oh, really? I can't see it yet.
Wide receiver?
Gotta be Bateman then.
Okay.
Murig?
Nope.
Are they strong at safety? They're not strong at safety.
Greg Newsome.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep, they took a corner.
Oh, fuck. I wanted him to drop to the bloody Saints.
Oh, Greg Newsome, Denzel Ward on the outside.
Shit, that's power.
It's a really good secondary, is that?
That's good. That's a really good pick for them.
Yeah.
I think it was one of their top 3 needs. Oh. Baltimore. This is Morig.
Or a receiver. Could be a receiver.
I think.
Could be JOK.
I've got 2 edges and 2 safeties marked. I've gone Jason Orwell. Matt went Jalen Phillips. You 2 went Morig.
The Ravens needs a tackle.
The way that she said Gregory, I thought Rousseau was following, not Newsome.
That would have been wild.
Browns.
I still don't see why the Jags took Etienne when they've got James Robinson. That's crazy.
They're just going all offense, aren't they?
Yeah, but their defense is wank.
Yeah.
And they got Carlos Hyde as well.
Yeah, but in fairness, the Falcons have a wank defense and they just went pits. Like, yeah, we're just going to outscore everybody. Oh, I love Greg Newsome. He'll be a good signing for them.
Newsome's interesting, right? Because they've got obviously Denzel Ward, but then Greedy Williams, was he injured last year? But he was only a second rounder 2 years ago.
I wanted him to Lions 2 years ago.
I think Williams dropped though because of injury concerns, didn't he? I don't know if he's been injured there a lot.
Ian Rappaport just tweeted that the Cleveland Browns took the best player available on the board. I don't know whether that's what he's quoting them or whether he genuinely thought that Greg Newsome was the best player available on the board.
Well, better than JOK, better than Rashad Bateman.
I can't believe Northwestern had 2 players in the first round.
Yeah.
I went to a Northwestern game like 4 or 5 years ago and they were absolute garbage.
Where did Northwestern play out?
They're not great.
They're just north of Chicago.
Uh-huh.
But like they're a business.
Like on the Wisconsin side, or
no, so pretty much straight north, but only kind of like a 20-minute train almost.
Mm-hmm.
But they're a business school. They're not a sports school.
Uh-huh.
So like I went into the student section, and when they were doing a kickoff, all of the students were dangling keys, and I was like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, we do that because we just show that it was something like we show we've got houses, and most of the guys we're playing against, they won't be able to afford houses. I was like, oh, okay, cool, good for you guys.
Nice.
It was literally that. It was like the entire student section was doing it. It wasn't just like some
Trolling
random people. It's just like, so yeah, they're not really a sports school.
Basically like the toffs versus the plebs.
Yeah, kind of thing. It was just like, wow, okay.
Detroit tried to interview Pat Fitzgerald, their head coach, for they wanted to.
Get a 10-year deal or something. I feel like there was talk about him going to the NFL, and then he got a 10-year extension.
Yeah. He said, yeah. I think he do
Well
need
played.
to get a deal, yeah. Same happened with
So-
PJ Fleck at Minnesota a few years, like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, and then he signed a 6-year extension.
It's just there's a tweet here just saying how lucky the Chargers got. They didn't chat with Slater once before this draft because they didn't think
Really?
they were going to fall. Yeah, that's how little faith they had that he'd get to them at 13, and they sat there and got him.
Pick his in.
That's potentially one of the best picks so far, I think.
I'm changing my mind now. The Ravens need a tackle now, don't
It's
they?
got to be
Orlando
Tevin
Brown.
Jenkins. I know I've said this for like the last 6 picks, but I mean they've literally lost Orlando Brown. This isn't the pick they get back, but kind of they've got another one in a few. It just
They're gonna be laughing. They could get Morig. They could get Bateman. As
JFK,
well.
like I say.
Yeah,
This is
Dickinson on board.
there's gonna be, there always is, but there's at the end of the day there's gonna be a few guys which look really tasty at the top of round 2.
We've got the 9th pick tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did we end up with the 9th pick, not the 7th?
So because we had the first round is done on strength of schedule, of which we had the weakest strength of schedule, so therefore we go higher up.
highest pick.
But then it's basically because we had the first pick, we then move to the end of the 5 and 11 teams for the next one,
Right.
and then we'll go up. So I think, do we have the 10th pick? Yeah, 'cause it's 9th pick. You're right, and then we'll go 8th pick in round 3,
Right.
7th pick in round 4, and it'll kind of loop like that.
Got you.
So the Ravens pick isn't in, but someone with a blue marks just tweeted Ravens fans are going to approve of this pick.
The pick is in.
Yeah.
Pick is in,
been-
we're waiting.
Oh,
Let me know when you see or when you hear something, and
yeah.
I'll go off.
It's got to be JFK.
Or Bateman.
Or Morig. There's
No,
a lot
JOK.
to
Yeah,
do.
what do Ravens fans want most? I would guess maybe tackle, but maybe receiver.
I think they want a receiver. Well,
Yeah,
That's a good shout.
but Elijah Moore would be an odd one with Marquise Brown, so Bateman feels like a much more natural fit.
yeah.
Oh, if Elijah Moore is still there in the second round.
I think my dream pick at the moment, well, realistic pick, is probably Asante Samuel. That's who I want. 41.
Jevon Holland.
We're 14 picks away from Merrick. I'm not going to get my hopes up there.
I'd love Morig. I really would
Yeah.
love a safety.
I think there's some trolling going on here. A journalist has just tweeted that Green Bay will take Trask at 29. That must be a joke.
Please.
Here's the pick.
Imagine.
Here's the pick.
It's not even come up, so it's been kept hidden. Oh.
Yep.
They've looked out big time there.
Big time.
Aye,
Very big time.
that's decent.
I'm surprised they haven't gone tackle unless they think a tackle's going to slip to 31 that they like.
Well, at this rate, they might do.
Who is it who's still up there? Tevin and
Tevin, Cosme,
Cosme.
Dylan Reduns.
There he is. That's good. As in, I was worried he was going to the Packers. So
Yeah, that is good.
Well,
I think the Packers could take Rondale Moore.
Oh, that'd be a more.
yeah, or I mean, so
Terrence Marshall
Elijah
Jr.
Moore as well. I didn't have them taking because I thought he would have gone earlier, but Elijah Moore would be bad.
So this could be a Sante Samuel. This could.
Don't do that to me.
I've put Elijah Moore going to the Titans at 22.
Yeah, I had him at I think 20, or I had him high-ish.
I've got him at Baltimore, 31. But you can scrap that now. So,
Oh no, I did actually have him to Green Bay because I had Bateman to Cleveland.
Saints is answered Newsom. Matt said Zayvon Collins. I said Jarman Davis. Steve said Gregory Rousseau.
Saints, cornerback,
JOK. Yeah.
cornerback, wide receiver, edge, linebacker. Top 4 needs for them apparently.
JOK or Merrick or who was the other one I just saw? I think they could reach for Stokes. I think they could go Ojulari.
Campbell as well, maybe.
Well, they need to replace Hendrickson, don't they?
Yeah.
Boogie
So-
Basham, maybe.
Wow, that'd be a reach.
Where did Hendrickson go?
He's gone to
Bengals.
Bengals, hasn't he?
He replaced Carlos Dunlap at Bengals.
I must say, for all the talk of round 1 could get crazy, nothing so far, is there? It's like not trades, but also like players coming in. I thought there could be some really rogue late first round selections, but
I think there have been some surprising picks, so people falling. I don't think it's been mad, but it's
but
been
people only
exciting.
falling like a few either way. I thought there might be. I mean, like last year, was it last year when like Jordan Brooks got taken by the Seahawks and everyone was like, what?
The biggest surprise for me so far is Travis Etienne, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pick and the team.
I can't believe JOK is still on the board, and I'm surprised Tevin Jenkins is still on the board.
I'm surprised Jenkins is still there. For sure.
I'm getting a bit worried about Jevon Holland going under 49.5. I think they're going to slip the safeties.
I've just seen the best GIF ever. It's someone who's got the 2 Spider-Mans pointing at one another.
Pick is in already, apparently. Pick's already in, apparently.
And what did it say, Ant?
It's got the 2 Spider-Mans pointing at one another. One saying Ohio State quarterback bust, and the other saying Chicago Bears draft bust. Obviously, it's one and the same now, isn't it? Oh, I do hope he does well. I do want Justin Fields to do well, but
I've just seen the pick. This is going to be wild.
Defense. It's got to be a defender.
You are not
have they
going
gone?
to pick
Have they
it.
gone? Have they gone
You're
for
not gonna-
Stokes?
You're not going to pick it.
Oh wow!
Is it a big reach?
Have the Saints gone rogue?
It's someone who was rumoured to possibly be a first rounder before we started, and it was a big surprise.
Barmore?
No,
Maybe?
no, he was always thought of as a first rounder. Someone who's a surprise first rounder, who was rumoured just before the start of the draft as a reach.
Oh, Jermaine Davis. Oh,
No.
sorry.
I can't believe it if this is the pick.
It's not like the Saints to draft crazily.
I can't even see him on my
There's
board.
a lot of
He is
tweets saying-
he is 88 on my consensus board.
Holy
Oh, wow.
shit. Oh, is it on Wuzurike?
Nope. I hope this is it.
Oh my god. Really? Oh, Jesus Christ.
He was rumoured, wasn't he, before the start
Yeah.
of the draft? Yeah.
There was actually odds on him going. Oh, wow.
Carl Trask?
No.
No.
No, it's a position of need.
Got
they
Quinn
said-
Miners. Is it Quinn Miners? I ain't
No.
seen it yet.
It's
I'm still waiting
defensive.
for it.
It's defensive.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, because they said the class is that poor that he might get in, but I didn't think he would. Where the fuck defensive end? Oh. I guess that goes as
Edge was their third need, and linebacker was their fourth need. So someone who can play outside linebacker
That's
edge makes
replacement for
sense.
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
But there's loads of edges still on the board.
Yeah, yeah. Oh God.
Owe, Ojulari, Owusu Koromoa can play there. Russo, Asai, Basham, Tryon, all ahead of him in the rankings.
That is the biggest reach yet. By a long shot.
Yeah, by a long way.
That's even bigger than Leatherwood and Raiders one.
Sean Payton knows something we don't.
We must do.
Right.
Oh,
But
come
looking
on.
at
Let this be a quarterback, please.
There's quite a few players that have been picked that are not going in the first, so I'm gonna have to work out some minuses.
So Packers, where are we? Packers, tackle, receiver, cornerback, inside defensive
Peyton
line.
Turner.
Yeah.
Who's Peyton Turner?
He's a defensive end, but he was drafted. Oh, sorry, he's behind on Wuzarike and Barmore in the standings for there.
I don't think I've heard anyone talk about him.
No, there was a little bit of chatter about. Someone chatted it this morning, saying the class was that poor that they reckon he might sneak in the first.
Right, so Green Bay, me and Ant said Creed Humphrey.
Sorry, that was a long wait, but wow.
Steve said Sam Cosme.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's the biggest reach so far by a long way.
There was some chatter today about him moving up, but I'm amazed. It's especially considering obviously they gave up 2 firsts, as in the pick and then another first to go get Marcus Davenport, and this is pretty much a like-for-like replacement in terms of length, size, build.
He was number 88 on the board.
Literally, Daniel Jeremiah literally just said exactly that.
Packers picks in straight away.
Oh, I've just seen. Someone's put who they think it is. Oh, no.
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
No, it's not a good for them. It's a player I like. If it is true.
Oh,
is it someone that would have sent Aaron Rodgers into a sulk?
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant.
I say it's someone who's going to make Aaron Rodgers sulk or going to help him.
Yeah. Well, put it this way: it's not offensive, so he'll sulk.
Yeah.
If it is, it's not. It's just someone
Yeah,
who's
I think I've seen the same tweet you have.
Oh, but I really like this guy.
I know you do.
Don't want him to be a Packer.
Super speedy. Super speedy.
Is it a corner? I ain't seen it yet.
I'm not going to say anything more.
Not saying
Ruin it for Tom.
It might be wrong. Oh.
What a first round.
What I'm trying to think the next level of corners.
Oh, hang on. I've got a book here with them all in. So you've got Sam. You've got
Campbell, Kelvin Joseph, those guys.
Stokes, Elijah Molden,
Samuel. You've got those. Who else is in there?
Molden. Is a slot, isn't he?
Yeah, Kelvin Joseph, Tyson Campbell. I know there's been a lot of people saying Tyson Campbell. So.
Yeah, he seems to be getting more buzz out of the 2 Georgia guys, which I found surprising. But
Baron Browning.
Yeah. I'm surprised there hasn't been more buzz about Baron.
Take Baron Browning in a second. If he's there tomorrow, I'll be very happy picking him.
But I wouldn't thought the Packers would pick him ahead of JOK.
So Baron Browning is 63rd on the board. I updated 3 days ago. And he'd almost gone up all the way to the first, and it's dropped back down again.
Yeah, I think.
I would be upset if we took him at 41.
Who's that?
Browning. But I know I'm in the minority.
Oh, I don't want him either. You're not on your own there.
But yeah, but you want one player at 41 and one player only, and
And that doesn't mean.
come on, if you want to confess to your fandom, you know who it is.
Of course I do, but everyone else does, so I'm not gonna let everyone else know again.
He's a Richie Grant fanboy. So.
Oh, he's a second round pick. He's not a first rounder.
Oh no! If that was this one, I'd be crying right now.
Yeah.
I would literally be crying.
I finally got the pick now.
Yeah.
Do you know? All right, I'll come off.
Yeah.
I knew who he said it was when he said he were fast.
Is it who we thought it was?
Yeah, it is.
Stokes.
Oh, yeah.
That don't bother me that much.
No.
It doesn't bother me that much. It's a massive reach as well.
It pisses Rodgers off as well.
This could potentially be another big defensive mistake in a long line of secondary mistakes.
He was number 50 on the board.
No, I think he's going to do well. He's super fast. He's just got to stop grabbing people.
God, that offensive line is going to be a bit. What happens if Aaron Jones isn't very good because their offensive line is shit?
I think they're going to put Elton Jenkins at centre now. I think that's sort of sealed that because they're really high on him.
See, I think this pick will have fucked Rodgers off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all upsetting.
Yeah, but how many times has he seen him spunk first rounders on corners who've come and gone whilst he's had no receivers?
Okay with that. Okay with that.
Yeah, exactly. Crack on, cheeseheads.
I have to say, I'm not actually a massive fan of seeing him come on a corner blitz twice a year against us. That doesn't fill me with a great deal of confidence. But given who they could have picked there, it's not as bad as it could be at all.
We'll get some holding penalties out of him, though. Well, I say that if the refs decide they want to give us any calls, but we should do.
Right,
I mean,
we all went edge here, apart from Matt, who went Eric Stokes.
The Lions could be thinking about trading up here.
Yeah, I said that. Could we trade up for JOK?
Yeah.
See,
That's why I had my mock of trading up to 25 for Morig. Like if he slides, I'm happy if the Lions trade back into the first round here.
I think Javonte Williams is in play now.
I just don't want to trade a Rams first round pick. I don't.
If they're going to go running back, because they need to fix it.
You talking Bills?
Yeah. Javonte Williams could be an option.
Yeah, he's in play at 30 and 32, I reckon.
So their needs, cornerback, edge, receiver, running back, according to this.
I'm really regretting not taking today off now.
Me too. Me too.
Sun will be up soon.
I'm actually quite used to this sort of thing. If when you play poker, or I used to play poker fairly often, nights this late, and then going into work for I get up for work normally at 6:30, so normally just wouldn't go to sleep.
I used to wait nights all the time, so.
The tweet of the night. Someone called Mike Piliucci has just tweeted, the best rivalry in the NFC North is Green Bay versus their quarterback. Amazing.
I'm gonna cut that together just for a little soundbite.
I've just retweeted that. Brilliant.
That was 5 hours and 4 minutes into the stream. I am cutting that together just for a little soundbite.
Love that. I don't know who Mike Pagliucci is. Staff editor at The Athletic, NBA. Very good.
I think the thing that's pissed him off, though, is that is a slight... I love Stokes, but that is a slight reach as well. You know, they go in defense and they're reaching for defenders and they're refusing to give him offensive weapons.
Well, you've got Elijah Moore still on the board.
Is Jock going to fall out of the first year? It looks like he is.
That'd be a shock. Well, who's
he's
left?
He's going at 31.
So we got Baltimore, the Ravens again. No.
I need
Tampa.
Buffalo to not take us on this.
Bucks. I don't know. I think Barmore feels like the one for the Bucks.
Yeah, that's been talked about as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's like not they don't need a good enough front seven already, but make it even strong. You may as well. That front seven's what wins them games, so just keep making it stronger.
I mean, yeah, Moerig's still on the board.
Oh,
I think Ojolari here to Buffalo makes a lot of sense.
I like that Moerig's
Could
still
see
on
that.
the board.
Jason Ove, maybe.
I think he's going to fall quite away.
Yeah, saying that the Bills have their pick of edge now.
Owe is one of those guys that I think the media get hyped about because of the insane pro day, but the teams are going to look at the production and say, if you're that fast, you can't beat college level tackles. You're just not very good at this game. I think he could fall to the bottom of the second.
His 40 time was 44.36.
It's just wild.
But he didn't get a sack. How can you run that fast and not get round the edge?
Maybe he got double teamed all season.
Maybe. Because
the year before, he got loads of sacks.
But it was his first time playing at edge this year. He transitioned from...
The year before, he got 5 sacks and 5 tackles for loss in 11 games.
I think he was playing outside linebacker last year, a proper outside linebacker, and then he transitioned to edge, and he had no production because he can't deal with the physicality of being near the line.
Oh, if you want to laugh, just have a look at the Packers' official tweet for Stokes. There are some amazing gifs under there. They're not happy.
I love it. I love it.
Salty Packers.
Oh, it's hilarious. There's some really good ones in there. Oh.
Chiefs.
The one of him's throwing the laptop. Oh, here's the pick.
Oh, there's Bills.
Please don't take Asante.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Please don't take Asante.
That's a really good pick.
That's someone that we didn't think was going to get picked.
No.
That could be Asante.
Come on.
Nah, I like that. I love that
That's a
pick.
really bad pick.
That's someone who had a terrible pro day.
I think at where they've got him, I think that's great value.
Is it an edge?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. He is so lucky he got picked.
We all went edge, but wrong one.
So Russo was the one guy that I said, out of all these edge guys, I don't see them taking Russo. Because they took Epinesa last year, who's a similar kind of big frame, heavy edge, not particularly explosive. So I just didn't see them taking him. But God, he's a big dude.
I like that tweet, Steve. No, not that. The picture. I can't get my words out. It's too late now. What's that?
Former wide receiver safety. Imagine lining up against Gregor Rousseau as a wide receiver. It's just like brilliant.
God, 19 and a half tackles for loss.
Oh, the Packers Twitter's amazing.
It's funny, isn't it? It's funny.
How about this for Prophetic? When we were looking through all of the draft needs and we picked our first round mock, my only note for Buffalo is Russo in play here? And that's all I said.
Very good.
Didn't pick him though, did I? Right, it's got to be JOK at 31.
Baltimore.
I mean, the fact that it's likely
They need a tackle.
Yeah. It's likely one of Merrick and JOK is going to be there in the second round is wild to me. But
if they get Jenkins now, the Ravens have had a rate haul.
Yeah, agree.
I think I think they took a chance that Jenkins would still be there, and it's paid off.
So JOK still there, Tevin Jenkins, Dickerson, Elijah Moore, Barmore, Terrence Marshall, Ove, Ojolari, Javonte Williams. There's a lot of picks at the top of the second round for us.
Yeah, there is.
I tell you what, if Jock falls 3 or 4 spots tomorrow, I start thinking about it.
Absolutely. I mean, the price shouldn't be much.
No.
And like, I know we don't have really capital this year, but you telling me we move a 4th next year or something to jump?
Yeah,
6, even like
absolutely.
that could be 6 spots. I don't know. Like, I'm all over it.
Take it off Tampa Bay now. Just take it off Tampa Bay. The 32nd. They don't want the 32nd pick.
Yeah. Then you get a 5th-year option as well, which is nice. I'm watching Russo wide receiver footage. It's ridiculous.
Oh, the replies to this Packers pick is just amazing. They're going fucking mental.
Yeah, they are. I like that first one where they're just, typing into a sat nav, where are they going off a cliff? I thought that was. They hate Gutekunst, don't they? It's like, you wouldn't think they'd just been to 2 NFC Championship games in a row. They absolutely hate him.
I mean, in fairness, if I was a Packers fan last year's draft, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers probably hasn't even seen the pick yet. He's at the Kentucky races, so he's probably pissed as a fart.
On that point, I have a... Oh, screen's gone. I have a video to show you. Someone posted it, and it's... let's see if I can find it.
Is it a Packers reaction video?
It's unbelievable.
Share that screen.
We're just basking in the tears of Packers fans now.
Here we go. This is the one. Right, I'll post it in the chat, and you can watch it on your own time. It's 3 minutes long, but it's 3 minutes of pants off.
Oh, Tom, this is the guy I watch. He's a great YouTuber. This guy is.
He looks great, but honestly, just be prepared to watch it and feel pretty happy.
I watched in fact, weirdly enough, I watched the draft through his stream last year. He's an amazingly good YouTuber.
What's he called?
It was Tom Grossi. He's really funny. But he just starts screaming into a pile of towels. He's just like,
we've all been there.
Jordan. He's just like, not Jordan Love, please, not Jordan Love. Anyone but Jordan Love. He just walks off, starts screaming. It's classic. I wonder what he's done for. He won't be happy with the Stokes one. I saw him with his picks. He wanted a wide receiver.
Of course he did. He's a Packers fan. But I watched it probably this afternoon after my nap, and I was feeling a bit iffy, tiredness wise. That woke me up.
Oh, Jesus. Someone's just put up the Panthers defense now. They've got Hassan Reddick, Derek Brown, Brian Burns, Gross Matos, JC Horn. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of talent.
Jesus Christ playing with them as well.
Yeah. About as...
What position is he playing now? Maybe he's a bit too old to play corner, so he's kind of transitioned to safety.
Oh. Just trying to think if there's any miracle forms that could translate, but I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I was trying, but it's 5 a.m.
He could be the water boy, but instead of water, just happens to be wine. I don't know.
Right, so
It's late. It's early.
This isn't the pick, but someone's just tweeted Ravens are keeping the pick and they're going defense.
Pick is in. Pick is in. God knows.
Who do they need defense?
JOK. It's JOK. I'm opting.
Ravens.
They've always been a best player available kind of team, so
Safety. It'll be Morig. Safety.
it's
maybe.
got to be.
I'd say it's Morig.
Could be Elijah Moore.
This person says they've gone defense.
I've just seen the position group is.
Oh.
But I don't know if I want to say it because it would probably.
Oh right, yeah.
I'll drop.
Yeah.
It's an edge apparently.
Oh.
So
Oh,
Ojulari looks like the pick. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Or could be Owe.
Could be
Ove?
Owe. Could be Osai. Could be Basham. Could be Tryon. Tryon has been mocked to them a few times I've seen today.
That'd be a reach.
I can see.
Oh,
the
they've
pick.
gone. I've got it as well.
Jason
Who?
Owe.
Oh fuck!
Yes, I had him in my first round, so at least I'll get a point for that.
No, you won't lose a point.
Oh, I won't lose a point. Sorry. Well, it's as good as my score's going to be that low.
I don't think I'm going to be in positive points. I'm at risk of not having positive points, I think.
Russo getting in there saved me one. Owe in there saved me one.
I can't believe Owe's been picked in the first round. That's a shocker.
Peyton Turner screwed us all.
Shocker.
We've got a really good pick available in the second round tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Shocker.
We do.
Shocker of a pick.
Well,
So the Ravens haven't addressed tackle. That's
Tampa Bay
interesting.
picks in already. Apparently, they've already put it in.
I know everyone wants to
They
go to
must know
bed.
they want.
I'm almost beyond bed now.
This could be any. Yeah, it's time for breakfast, isn't it?
It's actually just starting to go light. I can see outside.
Yeah, it is here
I
as
can
well.
hear the
Oh
birds tweeting.
shit, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
I could
put
do
it
with a
this way,
fry
that-
up right now. I'm not going to lie. That'd be quite
The,
nice.
the review show starts in 7 hours, Matt, and we've got to somehow write a review.
We just have to discuss it. Why don't you just do a quick fire grade on every single one, and we'll just discuss what we think about it.
29 Green Bay, hilarious. That's the grade.
The thing is, it's nowhere near as hilarious as the Packers fans are making it out to be. It's just mildly hilarious, and they're taking it too far.
So what's the big one out of all these? Just
The
straight.
biggest
is it
reach is
Tony?
Peyton Turner by far.
I think Kadarius Tony's up there as well,
Tony's a massive reach.
and Leatherwood.
Yeah,
Leatherwood was a bad
Leatherwood
pick.
is, what was he at 17? It's wild.
Yeah, that's
I don't think
very
it was.
high.
Who are the Bucks taking then?
I
Not
had
said.
Leatherwood on my
Idea.
Oh,
Leatherwood was 39. on
Oh,
my
I know what this
consensus
is.
board.
yeah. The position groups in
And
edge.
Edge.
Is that Ojulari?
Ojulari or Joe Tryon, maybe?
Phillips.
Boogie.
Try on. Tryon's the pick.
Phillips has gone, hasn't he?
You
Phillips went to Miami.
No way.
So Merrick, JOK, all these guys.
No, they have. They've. Oh wow. They've not taken one of the ones who are still meant to be first rounders.
Oh, Jalari's still there.
Yeah, it's not him.
It is Joe Tryon.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
There we are.
We have a bug. So that's last 3 picks were edges. Oh, 4 of the last 5 picks were.
So you've still got Merrick, JOK, Barmore, Elijah Moore, Ojolari, Landon Dixon, Tevin Jenkins. Well, not Tevin Jenkins. That's irrelevant for the Lions now, but there is a lot of guys there.
Yeah, I'm going to work out all the people we picked that didn't go in the first round in the morning.
Oh wow!
Up to all the points.
There must be
trade up options here.
There must be a what website will do that for us now?
What's that? Sorry.
Is there? I'm just trying to think of what website will be able to do that. What's the best available players now?
I've got a list. Do you want
Go
the
on,
list?
Yeah, just read out the top 10, Matt.
Top 10's on the stream actually, but let's read him out anyway. Top 10 players as I have it are JOK, Ojolari, Merrick, Jenkins, Barmore, Terrace Marshall, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, Dylan Radens, and Asante Samuel Jr.
Wow.
Oof.
Closely followed by Eichenberg, Osai, Cosme, Creed Humphreys, Carlos Basham, Javonte Williams, Wyatt Davis, Nick Bolton, Levi Onwuzurike, Pat Frymouth, Richie Grant, Jevon Holland.
There was talk on the Lions about if they don't want to move down in the first, moving in the second to try and pick up late picks, given that we don't have anything after the fifth. And with that kind of value up top, it wouldn't surprise me either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to dash, guys, because
go for it. I think we all should.
The 2-hour 55 countdown to the meeting has begun. And like I say, getting light outside has kind of scared me. So
go.
All right.
See you later, Tom.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, we'll do. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. And thank you all for joining us on the stream. If you kept with us for that long, I salute you. You are troopers, just as much as my boys here, Tom, Stephen, Ryan, and thanks to all of our guests as well. It's been terrific. We will see you tomorrow. We start with our review show at 12 o'clock UK time, 7 o'clock on the eastern coast of the States. See you then. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.